her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 start taking shots.
Also still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Temporary with anyone else close like this to us, let me know.
What's up, everybody? Good morning or evening. Or evening if you are continuing to hang out with us. We just ended our last show about 2.5 hours ago. What a show. If you missed it, you definitely want to check it out. We had Thomas Savard on with us last night, discussing the Micah Miller case. We're going to be going through a little bit of that today, but it's a true crime conversations on the road. So we're going to be covering a bunch of different cases this morning. And good morning. Yes, Lisa, prayers. I'm sorry for your loss. But boy, what an episode. 7 hours last night. We sat down and talked with Tom, or through the morning, really. Just got done a couple hours ago, but couldn't get any sleep. And I'm like, you know what? Just go ahead and hang out in the morning, and I'll get me a little nap later on or something. So we're going to be going through some different things. We're going to be checking out some things with Sebastian, Idaho 4, a little bit of Micah Miller, Riley Strain, and whatever else breaks today. We'll be covering that. Rosie's getting some coffee. I got my coffee already. She's getting some coffee herself. Let's go ahead and get some coffee for you too, or some orange juice or something. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. Aw, thank you so much, Lisa. I don't know, Lisa. YouTube's always buggy, but I do want to say thank you for the contribution and being a member. 2 months, right? I know it's longer. It's like double that, right? You know how YouTube is? I don't know. I don't get it. It's still buggy. They keep making these changes to YouTube. They're going to be rolling out something different now, and I'm not going to be doing it, but they have a new feature now where you can test out some new layout thing for YouTube when they go to your channel and they watch your video. So the new thing that they're going to be coming out with soon is where they're going to have suggested videos underneath the live that you're watching instead of the description. You actually have to you have to close out the chat in order to see the description for the video, which I think is stupid. Because we post stuff in our description, like people's channels and things like that. So I don't know why they're making it more difficult just to add suggested videos in place of where the description would be. I think it's dumb. But it is what it is. Who knows? They keep updating and adding stuff that we don't need. They're not fixing the buggy issues. Good morning. Did you get your coffee?
I did.
All right.
Hey, everyone.
Kind of chilly.
Kind of chilly?
Yeah. Which is weird because it's been hot as shit. I just got this cold chill going through me right now. Maybe it's because of the lack of sleep or something.
Probably.
I definitely don't need to yawn. So, there's a Hardee's, but I'm not getting a Hardee's this morning. Not yet. Maybe later. So what do you want to check out first, Rosie? I'll leave it up to you. You're in control. What do you feel like checking out first? We got ourselves a little playlist this morning, and then we'll just go from there. If there is anything breaking, let us know too. We'll go ahead and get to that.
Hold on. It's a big decision.
Yes, it is. There's a bunch of things in there.
Do you guys want to stick with Micah Miller to start, or do you want to start?
What do you guys want to do? What do you think? Like Idaho 4, Sebastian Rogers, Riley Strain, Micah Miller? Just start off. If you guys want, just type whatever you want in chat. We'll just see what the majority is. We'll go from there.
Yes,
So if there's anything specific, you want to check out, just type it in chat. I see Riley.
I see a Riley.
I think it's too early. Usually we're not on this early. Everybody's still waking up.
Yeah.
Everybody's still waking up. It's in Myrtle Beach, and I'm going back in a few days. So Tom will be hopping back on the show tonight, I believe. We have the in-studio show tonight, so we got to get him on during the morning sometime too for you guys. But like he said last night, we just hit the tip of the iceberg and barely even hit the tip of the iceberg of the conversations we're going to be bringing to you guys. So I'm excited for that. He's a really cool guy, and I appreciate his comfort for sharing his stories and his experiences with us and his opinions,
Okay, so we're gonna go with Riley because there's
one.
There's
I think there's one video about the autopsy results or something, I think.
Toxicology, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, toxicology. There. Thank you, 1979 ACR, and thank you, everybody, for helping us get to 12K. I appreciate it very much. I don't drink coffee, but I got my Coke. Yeah, I know it took long enough for the Riley toxicology, right? I don't know what it says. I haven't seen it yet. So I have no clue. I have no clue what it's going to say.
Now for what's trending in true crime, Riley Strain's final autopsy report is set to be released any day now. But we do have his toxicology results. The University of Missouri student vanished after a night out with friends in Nashville back in March. And there's been a lot of speculation about what exactly happened to him that night. But before Riley was found in the Cumberland River days later, Scripps News Nashville reporter Nick Barris has the latest.
It was more than 2 months ago that Riley Strain was last seen along this stretch of Gay Street, just above the Cumberland River. He disappeared, and now finally, we have a better idea of what exactly happened to him. We know that the 22-year-old University of Missouri student's body was found in the Cumberland River 2 weeks later.
My company works on the river. I have just found a dead body. I believe it to be Riley.
At the time, Metro Police Chief John Drake said preliminary indications were that it was a horrible accident. But there were some odd circumstances. Strain's wallet was missing and his bank card found along the bank. His body was recovered without pants or boots. So questions remained about the cause of death and whether there was foul play. The autopsy was to provide answers, but to date, it still has not officially been released.
A lot of times when an autopsy report takes a little while to be released, it makes individuals somewhat suspect that maybe there's a criminal investigation.
News Channel 5 has learned toxicology is now back to go along with the completed autopsy, and all indications are what happened was an accidental death, a drowning. No evidence of trauma or that Strain had been drugged, and no sign he was victim of a crime.
This was a horrible tragedy, but that there is no criminal wrongdoing.
Our understanding is the medical examiner did just receive some new information and is finalizing the official autopsy report, expected to be public very soon. No surprises are expected, though the case can always be reopened if there are any signs of foul play that emerge.
There's nothing to stop the district attorney's office in the future if there's new evidence that comes to light.
When the full autopsy report is completed, it will be sent likely next week to the district attorney. No criminal investigation is expected. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
All right. With all that information, as we're waiting for the final autopsy results to be revealed, what might they show? Let's bring in our guests, 3 people who followed this case since it began. Retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindeffer is still with us. Want to welcome in law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter and retired criminal defense attorney Kirk Nurmi. Great to see you all. Sonny, would you start us off, please? Your thoughts on what, if anything, shocking this autopsy may show?
Good morning, Julie, and my amazing co-guests who have been following this with all of us and the people. Oh, this case was really disturbing, his disappearance, and I am still wondering if they are going to find some drugs in the system. Maybe he was drugged or something that led to this unfortunate accident is what they are.
Did she just not watch what we just watched?
Concerns about his disappearance, but I want to see what the rest.
She just said, well, I'm interested to see if there's drugs. They just came out and said no drugs.
I'm not sure.
What is she talking about? They just said it. Was she not listening? What the hell? And this is
other cases.
Huh?
She covers other cases.
Oh, that's right. Another judge protege.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is something weird, though, since we paused it. It said no signs of drugs or trauma. When does a toxicology tell you, like, what can a toxicology tell you about trauma? How does, maybe I'm just naive or ignorant to toxicologies or something, but I would just assume that it tests for toxic chemicals in your body.
Yeah.
Which is anything foreign. How does that show trauma?
I mean, I don't want to say because I feel like maybe
or did
there's
they just
something I don't understand. But I mean, that's a good question. I don't know.
Or did they just add that in? Because the autopsy, the first one, said no signs of trauma? I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up.
That headline was odd to me. Okay. I don't know what she's going to say. She didn't watch what they just told her. That's bad, man. You have a guest on and I don't know. They don't even pay attention. Like, they're having you on for this specific segment. And what, did they just break this news and they asked you to come on before the news broke? I would imagine you had an idea of what they were going to talk about, which is toxicology. So I don't know. I'm confused.
I'm confused too. Also because I'm
me
still
too.
learning how to do this. Okay.
Oh,
Right.
You're good. You're good. No, it was great. Looks good.
Okay.
Rest of the autopsy report shows, and if there's anything that could have been in his system that wasn't revealed the first time that we need to still look at.
Appreciate it, Sonny. Jennifer Coffindeffer, to you next, please. Your thoughts.
Hi, everyone.
Should I take it back a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, because I want to hear. Rewind it to where that lady starts, because I got to hear this again. This is crazy. It's probably why she went to Coffin Daffer. No substance.
Who have been following this with all of us and the people. Oh, this case was really disturbing, his disappearance. And I am still wondering if they are going to find some drugs in the system. Maybe he was drugged or something that led to this unfortunate accident is what they are calling it right now. I still have concerns about his disappearance, but I want to see what the rest of the autopsy report shows. And if there's anything that could have been in his system that wasn't revealed the first time that we need to still look at.
Appreciate it, Sonny. Jennifer Coffindaffer, to you next, please. Your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I did want to say, Sonny, good news here, I think, at least from what I researched, is that toxicology did show no drugs. So we don't know the exact levels of alcohol, but it appears no drugs. So at least we can check that off. And I think this was, and have from the very beginning, thought this was a tragic accident. I based that on the video surveillance we saw, and the fact that his trousers were, off. He was found 8 miles down that river that flowed very heavy and caught snagged. So I think they were removed in transit, and possibly he had loosened them to go down to the river to relieve himself.
Oh, that's a really good theory there. Jennifer, thank you for all of that.
Have they never been down
certainly
there?
Not least, Kirk Nurmi, your
Can
thoughts,
we pause
please.
that real quick?
Well, I think one.
Where in the hell would he have went down to the river to relieve himself? Y'all saw that shit. Y'all went with me when I went down to the riverbank. You saw how hard it was. You saw how high up it was compared to the riverbank and what it took to get down to the riverbank just to relieve yourself. How in the hell is that happening?
It's not happening.
They never been there. They obviously never even looked. Yo, I gotta send Coffin down for my GoPro. How in the hell?
Yeah.
How in the hell if he went into that green fence area to relieve himself, like I said from the beginning, and just like when I walked in there and Najee walked in there, we got yelled at for walking in there from you know who down the way. That's where I think he went to relieve himself, if he was going to relieve himself. And he walked into an area where that's their personal space and you don't know it.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah,
okay.
We haven't. I mean, they haven't.
I wish they would just do more research.
Yeah.
That's why Vinny don't want me on.
Well, I think we have to begin with the reality that the pain of the loss is equal, whether there was foul play or whether this was just an accident. But I think Jennifer keyed in on one important point. I think as it relates to alcohol, I think that is going to play a factor here. We had a similar tragedy here in Arizona where someone who was overserved and walked off into the lake, whether he was relieving himself, was intoxicated, decided to go for a swim, what have you. Those all could lead to a tragedy such as what we see here. But when we get that autopsy report, we're going to see, is there water in the lungs? Was he breathing? We have every reason to believe that there probably was.
They said there wasn't.
There would be suspicious cause for the death, but there's many different explanations of what could happen to the.
There wasn't any. This has been out for a long time. What the hell does can we even trust court TV people anymore? Oh my lord! It's been out for a long time that he didn't have water in his lungs. And this guy's like, well, it'll be interesting to find out if he had water in his lungs or not. Oh, my lord. Maybe I'm just feisty or something because I haven't, because I didn't get sleep or something. I don't know.
No, you're right.
The oh, that's why Vinny don't want me on, because he'd be like, "Damn, CJ, you know your shit, bro." I'm like, "Yeah, man, I catch
Don't bring
you
that
slipping."
knowledge here. Yes.
Right?
Right.
The pants and the wallet, somebody could have picked it up. So unfortunately here, I think unless, as the official said, there's more evidence comes to light, this will just be a sad tragedy, and the family sadly is left without their loved one.
I know, Kirk. You said it. You said exactly what I was thinking about this. We can see how the family is struggling and they want to find answers, and we all understand that. And this just might be one of those cases where it's just a tragedy. It's simply that. I have a clip from them talking about their search. This was when Riley was missing. Let's go back in time.
I haven't talked to my boy for over a week. And it's hard. Thank you for getting the word out and keeping the word out. And please don't stop sharing. Don't stop sharing till we bring Riley home.
Oh my gosh. Sonny, back to you here. They thankfully were able to recover his body, bring him home so that he can have a proper burial, so that they can go visit, his grave site, all of that. But as you know, it's never complete closure, is it? When you have a death, especially the death of a child. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I was thinking about the family members, and when my brother-in-law was murdered, and that is, it was a murder, but always the recovery of the remains is so important. So you have some measure of closure, and I'm glad that this family has some measure of closure. It doesn't ease the pain, but it does give them some place to go, and they don't have to wonder where their beloved son is any longer. And I think that's so important that he was recovered.
Yes, and I had no idea you'd be speaking from experience, Sonny. From all of us, we are so sorry for your loss, so sorry about your brother-in-law. We had no idea, and appreciate you sharing that. We'll leave this case here with Riley Strain for now. We will report the results of the final autopsy, but again, there's nothing that would show anything nefarious happened at a bar in the way of drugging, so far as we can see, and through Nick Barris's reporting with the toxicology.
Welcome to J is for Justice.
Yeah, well, who does the toxicology? The medical examiner?
I think so.
Coroner, medical examiner. So
I believe.
we've covered other cases where the coroner / medical examiner have been corrupt as a motherfucker. And when you're talking about that area and you're talking about corruption, it's pretty relevant for that area. Not only that area, but a little bit further north, if you know what I'm talking about. It exists. So just because this toxicology comes back like the autopsy did, I'm pretty sure that the family is going to want to have their own independent toxicology that doesn't have to deal with the medical examiner / coroner. Because why would they trust that toxicology if they didn't trust their autopsy results?
Exactly. It's the same category. I mean, why would they? It's
Right.
Especially if things are just not making sense like this,
And they're not.
They're not.
I don't understand how, Coffin, I don't know this other lady. That one lady, I don't know who she is. I've never seen her before. But Coffin Daffer, you've covered Riley Strain's case. How in the hell do you tell people that you think he went down to the river to relieve himself? Like, do you mean? She knows better.
I mean, she's a professional, one would expect.
She covered the case a lot. She was all over Twitter, talking about this and that, using the expertise, which she should. But with this, I'm like, what? How do you come to that? You don't even have to you don't even have to have covered it that long to know that that's not a possibility. I can't wait till we get on the radar of some of these people and they start checking out our stuff and they start to see this stuff and they're like, oh yeah, no, that's right. I don't understand it. I really don't.
I don't either. I mean, it can only benefit us to actually, sort of research widely. Then you would just know.
You can literally walk on Google Street and you can see the news crews cameras every time they interviewed the families right in front. Like you could see it. That was the backdrop, was how high it is compared to, they were the ones taking videos of the boats searching for Riley, the videos. She had to have seen that stuff. So it sounds like it's like they all just agreed. Like they didn't even question it. It was just like, yep, here's the results. You got one lady that don't even know if there's toxic chemicals in there or not when they just said there wasn't. Coughing after, yeah, he can go relieve himself in the river.
Yeah. I don't know. Media, I don't know what's going on with it. It's just poorly researched, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I mean, it doesn't take much to know that, to know any of that.
Ray, Tom is going to try and make it back out there. And if he's not able to, then we're going to go back out there when I come back. But I know he's going to try and make it out there. This week. Now she has a News Nation contract. Out there. Yeah, he would have fallen. There's no way in hell. Yeah. Even when we're down on the riverbank and I'm looking up over at the side just to show as we're going down how far of a drop it is in different areas. It's a steep drop. But you're not rolling into the river. That's weird, though.
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't know. He looked. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't that intoxicated. But the thing is like I went and examined that pole. What's up, Cold Casing? Thank you. I examined the pole when I was there. I even showed you guys. And I have the GoPro where there's no discoloration at all on that cement, on that pole. And if somebody hit their head and bled, well, then there would be discoloration even after you collected the evidence off the pole, that the cement would still be discolored slightly.
Yes.
And I didn't see any of that. So he could have hit his head and it not, made an injury where it was bleeding. He could have hit his head hard enough to where, who knows what could have happened. Is that what they're saying, Liberty Bell? Because I saw the autopsy and they said no signs of like an altercation.
Yeah.
So if he had a bump on his head, which if you hit it and you hit cement, you're gonna have. Hey, it don't take long for the blood and for that little section to be getting a knot real quick. It don't take that long. But it did look like he hit his freaking head, and then after he got up and was stumbling.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there was definitely something there.
Yeah.
I mean,
but he didn't bleed. There was no blood or signs of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a given that he would, I guess.
Right.
That was definitely not him just lightly stumbling around, I don't think.
Right.
It took too long for him to
get back up. Yeah, like I mean, hell, when he hit when we believe he hit his head, he was down for like 30 seconds, I think, before he got up and started walking all wobbly and in a state of confusion in a weird way. What's up, hide and seek?
That was not right.
Yeah. But yeah, I went and looked at it, took the camera straight up to it so you guys could see. And if you're new to the show, just go to the video section, and I have a ton of GoPro for Riley Strain, so go check that out. Also, the GoPro where me and Najee explored, it's in 3 parts. We explored the riverbank right after everything happened, or the day after they found him is when we... No, that was... Wait, did we... Wait a minute. We went down before that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before he was found, I think.
Yeah, you did.
I guess it was before, yeah. But we went down to the riverbank and we were exploring down there to show everybody. That's when we stumbled across that homeless encampment with that weird backyard thing. What do you guys want to check out next? Do you want to check out some Idaho 4, Sebastian Rogers, or Micah Miller? And then if anything's breaking, let us know.
I will let you know what chat says.
I think this is my GoPro command. Hold on, let me... Excuse me.
And I think chat is voting for Micah Miller.
Micah Miller? Mm-hmm. All right. I would like to check out... actually, no, you choose, because there was only one Riley video, so you choose what we're going to check out first for Micah.
Me? Or
yeah, you. Yeah, you.
Oh, right, obviously me. There's no one else here.
Yeah, out of the videos, you check out.
Okay, let me see.
Whichever one out of the... I know we have a few. Check out my 911 video, and then also, Rosie, do me a favor. Drop the link to your breakdown of the 911 call for Micah Miller. And then you guys just add it to your playlist. Come back here. But definitely check out... We broke it down a couple shows ago with her video, so definitely... check out her video if you can drop that in chat for him.
Will do.
Definitely go check out that video about the 911 call.
I'm telling chat, this is my first time learning how to screen share, which is why I look confused about 3/4 of the time today.
You're fine.
I'm like, this button, that
Yep.
button. Yeah, okay.
It's all good. It's morning. We're drinking coffee. We're drinking juice. We're drinking Coke. We're just chilling. Good morning, Norma. We've already covered the 911 call Rosie did with her video, and then we kind of broke it down. I have a video about the 911 call too, so we've already covered that one. We'll be covering it more later on, but we've already kind of broke it down a few shows, and then have some highlights there for you guys.
Yeah, and I will do a part 2 as well of the video that
Oh,
I
cool.
did. Yeah.
Awesome. It's a beautiful day. Parking area, no cars allowed. That sucks. Yeah, I'm still up, Liberty. I'm surprised if anybody from last night is up and coming in to hang out, because I think I pooped everybody out because we were on for 7 hours. Everybody's probably knocked the hell out. Do I believe she was followed? Yes. Lisa, you got to check out our video. I just put out a video, I think yesterday, walking around where Micah was found. Go check it out and let me know what you think of what I found. We were talking about that tonight, about what we found and how new it was. And
Yeah, that was really interesting.
yeah.
Weird, but interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the personality profile.
Yes, I was gonna pick that one. Awesome.
Okay.
Yes. Sweet. Don't forget to
change the layout.
No. Well, change the layout, but don't forget to highlight the channel link.
Yes.
While we're watching. Okay.
Yes. I think yes. Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, you gotta check it out, Lisa. I just put it out yesterday. It's Sony 4K doing the walkthrough of where she was found and what we found after we went there. Always finding shit.
The video you're about to see, in my opinion, is truly terrifying. It's a sermon by John Paul Miller where he is talking about personality profiles. And John Paul says that his profile is a D. Now listen, directly from John Paul Miller. Describe himself.
And I started working on incredibly depressed because I discovered what my personality is. I'm a DI. And I thought, oh God, I wanted to be a pastor, and how can I do that when people don't like D's, they like the S's. The S's are the most popular. The S's are so calm and sweet and steady. I started feeling like I'm a failure, and why do I have this personality? And I don't want to be this, and maybe I can change myself, and maybe if I pray hard enough, I can be this other personality type. And about that time, my mom called me up, and how you doing? I said, oh, I'm just really depressed. She said, why? I said, Mom, I'm studying all these personality things in the Bible, and I don't like who I am, and I want to be something else. And she said, what are you talking about? So I sent her, I emailed her all the stuff I'd been studying About 3 hours later, my mom called me up. She's a high S. She said, John Paul, I'm so depressed. I don't want to be an S. I don't like being so slow. And I want to be a doer. I want to get there. I want to be outgoing like you, John Paul. I want to be able to get stuff done. I said, Mom, I want to be like you. I want to be loving and sweet and kind. And high D weaknesses, okay? I'm not going to look at you when I say this because you D's will kill me. But anyway, here's the high D weaknesses. They're very direct. They're always thinking in their mind, no matter who's talking, they're always thinking this. Get to the point. They're impatient. They can't relax until a project is complete. They lack empathy. They're arrogant, and they can't say, I can't even read it. Anyway, so I'm just kidding. They can't say that they were wrong. Okay, so look, Genesis 49:9, like a lion who dares provoke him. They're incredibly intimidating to confront. And I told you last week that Donald Trump's a high D, and I'll list a few more in a second. The thing about the high D is this, out of all the personality gifts, the high D can be used greatly by the devil, just as equal as he or she can be used by Jesus. And I'll show you that. 1 Peter 5:8, the devil roams around like a roaring lion. You know, Lucifer is a high D. Remember, he was in charge of all the worship, seeking whom he may devour. But here's the good news, Revelation 5:5, the Lion of the tribe of Judah has triumphed. Jesus from the root of David. So the high D can do great things. Here's the biggest battle for the high D, okay? Biggest battle. This is the area in which you say, I need Jesus, okay? The biggest battle for the high D is pride. It is their big, obviously, right? Obviously. You're like, we knew that. We could have told you that. Other high Ds. King Saul was a high D. The devil's a high D. Hillary Clinton is a high D. Hitler is a high D. Don't confuse those two, by the way. Anyway, I'm joking. Now I want to go over some of the high personality strengths. Out of curiosity, how many of you the high D resonated with you, or you have a lot of high D inside of you? Really? Oh, y'all do not need to hang out with each other. None of you need to. You will kill each other. Please avoid other high Ds. How many of you are in relationship with the high D? Okay, here we go. Okay, so the high D strengths, you don't have to write them all down. You can just write one or two that kind of go along with who you are. But high Ds are great in emergencies. They're natural leaders. They handle change very well. They won't give up. They're visionaries. They can see the big picture. Job 4:11 says, the lion perishes for a lack of prey. They're goal-oriented. Proverbs 28:1, the righteous are as bold as the lion. They're ambitious. Amos 3:8, the lion has roared who will not fear. Lions have no fear. No, the high Ds, they fear nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing they fear is not getting something done today. Proverbs 30:30, a lion mighty among beasts who retreats before nothing. They love challenges. They have to be challenged on a regular basis. So here's some famous high Ds for your notes. King David was a high D. The Apostle Paul, high D. Joshua. Remember, and I want you to know, when God speaks to people in the Bible, he actually spoke to them based on their personality.
Now, I share that sermon because it comes at a very interesting time of John Paul Miller's life. The date in which this sermon is uploaded is September 5th, 2021. So that means it was probably the previous Sunday, days earlier. But still, the dates are close enough to raise some eyebrows, because on September 6th, 2021, Chris Skinner dies in a tragic drowning accident.
We're learning more about the man who died after being found unresponsive in an Horry County pool. The victim was 40-year-old Christopher Skinner, a paraplegic and a motivational speaker.
Whoa,
Chris,
this happened?
Paul Miller's alleged...
Whoa. That's creepy. That's the husband, or was the husband of his girlfriend.
Yeah.
That he was cheating on Micah with. Wow. That's crazy. Sorry.
Mistress
That's crazy.
Susie Skinner.
It is.
According to several sources, John Paul Miller and Susie began their alleged affair in 2021. But according to Susie, her and John Paul Miller have never dated. But according to emergency family court documents filed in May of 2024 by John Paul Miller's ex-wife, Allison Williams, she said 2 weeks prior to Chris Skinner's death, Chris allegedly went to John Paul Miller and told him to stay away from his wife and kids.
Wow.
Just a few weeks later, John Paul Miller was preaching at Chris Skinner's funeral.
We are here today. It's very, very exciting. I'm
Terrifying, right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
I was Chris's pastor to preach a funeral in which I don't have to lie. It's probably my first funeral where I get to say all the truthful stuff, and that's because we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Chris was a child of God, is a child of God, faithful husband, wonderful father, great friend, brother, son.
I have read the police reports of Chris Skinner's accident. There is absolutely nothing in those reports connecting John Paul Miller to the death of Chris Skinner. But according to several sources, they question whether this was an accident. Many believe that Chris Skinner committed suicide. And when you read the police report, it says that Chris, according to the security footage, drives directly into the water. It's tough to tell what Chris was thinking on that day. So far, it's been ruled a tragic accident. But either way, it's a dark time for everyone involved. Truly sad, especially for the children of the Skinners. And there's one other part to this sermon that I found really, really interesting. Because remember, John Paul Miller says divorce is wrong and that you shouldn't do it. Matter of fact, he said that he couldn't bring himself to divorce his wife because the Bible says you shouldn't. Listen to this.
High S. Where are the high S's? Let me see the high S's. Yeah, y'all probably won't raise your hand because you don't want to be noticed or anything like that, but it's okay. You calm, quiet, loving people. High S's, they're pleasant. They avoid strife. They will never file for a divorce. Now, that's a good thing unless you're being abused. If you're being abused or you're in a relationship that is incredibly unhealthy, S is listen. You gotta do what you gotta do, even if it causes a little bit of contention or a little bit of a fight. But they'll never file for divorce, even if they're getting beat, even if they're getting talked down to every day. They won't do it.
Wow. Even if they're getting beat, even if they're getting talked down to, they won't do it. That was a little subtle message to Micah. What the hell?
Wow. That was a really good video.
Man, 2021 is when they started, so he was cheating on her with that girl he was spending time with 3 years before.
I don't think there's ever been a stage where he's not cheating on somebody with somebody.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's. I mean, hell, we heard from Tom last night that he found it kind of odd how there would be single young women that were down on their luck coming to the church, and they would have their own apartments and all this stuff when they
it's disturbing.
like they, you know, like there was apartments being funded for those people to live specifically, so there could be extracurricular activity. Good morning, Diana.
Yeah, but the dates are interesting that he mentioned.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into the Skinner case much.
I haven't either.
Probably a good idea. Oh, let me post that link.
So, but they have video of him wheeling himself in there, so
They say
how
so.
How could somebody do, like, how could there be somebody else how could somebody get away with making him do it? if there's video of him wheeling himself in it.
I don't know, but it's like when it comes to the Micah Miller case, if you're asking the same question about different things, then that's a problem. You know, like
the
that
video.
question, no, like that question also applies to Micah. How can you make somebody do that to themselves? It's a coincidence that the question is coming up again.
Yeah, but is there footage? Like, that's what. So I don't know if this guy, because I've been burned by other people I thought did their homework. I don't know if this guy knows is for sure that there's video of this. Is there video of this, you guys? Is there a video out there where it shows?
Not that I've seen.
You know? Because the only way I can think of somebody making somebody do that's in that situation is have fish lines hooked up to the wheelchair. I don't know how you're supposed to make somebody do it and not be seen on camera. If you're wheeling them out the door, I would think that the person in the wheelchair would stop their wheels and at least like turn the wheelchair so they fall on the ground instead in the water.
Yeah.
How would they do that?
I've kind of tried to wonder about it as well, and the only thing that I can think of in terms of making somebody else do that is to threaten another person.
You
That's
mean
really
like
all.
So, like if somebody was inside the house and had a weapon against the wife or something, said if you don't do this, then
Something like that. That's the only thing that I can think of where, like, I've been trying to think, like, how would somebody, what would be convincing enough? That's the only thing I can think of, because, I mean, it's in every human being's instinct to survive, right?
yeah.
So what can do that? I don't know. Harm to loved
Yeah.
ones. Yeah.
To make you go do that.
I can't think of anything. I really can't.
And in that fashion too, that's one of the most horrific ways to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's either fire or water.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cold casing. Trust me, with the Micah Miller, yeah, none of it makes sense. Y'all got to check out. You guys got to check out that video I dropped this yesterday morning about where Micah's body was found. You'll hear me and Tom discuss things as we're going around. You guys got to check that out. I definitely think that every single thing is fishy after the pawn shop. And even though Tom says that Micah was very familiar with that road, and that's why he feels that she went in that direction. I'm still feeling like she didn't just. I feel like there was a reason she went that direction, because she didn't have to go that direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
So I don't think when it comes to Micah's, there's too much to not question. With this one, if the guy says there's video surveillance of him doing this, I would hope that he's not just going off of what somebody else said and that he might know. I'm sure he's got way more resources than I do, so that's more opportunity to find what the real is. I'm just going to take him for his word and assume that there's surveillance video of him doing it, but I'd like to know for sure.
I didn't quite catch. Did he say that there is surveillance video, or that there's
could have
claims
sworn.
that there's surveillance video.
Do me a favor. Go ahead and check it out again, and we'll see. I thought he said that there is surveillance, but yeah, I'd like to know if he said claims, because that's huge difference.
Should I just start the whole video again?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
The
That's
video
what I'm. Oh,
in
sorry.
my opinion is true.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say to Liberty. I didn't mean I didn't know it was starting to play. That's what I was questioning earlier, Liberty. Go check out the video where it talks about the church rules. And we kind of went into some of that last night with Tom, too. You guys, if you missed the show, definitely save it to your playlist. It'll probably take you a couple days to, check out the whole thing because it's 7 hours. It's jam-packed from beginning to end of nothing but conversations and just, there's so much to it. It's hard to even summarize it, but definitely go check it out if you haven't seen it yet.
Truly terrifying. It's a sermon by John Paul Miller where he is talking about personality profiles. And John Paul says that his profile is a D. Now listen, directly from John Paul Miller. Describe himself.
And I started working on it, and I got incredibly depressed because I discovered what my personality is. I'm a DI. And I thought, oh God, I wanted to be a pastor, and how can I do that when people don't like D's? They like the S's. The S's are the most part. The S's are so calm and sweet and steady. I started feeling like I'm a failure, and why do I have this personality? I don't want to be this, and maybe I can change myself, and maybe if I pray hard enough, I can be this other personality type. And about that time, my mom called me up, and how you doing? I said, oh, I'm just really depressed. She said, why? I said, Mom, I'm studying all these personality things in the Bible, and I don't like who I am, and I want to be something else. And she said, what are you talking about? So I sent her, I emailed her all the stuff I'd been studying. About 3 hours later, my mom called me up. She's a high S. She said, John, I'm so depressed. I don't want to be an S. I don't like being so slow and stuff. I want to be a doer. I want to get there. I want to be outgoing like you, John Paul. I want to be able to get stuff done. I said, Mom, I want to be like you. I want to be loving and sweet and kind. And high D weaknesses, okay? I'm not going to look at you while I say this because you D's will kill me. But anyway, here's the high D weaknesses. They're very direct. They're always thinking in their mind, no matter who's talking, they're always thinking this. Get to the point. They're impatient. They can't relax until a project is complete. They lack empathy. They're arrogant, and they can't say, I can't even read it. Anyway, so I'm just kidding. They can't say that they were wrong. Okay, so Genesis 49:9, like a lion who dares provoke him. They're incredibly intimidating to confront. Now, I told you last week that Donald Trump's a high D, and I'll list a few more in a second. The thing about the high D is this, out of all the personality gifts, the high D can be used greatly by the devil, just as equal as he or she can be used by Jesus. And I'll show you that. 1 Peter 5:8, the devil roams around like a roaring lion. You know, Lucifer's a high D. Remember, he was in charge of all the worship, seeking whom he may devour. But here's the good news, Revelation 5:5, the Lion of the tribe of Judah has triumphed. Jesus from the root of David. So the high D can do great things. Here's the biggest battle for the high D, okay? Biggest battle. This is the area in which you say, I need Jesus, okay? The biggest battle for the high D is pride. It is their big, obviously, right? You're like, we knew that. We could have told you that. Other high Ds. King Saul was a high D. The devil's a high D. Hillary Clinton is a high D. Hitler is a high D. Don't confuse those two, by the way. Anyway, I'm joking. Now I want to go over some of the high personality strengths. Out of curiosity, how many of you the high D resonated with you, or you have a lot of high D inside of you? Really? Oh, y'all do not need to hang out with each other. None of you need to. You will kill each other. Please avoid other high Ds. How many of you are in a relationship with the high D? Okay, here we go. Okay, so the high D strengths, you don't have to write them all down. You can just write one or two that kind of go along with who you are. But high Ds are great in emergencies. They're natural leaders. They handle change very well. They won't give up. They're visionaries. They can see the big picture. Job 4:11 says, the lion perishes for a lack of prey. They're goal-oriented. Proverbs 28:1, the righteous are as bold as a lion. They're ambitious. Amos 3:8, the lion has roared who will not fear. Lions have no fear. No, the high Ds, they fear nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing they fear is not getting something done today. Proverbs 30:30, a lion mighty among beasts who retreats before nothing. They love challenges. They have to be challenged on a regular basis. So here's some famous high Ds for your notes. King David was a high D. The Apostle Paul, high D. Joshua. Remember, and unfortunately, when God speaks to people in the Bible, he actually spoke to them based on their personality.
Now, I share that sermon because it comes at a very interesting time of John Paul Miller's life. The date in which this sermon is uploaded is September 5th, 2021. So that means it was probably the previous Sunday, days earlier. But still, the dates are close enough to raise some eyebrows, because on September 6th, 2021, Chris Skinner dies in a tragic drowning accident.
We're learning more about the man who died after being found unresponsive in an Horry County pool. The victim was 40-year-old Christopher Skinner, a paraplegic and a motivational speaker.
Chris is the husband of John Paul Miller's alleged mistress, Susie Skinner. According to several sources, John Paul Miller and Susie began their alleged affair in 2021. But according to Susie, her and John Paul Miller have never dated. But according to emergency family court documents filed in May of 2024 by John Paul Miller's ex-wife, Allison Williams, she said 2 weeks prior to Chris Skinner's death, Chris allegedly went to John Paul Miller and told him to stay away from his wife and kids. Just a few weeks later, John Paul Miller was preaching at Chris Skinner's funeral.
We are here today. It's very, very exciting. I was Chris's pastor to preach a funeral in which I don't have to lie. It's probably my first funeral where I get to say all the truthful stuff, and that's because we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Chris was a child of God, is a child of God, faithful husband, wonderful father, great friend, brother, son.
I have read the police reports of Chris Skinner's accident. There is absolutely nothing in those reports connecting John Paul Miller to the death of Chris Skinner. But according to several sources, they question whether this was an accident. Many believe that Chris Skinner committed suicide. And when you read the police report, it says that Chris, according to the security footage, drives directly into the water. It's tough to tell what Chris...
Okay, so it's based on police reports. He's not saying he's seen it. Which is interesting.
Yeah.
Chris was thinking on that day. So far, it's been ruled a tragic accident. But either way, it's a dark time for everyone involved. Truly sad, especially for the children of the Skinners. And there's one other part to this sermon that I found really, really interesting. Because remember, John Paul Miller says divorce is wrong and that you shouldn't do it. Matter of fact, he said that he couldn't bring himself to divorce his wife because the Bible says you shouldn't. Listen to this.
High S. Where are the high S's? Let me see the high S's. Yeah, y'all probably won't raise your hand because you don't want to be noticed or anything like that, but it's okay. You calm, quiet, loving people. High S's, they're pleasant. They avoid strife. They will never file for a divorce. Now, that's a good thing unless you're being abused. If you're being abused or you're in a relationship that is incredibly unhealthy, S's, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, even if it causes a little bit of contention or a little bit of a fight. But they'll never file for a divorce. Even if they're getting beat, even if they're getting talked down to every day, they won't do it.
Wow. And this is another thing that's weird too. He said he was a DI, and he described the DIs arrogant, Tourette, like all these different ones. But then he starts talking about D pluses. Like he's preaching it and all these great things about them, and it almost, if you're not paying attention, you think he's talking about himself.
He is. That's what he thinks. He's. I think he has himself in mind whenever he preaches anything. I mean,
he's going to tell you the truth. Yeah, this is what my personality is. And then he starts preaching a little bit. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait, he was all these bad things, but listen to all these great things. It's like a twist. Let's make you think that I'm a piece of shit, and then I'm going to tell you all these wonderful things, and then it's like bringing you down, but then really bringing you back up. So when I bring you up without bringing you down, then you don't seem like you go too high. But if I bring you all the way down and then bring you back up, then you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
But really, you just moved the same amount of space. But you think it was something bigger than what it is.
Yeah, and he creates that impression that he's modest by starting off that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a piece of shit, Mom.
But
piece of shit, I'll pray. No, it's what's in your fucking ugly ass soul, bro. It is. It's like that's what the like with money, the more money you have, the more it shows what your soul really is. Not because money ruins you, but because it brings out more of what you already are. Money.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, and it shows your priorities.
What's up, RVing? I'm not sure. I think I'm on 20. I don't know. I have no idea. I know I'm making a switch soon. But we're just rolling, following it. I think it changed my route because we went through a traffic jam. I was wondering why my time jumped up like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up those personality profiles.
Yeah.
And see where it actually comes from.
I want to see what personality profile I am.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting this from.
Well, I mean, it's got to be pretty good, right? Because he was saying all these things, like in the beginning of it. If you listen to all the items that he was saying, it's like, whoa, dude, yeah, you're calling yourself out.
Yeah, but that does depend where he's getting it from. I'd like to see. I'm gonna check that because I've seen a few different, like, I don't know, methods of classifying the personality profiles, and I kind of wonder, like, how can it be one thing? They're probably more like a mixture, I would imagine.
Maybe it's something to do with astrology or something too.
Maybe.
I don't know. I had this thing with my job. We had to, all of the managers had to take it was like a thing that was like 300 questions. See you soon, Cole. Thank you. And yeah, great conversation last time, Noah. That's good stuff. We had to take some kind of personal assessment or some shit like that, where it was like 300 questions, and then it was like a book. And I wish I knew where I put it because I always wanted to keep it because it really told you your strengths and your weaknesses and what you excel at and what you need to work on and all these different things. And it was spot the hell on. I was like, damn. like a personality assessment or something like that. But that's like 300 questions. So how do you know what personality? It's got to be some kind of survey questionnaire thing.
I don't think it's the Myers and Briggs. Or maybe the one that CJ did is the Myers and Briggs. Did they give you like letters in your results, like INT something J, or did they just tell you your strengths and weaknesses?
Gosh, I'm trying to remember. This was 2016 when I did this. I remember it being this huge, like, binder. Like, we each got a binder. There was, like, graphs and stats. And I know it was something. It might have been something like that where it had, like, different. I know. I remember when I got it, I remember sitting there looking at it going, damn, this is a little confusing. I'm going to have to figure out. Because I wanted to learn, like, how they got to those results. Because, I mean, it was filled with, like, notes and, you know, like, the homework, how they got to this and how they got to that. It's because you scored here and this is what you were answering with these questions. And it was very detailed. I wish I could remember what it was called.
I think they have these online tests now. You can maybe take the test again.
Yeah, I wonder how they did get that. It's a good question. Good night, cold case. Yeah, this church, that's what I hear from everybody. It's like Scientology.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, there's a Spider-Man video, or it's trying to think of who. It's the video where he says, JP called me out. I'd like to check that one out.
I am going to put that on, and then I will be right back. I won't be long.
Okay.
It's playing.
That's a good question, Liberty. Do they use that, like the verbiage of that in Scientology? That's a good question. JP, what's up, Ashley? JP is referring to the disc type personality chart. Disc type personality chart. I never heard of that. Disc type personality chart. Yeah, I never heard that before. Damn, that forklift looks old as shit. Looks like something hit the cage of it too. It's all bent up. I used to have a forklift job.
Greetings, everybody. I am here to let you know that my silence is nothing more than wisdom and self-control so that we can win the war that is up ahead. And I am looking forward to presenting over 350 pieces of proof on what Micah thinks about her family and what Micah thinks about her lawyer and the things her lawyer's saying and the things that her family's saying and Charlotte and all these other people that are saying things. People forget that Micah corresponded with me more than anybody else on planet Earth. And I know her heart. And I have her text messages, and we're going to disprove all. There's so many lies. It seems like everybody thinks the world is flat. And you ask them why, and they say, well, it says on the news the world's flat. Or, Robbie Stinky Harvey said that it's flat. Or JLR Never Investigates says that it's flat. But when I get to court, I'm going to show you that the world is round. And you're going to be shocked at some of the things that you see that Micah says. And we're going to find out actually who is responsible for my wife's death. And Micah will have justice when it's all said and done. And I'm going to make sure of it. So thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you soon. God bless.
Since John Paul Miller felt the need to bring up my name, I felt the need to respond. John Paul, I want to remind you that you have the opportunity to tell your side and your story on my platform.
JP, this is Robbie Harvey and Justin on TikTok, man. And we're going to be respectful and allow you to speak.
Unfortunately, you declined, telling people that I was not a very nice person. And I respect your opinion, but let's be clear on a few things. I have never hit a woman with a truck twice, and I didn't cover up my license plate while doing it. I've also never posted a topless photo of my wife in anger just to hurt her. And I've never slashed her tires. I certainly haven't placed tracking devices on her vehicles, though you say the PI you hired was the one who did that. And I have never, ever texted her family saying I'm coming to get my wife and I'm armed and ready. And those are just the facts that we know now, things that you've admitted to doing. I haven't even brought up the allegations, specifically the ones from your ex-wife, who you spent many years with, like where she alleges you admitting to having inappropriate relationships with minors. And she alleges that you're addicted to women who walk the street, who ask for money in exchange for their services. You say people are believing the earth is flat because of what I say. Well, that's simply not true, John Paul. They believe what they hear and see. They heard you say that you have the same personality type as Hitler and Satan.
Because I discovered what my personality is. I'm a D.I. Other high D's. King Saul was a high D. The devil's a high D. Hillary Clinton is a high D. Hitler is a high D. Don't confuse those two, by the way. Anyway, I'm joking.
They heard you say that demons were coming out of you during a time of struggle.
For the past 4 weeks, I've had the most horrible battle and horrible time of my entire life. I've never, ever, not even close, been through what I'm going through right now in life. Not even close. Horrible. I mean, horrible, so bad. I'm seeing a psychiatrist every week. I'm on 900 milligrams of lithium. I'm seeing a counselor every week. I'm going to inner healing. I'm going to deliverance 3 times a week with pastors in the area. I'm doing everything I can just to be able to get out of bed. I'm so depressed. I want to die. I'm battling suicidal thoughts.
And he's preaching?
Yep. He is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder when this was. Hopefully they say the date of this. And if anybody knows the date of this video, please let me know. And also, if you have the link, send it to me because I'd like to watch this one.
Okay, I hope we're good so long because I'm subscribed.
I have unforgiveness, hatred, demons coming out of me. Horrible.
They heard you say that you had an announcement, and you told your congregation to stand up and walk out without talking about that announcement while your wife laid in a morgue.
We're not going to do an altar call today. Instead, I'm going to have you stand up and I'm going to make an announcement. And after the announcement, I'm going to ask that you leave church quietly and don't talk about the announcement here in the building, please, if you can, so y'all can stand to your feet. Before I make the announcement, I also want to say that my request to you is that you will continue to come to church and serve and give for the next little bit, because I don't want to I'm taking a little bit of a break, and I don't want to have to worry about the church. My break may be a few days, a few weeks, I don't know. I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. And it was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina. And we're going to have a funeral for her next Sunday here at 3 p.m. And so it's all I can, I'm just kind of going on adrenaline right now. So y'all pray for me and my kids and everybody. and she wasn't. Y'all knew that she wasn't well mentally, and that she needed her medicine that was hard to get to her. And so I'm sure there'll be more details to come.
I don't believe you were by Micah the day she died. Matter of fact, I know you were. I've always said that. But I do have questions about what happened. I do question if she allegedly reported the church to the IRS just a few days prior to her death. I do question why she felt the need to file for a protection order request.
That's what, okay. That's crazy. Is that true? Because when me and Tom were talking last night, we were talking about the fake church in Kenya, right? And we were talking, and I shouted you out because I told him when we first came across it and that you live in South Africa and it's something that you were like, let me check it out. And I told him about our conversations in the beginning when we started covering the case, and I told him about the conversation that you and me had when you told me it's kind of early, but I'm not seeing anything that's saying it's legit. And I don't want to come out and say that it's not legit because it's, it's respectable organizations and such that are supposed, you don't want to paint a bad light on something when you don't know for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I told him that, we had that conversation and we just weren't going to discuss it at that time, but that it was kind of interesting now how everything's coming out. It's actually coming out to be legit.
It looks like it. It really does.
When me and Tom were talking last night about it, he was saying, I think she got in contact with somebody and was letting other people know about the dirty deeds of what was taking place.
That's something I've also been thinking. It was like a feeling from the beginning.
And he just said IRS.
That is interesting.
Because she knows she's the wife, even though he's hiding it from the congregation, and he's probably trying to hide everything he can from his wife too. But damn well she knew a little bit or most of what the hell was going on.
Yeah, and I mean, what I was wondering was when I was looking up that school in Kenya, it's the website is framed in a way that it's her legacy, her project. Like,
right.
It's like, I don't know if there is or isn't anything wrong with that school, but the way it's been put is that it's on her. And I don't know, like, I don't have anything to support that there's something wrong there, but I don't have anything to support anything, is what I mean. Which I thought was weird.
Like it doesn't exist.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be. Because they were already trying to blame her for stealing money. This is the thing. She probably, when that story came out, about how she was supposedly stealing the funds, I bet you that was right after she said, look, if you don't fix your shit, I'm going to say something. It was probably during a warning that she gave him to get him to act right before she had to go that route. And I bet you that's when he started going, shit, we need to turn this around and make it look like she was the one doing it. So then when we do get caught, we can blame it on her. Not only the Kenya stuff, but we think she was stealing out of this one too. And if she stole out of that one, then she would probably steal out of that one.
Yeah. So when we were listening to that interview of Kay on your last drive, she said something about Pakistan, and I think
Yes.
she mentioned similar things happening there as well. I think she used the word affront for something. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think that's what I remember hearing. So that was like kind of almost makes you wonder, is Kenya on the same template in a way?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
use what works.
Yeah. I remember my first video on this case. I was trying to get people's opinion on it as well without saying it too straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. They get good at something and then they just repeat the same process. It's copy and paste.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's unusual in Africa. I mean, there's some amazing missionary groups, but there's also some who, they take advantage.
Yeah.
Very badly. I mean, it's a little bit more common than I think people realize in Africa.
Oh, it is. Like it's like I was bringing up last night. Anybody that's lived in the United States that watched TV in the 80s and the 90s, if you remember, like Sally Struthers taking a video with young malnourished children having flies flying all around them and saying, if you could send 5 cents a day, you could change, and then you get a photo of the child and all this other shit. It's a scam. And that's and a lot of the times, and this is what's crazy, like a lot of these times when there's any of these natural disasters and stuff like this, and donate here and donate here. It's crazy when you really look into a lot of these organizations, how many of them are really scams, where they'll send a small portion of what you donate to where they say it's going to go, but most of it's going in their pocket.
Yeah.
You got to do your homework on these organizations because a lot of them seem legit. And then when you look down and break it down in the percentages of what they put out to what they take in, a lot of them do it just to get the cash grab and pull on your heartstrings because they know if you see a child on TV that's malnourished and has flies all flying in their face and shit, that you're going to go, 5 cents a day is not very much. And the next thing you know, a whole country's giving 5 cents a day, and next thing you know, they're banking it. And these people are still in the same situation. They're just using them for videos to pull at your heartstrings.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with this case, people sometimes feel that it can go more unnoticed. Because
you don't know.
Continent as well, like it's further away. It's that kind of thing.
It's halfway across the globe.
Yeah, exactly.
And they don't know. They're just getting a photo of a kid. And who knows? How do you know that they don't take that photo and send it, okay, we got this photo sent in all 50 states. Now we got to use the next one. So that way each person in each state doesn't get the same photo twice, so then people catch on to it. But that same photo might be in all 50 states and they just have a rotation. You don't know. Like, you really don't know. You got to check out you got to do your homework on these organizations. Not that you shouldn't, because you should, because that's what we're here for, is to help everybody, help one another. But at the same time, you can't be donating the money that you could be helping. You don't donate it to hot dog steaks. You got to make sure you don't donate it to hot dog steaks.
Exactly.
This is True Crime Overtime with Rosie Norma. Drop your link in the chat, please, Rosie.
Thank you. And it's Robbie Harvey. Oh yeah, I did put it there. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Okay. Yeah,
that's the link for the video.
Did I do it wrong?
just go to the channel and then click on home, and then it'll give you the link. It's got some kind of featured thing on it or something, like it's the video link.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
That's all
learning.
good. It's all good.
And I forgot what I was saying because I'm learning. Okay.
Me too.
All right. I'll let this continue and then I'll adjust that link.
Okay.
File for a protection order request and separation from you. I do question your text messages to the African mission team just minutes after you were served those papers. I do question why she was texting friends on Friday night saying she was excited to see them at church on Sunday. I do question what was said to her Friday night. I do question what happened Saturday morning. I do question that if she was in such a dark place, why was she dancing and smiling at the gun shop? I do question if you were allegedly tracking her just moments before she died. I do question the Robeson County Sheriff's Department. I do question the 2 bullet casings. I do question the live round. I do question the fisherman. I do question how he got her stuff and didn't see her body. I do question how her body floated so far away so he couldn't see her body in just a matter of moments. I do question the kayakers. I do question why these people weren't interviewed. I do question that if she wanted to be found by her family, why she traveled so far away and waded through water.
That seems like everything we've questioned.
Yeah, it's everything that we've questioned.
And you got to check out last night's show because me and Tom broke everything down with video and stuff too. This is the craziest part that last night when we were going into stuff, Rosie. Did you know that it took them an hour and 7 minutes from 4:20, what was it, you guys? 4:28 to 5:30? No. What time was it? Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. It was an hour and 7 minutes. So 4:23 or something like that. 4:23. Yeah. From 4:23 to 5:30 is how long it took them when they were notified where the body was at till when they got to the body, Rosie. An hour and 7 minutes. They were already there at 3:30 using their drones. Somebody came up to them during their flight of drones at 3:45 or shortly after that. Somebody came up to them and said that they found the bag. The fisherman that found the bag said that he came up to them, told them about the bag, and then at 4:23 is when a 911 call came in letting them know where the body was at, and they didn't get there till 5:30. Now, when we've walked there, it only took 6 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, none of that makes sense at all.
An hour and 7 minutes.
Wow. I mean, okay. Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either until last night. And the thing is these fishermen, you guys, if you missed last night's show, you definitely got to check it out. It's packed from beginning to end. I know it's a long show, but trust me, it's well worth it. We went into a lot of the fishermen stories too, and listening to both of the kayaker, the fishermen, all these different people talking. And the crazy thing is that the guy talking about where the kayaker, the guy talking about where not only where he found the bag, we showed how a kayak or a boat's not going in there. We showed how if you do see the bag and where he described it at the end of the trail, which it's not a trail, but at the end of the trail that we walked, you would have to see the body if you saw the bag. And when it comes to the fisherman's story about how you get to where the body was at, that's not too hard to tell law enforcement where the body's located, because the guy already, he goes, can you get back there from a boat? He goes, oh, no. There's trails. There's trails back there, and that trail leads you right to where that bag was at. Well, then wait a minute. If you know the layout that well, and you're the one that called in, you and your buddy, because they both keep saying, I know he didn't have nothing to do with it. He said, I didn't have nothing to do with it. Now, when it comes to that, how in the hell can you sit there and give an exact location, tell the reporter that's recording your interview, no, you got to go down here, and then you got to go down this, and it's at the end of the trail, da 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 da. Don't you think that you called that shit in? The body is in the same spot. So if you are familiar with that area, which those guys are, and you're talking to LE, when you're looking at that the sky, the view from the sky, you know, the bird's eye, when you're talking about the location of the body when it comes to the lake, it's not too hard to describe it, because it's the only part of the lake in that section that goes, it's like an indentation into the woods. So when you're telling somebody, yeah, I found a body, it's at the end of this trail right here, you just go down this trail, the body's right there. Well, what part of the lake is it at, sir? Okay, you know, if you're looking, you know, from top down, because they were flying drones, right? You know, if you're looking top down, and it's the only part of the lake that actually, like, goes into the woods. It's right in that little area right there. That's the only part of that lake. So when you tell them it's on this side, you can take a trail to get there, and it's the only part of the lake that goes in. How hard is it to find the damn place? Why does it take an hour and 7 minutes?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
I mean, it shouldn't.
That's one of the questions I'm going to have when I go to that protest. An hour and 7 minutes. Why did it take an hour and 7 minutes to get to her body when you got the call of her body location? From the parking lot to the spot is literally 10 minutes.
It's not right.
We have video to prove it. We have video to show you. This trail that supposedly ends where the bag is, I showed you with the footage. That trail goes and curves to the left, and you keep going straight. That's not at the end of a trail. And if you're walking trails, you ain't going in there, because you're sitting there and you're looking, and you can see on the footage, it don't look like a trail. You see the log? There's a huge log in the water. There ain't no kayak or boat getting back there.
Lala's Venture in chat says they said they had to wait on a supervisor.
Oh, give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break. You had to wait. Did you have to wait for a supervisor to fucking fly a drone? And you're already out there for 2 hours. You showed up at 3:30. You already knew what you were responding to. So why in the hell wasn't the supervisor out there right away? Because you know we're not showing up to a spot where we don't know what happened. No, you're showing up because you already think somebody did this and that. So your supervisor should have fucking been there before 2 hours.
Especially
supervisor, my ass.
That they don't know if it was successful or not. So they might have still been looking to do resus. because we don't know how the call ended.
Right. And just because somebody doesn't pick up the phone, if 911 calls them back 2 times and they don't answer, it doesn't mean that it's for sure either.
Exactly. So they
But
would have. Yeah.
But you know what you're responding to. You don't show up to a fire with a fucking ambulance.
Right.
It don't make sense. You don't show up to a fire with an ambulance. If you're going to that kind of call and you need a supervisor, the supervisor should be there already, if not a few minutes after everybody else.
Exactly. Yeah.
You think so, Tanya? You're already out there, then get a call, and then you think it just just give me a call if she actually did it. I'm enjoying this barbecue. Like what, man?
Oh my goodness.
Not
imagine.
saying that's what happened, because I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just giving it fucking some kind of like, what else can it be? Why else is it taking you an hour and freaking 7 minutes? Where were you even at? And why in the hell weren't you there in the first place? You got some lady sitting there saying she's going to do this. You got 911 calling back that can't get an answer on the phone anymore. What's the percentages that something probably fucking happened? Probably pretty high. Why not? Why are you not coming there prepared? It's just like the park rangers handing Micah Miller's family the bullets. The park rangers. What the hell are they even doing in a crime scene like that in the first place? Do park rangers have to go through crime scene evidence collection and preservation?
I mean, I doubt it.
I doubt it either. Like, and then they're handing them shell casings. What the fuck, bro?
I mean, processing a scene is pretty complicated.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And park rangers have that. Nothing. I'm not knocking park rangers, because they're not going there to handle cell phone enlivings and shit. You know, they're going there to maintain wildlife, make sure the nature is protected. You know, it's real stuff. That's why they're there. That's their job. Their job is not a crime scene investigation.
Yeah, no, I also just mean that, like, to process a crime scene, it's like its own training that can take like 4 years.
Tell us
like
about it.
being included in the park ranger. We don't have park rangers. I don't really know what that is, but
well, a park ranger is like a person with a badge that, you know, they can detain you and things like that and stuff. They're like property managers of the state park. Okay. They make sure they manage the property, the lawns. They make sure that, you know, this gets built or this gets fixed, or it's upkeep of the property. And so with the upkeep, that's basically what they do. But like with you, there's an echo. Is it me?
I don't know. I'm not hearing it.
I'm not hearing it either. You are in crime scenes and stuff, you know, so I think you would know, you know, if you want to tell everybody, you know, kind of your part of your field or whatever, like what you do.
Well, I think it's different in the States as well, but what I'm currently studying is not like to be a crime scene technician, so it's just an investigative degree, so it's everything forensic. So that would include stuff still like, interviewing or some digital forensics, anything to do with what it would take to be an investigator, whether that's private or with the state. So my understanding of like crime scenes is mostly from observing. So I don't have a lot of like hands-on experience, but I do have to know how to like cordon off the scene, preserve the scene, prepare the scene for the people who are like more specialized in being able to process the scene. So I've done a lot of watching, and I've done a lot of like just studying how that works. But I mean, processing the actual scene is not something that I would even really know how to do on my own. I could basically I would wait for the right people, make sure that it's about the integrity of the scene. So it's something really, really, really complicated. If you have limited or no training, I wouldn't trust myself to do what these park rangers apparently would have done, if that's true. So I mean, I wasn't trying to insult them, but I'm just saying, like, I've seen what's involved, and it's really, really not easy. So yeah.
Right. And they're not going to train you if it's not really expected to happen. That's a lot of training for something that probably would never, not that it doesn't happen, obviously it does, because there's other cases out there where same situation where those things happen in those kind of locations. But oh gosh, what the hell's falling off this truck, man? There's pieces of whatever flying off of it. Sorry, I forgot. There's chunks of that hitting my car, and I could hear it, whatever it is.
You were saying it's not really expected to happen there.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be their jurisdiction to be able to.
There wouldn't be a lot of training for it because
I don't expect
there's training for others.
Yeah.
So, and then you have, they got the call. And then ended up going out there, contacting the office. So why weren't the park rangers just there to be on the perimeter to make sure nothing got in to the crime scene to maintain the integrity, right? That's like what you would do, right? You would make sure that the crime scene is coordinated on the outside perimeter to make sure that nothing is going to come in to that area to contaminate or alter.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I don't know how it works in the States, but as far as I understand, there'd be a difference between crime scene processing and crime scene management. So crime scene management would, I'm still a student and in South Africa, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but what I think what they would probably need is some kind of probably crime scene management skills where they can, cordon off the scene, and they know how to get hold of all of the right people and stuff like that and direct them.
Yeah. And that's what you think would have taken place. But if you listen to the interview with the dad, when he's talking about when they collected, he said he handed him the casings and the park ranger handed it to him.
That's improper.
So
that's very, very improper.
If it was collected properly, then why would Ellie say, "Hey, here's the shell casings. Go ahead and give them to the family"?
That to me, and I'm just speculating, that to me means that in everybody's mind, it was confirmed that it was self-inflicted before any routine investigation was done. So they went there with that attitude.
Yep.
There's nothing to investigate here.
Yeah.
So that would be premature in my mind.
Yeah, go listen to the dad. I believe it was the dad that said it, or it might have been the sister.
I think it was the dad.
I'm pretty sure it was a dad, but I'm half loopy tired, so you never know.
You're doing fine.
We're doing good. I'm let me see. How far am I into the trip here? I think I'm at like 3 hours now. We're doing good. We're a quarter of the way there.
Good. Let me take this back a little bit.
Yeah, sorry about that.
To know where she was.
I just want my family to know where to find me.
I do question why you didn't rush to her side. I do question why you were out with Susie just days after her death. I do question why your father said you weren't with a woman the day Micah died, but yet police say you were. I do question why a pastor owned a bar. I do question a lot. And it's okay to ask these questions. And I hope you have the answer to these questions soon.
He didn't own the bar. We talked to Tom last night, and because I asked him about Crocodile, and he said that oh my gosh, this is crazy. Okay, so that he owned a share of the bar. He didn't own the bar. Mark Kaufman owns the bar and other properties around the area, and he's really rich. Once the church, because they were about to lose the church at one point, because when everybody found out that he cheated with Micah before him and Micah got married, Tom said that after him and Micah got busted cheating, 98% of the church left. Okay? 98% of the people that went to that church left. So he was supposed to not even be preaching anymore. He was supposed to be removed. 2 weeks goes by and he says, I'm not going to be removed. I'm going to keep preaching, and then just keeps doing it. At that point, the church attendance and the money coming in was so little that they were on the verge of losing the church. And that's when this Mark Kaufman guy comes in and buys this private plane for $400,000 and invests all this money, and next thing you know, he's going to church playing piano in the church band and up in the front seat and all this other stuff. And I said, Tom, did he ever go to that church before that? And he goes, nope, never seen him.
Interesting.
So once he puts an investment into the church, now he's all up in that shit. I was like, yeah, he probably was told he'll get a 5% cut in all profits for the future. So he didn't own the bar. And I know a lot of people are saying, talking about him owning Crocodile Rocks. No, he owns shares, doesn't own the bar. Mark Kaufman is the real owner of the bar.
Interesting.
Did I go to sleep, Tanya? No, I didn't. I had to get off live last night to go to sleep, and you were still going. Yeah, we went 7 hours. Trust me, all of it is jam-packed, all 7 hours. If you got to take a couple days to check it out, you definitely want to check out the whole show and the whole conversation. I got done with the show this morning, and I was like, damn, I'm so wired from the show. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get any sleep. It probably would have taken me a couple hours to get to sleep, and then who knows. So I just went ahead and got on the road, and I'm going to take me a little nap after we're done with this morning show. We're still going for a few more hours, so we're good. Then I'll get a little nap in between, but I am going to be back tonight too. We're going to have Tom back on again, talking some more, part 2.
And I hope you have the evidence that can point in the direction of who's responsible for Micah's death. I know you're going to give us a lot of text messages, good ones from your wife. And I know you're going to provide more from her family and Charlotte. I know it. Remember, you've known Micah since she was 14 years old. I have no doubt there's a lot of good things she had to say about you. But that doesn't undo what you've done. That doesn't undo what you've admitted to. That doesn't undo the facts. And my platform is always available for you to provide those answers and to tell your side. You are welcome to speak your truth. The problem is, Micah can no longer speak hers. So somebody has to ask the questions.
Oh my gosh, the dramatic music. It's like I'm watching a soap opera.
Yeah.
The dramatic music at the end. This platform is available for you. Like, what, dude? We said for JP, I told his ass. I was like, bro, call me. 335. Man.
Yeah. Straightforward.
Why are you gonna, like, for real, JP? Why are you gonna fuck with people that get shaky and scared when they're holding the camera for you? All right. Why are you gonna mess with people that sit there and have to make videos about you called me out? I ain't gonna. Dude, you want to say some shit about me? Go ahead, man. I'm here to talk real, and I would love to. Trust me, there's plenty of questions I have for you, and maybe it might be good for you. Who knows? I don't know, but this guy right here, yeah, the soap opera, the dramatic music at the end. I've never heard him do that before. Is that just normal shit? We've only watched a couple of his videos. I never heard the dramatics at the end.
He's trying something new, okay?
It's like, what the hell? This platform's always open for you. Okay. No, I'm not saying soap operas aren't good. I'm saying they use that dramatic music, Brown Eyed Girl. You know what I mean? Like some crazy shit, shocking thing happened, and you got like the dun 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 dun. You're like, whoa, what's gonna happen? You know, if there's something sad and stuff. You know, it's just the different music that pulls at your heartstrings or gets you pumped up or get your blood going. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for next week. You know? That's what they do. They suck you in. They suck you in.
They do.
Yeah.
They got it right.
Oh my gosh, I wonder what's going to happen to Bobby and Janet next week. Oh gosh.
And nothing happens, right? It's just the same.
No, it gets drug on because they split that shit up. You only get to watch like a minute and a half clip of Bobby and Janet, and then it switches to somebody else, and then somebody else, and then somebody else, and then you get back to Bobby and Janet for another minute and a half, and then it's all over the place.
Then you have to wait till next week, right?
Yeah, you guys constantly gotta wait. They take a whole year to tell you a month's worth of story. Like, dude, you know, and then in that month, like, this person's cheated on 6 people, and this other person, you know, unalived 2 other people suspiciously, and it's just like, whoa, what the hell is going on in this little town? It's crazy. I'm not in Alabama. Huh?
She says, hey, don't knock soaps.
I'm not knocking them, but that shit's real. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm not saying anything's bad with it. It sucks you in, man. It sucks you in. Listen, I worked at Kmart for a little while, all right? And I worked during the daytime. This is right after, like a year after high school. Went
Okay,
and
you have to
worked at
first remind us in African what that is.
Kmart. It's like a Walmart, but it's, you know, a smaller version or whatever. And I was working during the day, you know, so I worked with a bunch of old people. All right. So what did I get to watch when I had my lunch break at work? I got to watch fucking soaps. All right. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not bullshit. I got sucked into that motherfucker at my lunch break.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. I literally go get, because I would usually get Doritos and cottage cheese or something and use my chips the cottage cheese for chip dip. And I'd, you know, eat my Doritos and little snacks like that or whatever. And I don't know what it was, but I think it was General Hospital. Probably. It sounds right. Yeah, I got sucked into that shit. I'm not knocking it because the shit works, man. You really do get sucked into it. But yeah, after I was done, you know, like working at Kmart, I was like, okay, thank God. Because, you know, even though I got sucked into that one, it still was kind of annoying because it's just not my thing. But I wasn't talking shit. It's real shit, though. They suck you in. They suck you in.
Yeah.
Because you really do. You're like, fuck, I want to know what happened to Bobby and Janet next week. You know, you really do. It might have been Young and the Restless. I don't know. It was Bold and the Beautiful. Something. I wish I could remember like a character, and then you guys could tell me. Carly. Oh, okay. Here's a character, Carly, and she was like, I think she had short hair, but this is way back in like 2000. Before 2000, this is like 98, 99.
Do you remember another name?
I just remember Carly. That's one name that popped into my head.
Okay.
Yeah, so Carly. I don't know. I just remember Carly. I don't remember any of those other names.
Oh, well.
So let me. Yeah, let me know. Let me know if you know who Carly was. Days of Our Lives? Is that what it was? Days of Our Lives? I'm trying to think of another character that.
I remember Days of Our Lives. I don't remember a Carly.
No?
Well, maybe I wouldn't remember properly, but pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Carly, and I think one of the people that was in the soap played two different people, and it was like a younger girl, and I think she played two different people in the show. So she like changed her hair for one character, and it was one way for the other.
Days of Our Lives.
Days of Our Lives. There we go. That's what it was. Yep. That's the one. I had no choice. I was outvoted, you know?
We know.
I was like, I want to watch Wheel of Fortune. No, we're watching. So, okay. All right. I'll just eat my fucking chips and cottage cheese and move on.
I do that too. Doritos and cottage cheese. I didn't know that anyone else did, but I do.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It is.
It's good chip dip. All right. So what do you want to, since we're on this topic, or do you guys want to switch it up, or do you want to go back? First, let me know if there's anything breaking, because we're on the road. So if there is something breaking, let us know. We'll go ahead and check it out. Number two, Do you guys want to stay on the same topic, come back to it, and go to another one? We're talking, as of right now, we're talking Idaho 4, Sebastian, and Micah Miller. So if you guys want to talk about, just go ahead and type in chat what you guys want us to go to next. Do you want us to stay with Micah for right now? Do you want us to come back to it later? Go to Sebastian, go to Idaho 4, let us know. It's up to you guys. Just type in chat.
Okay, and I'm gonna leave you guys to chat for 5-10 minutes, and I'll be right back, and then we'll.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. What time is it? 8:44. I actually kind of do want to make a little Hardee's pit stop at some point this morning. Come back to Micah later. Need a Micah break? Yeah, we can come back to it later. One thing I want to listen to is there's a video from the lawyer talking about the court hearings. There's another video from Law and Crime Network I wanted to check out with you guys, and some other things for that case. When it comes to Sebastian, I do want to hear this interview that JLR had with the neighbor. And there's some other things too with that. So it's up to you guys. I see Sebastian and Idaho 4. Well, we just did a video the night before last, Tanya, because I was the one of 6 people that got the C&D from Seth. And we broke down his latest interview a couple nights ago with him talking about the reasons why he sent them out. And we broke down the whole thing, and he can check the tape. We never did any of those things. So I'm still curious as why I'm one of 6 people that got a C&D. I would like to see the proof of what I've done according to the C&D, or why it was warranted, because as much as they say that they're not about threats, it's a threat, because you're sending me a letter from a law firm telling me that I've done this, this, and this, and this. Where's the proof? Talking about have done it. I haven't done it. So where's the fucking proof? Oh yeah. I have the damn letter in my computer bag. I did not do anything that was written in that letter to me, and I have done nothing according to the reasons that he claims that he sent them out to people. You got to check that out. If you missed that out, it's from a couple nights ago. We break down the whole thing. It's a bunch of bullshit. I break down each time something was stated. It's not happening. Sorry if I'm getting choppy, you guys. Yeah, you guys heard about that pic, brown-eyed girl? Yeah. If you're on TikTok, just look me up, Evil CJ. Follow me. I just got one a couple days ago. Was hesitant for years to even get one, but a lot of the people that I communicate with are using TikTok. So at this point, it's like, well, I just need to go ahead and get one. Yeah, he's a moron. He's a hot dog steak. Go to my video section and see some of the videos I posted about that hot dog steak. Bunch of hot dog steaks walking around there. And the thing is the water's so tainted, the people that are there smelling the hot dog steaks are going, damn, that smells like a good steak. That's the problem. Big time hot dog steak. Oh, it's bullshit, Rosie from Jersey. When you hear oh man. And nobody even was like, why'd you send CJ one then? You know? So now all of these people that watch this think that I've done one of these things or multiple things that Seth claims, and it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I'm not worried about that, Tanya. That's why I never even worried about TikTok, because I know you can blow the fuck up on TikTok. It's not about blowing up. It's about having the right community and about having the right people. So I could have 20 people and then be about peace, positivity, and progress, and I'm fucking happy. What I'm not happy with is having 200 and having to deal with bullshit half the time. That's just not what we're about, because when I got to deal with bullshit half the time, so do you guys too in chat. So it's not about how many, it's the quality. But I didn't join TikTok for that. I joined it because it was easier for me to be able to communicate with some of the people that I'm in contact with. And also, because of that, I'm like, well, I'm going to go ahead and make one. And I might as well, while I'm doing my live streams on YouTube, I might as well show other clips and upload them to TikTok while I'm doing my live streams. It's kind of like the other day where if you're following me on TikTok, I was able to give everybody a sneak peek of the video of where Micah was found, because I have to wait for YouTube's upload process. And with TikTok, I could literally upload it, and like 5 or 10 minutes later, that 20-minute video is available for you. So if you do follow me on TikTok, you got that Where Micah's video probably a good 2 hours, 3 hours before everybody else did. So I'm going to be doing different things like that. There's so many fake TikTok accounts, is there? I just know I've been dealing with TikTok for the longest time is people copying my shit on YouTube and then playing it on TikTok like it's theirs. So I was on TikTok before I even had a fucking TikTok, but we're on here now, so. We're gonna get Tom hooked up so he doesn't have to mess with it that much either. He'll be on YouTube. What a conversation last night, man. I was surprised too. I'm like, how do I summarize this conversation? We covered so many different things, but we have so much more to get into. How many of you guys watched last night? I bet not many. I bet not many watched the whole thing last night, because they got to be in bed right now. That was a long show, but man, it was packed with so much conversation. We just went from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, stuck on this one for a while, exploring, breaking it down, analyzing it. It was good stuff. It's good stuff. It's a long live, but trust me, I even want to re-listen to it. Like, there's so much in it. You know? Like, when I was done with the live, I'm sitting there going, damn, there was so much in this live. I feel like I need to rewatch it and take notes. There was so much shit in it. Oh, thank you. It was, man. That, and we got more coming tonight, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, everybody was surprised that I got the letter, right? Because everybody knows I didn't do any of that stuff. Everybody knows I didn't do any of that stuff. But did you hear the things that he was saying? And he kept referring, and I sent them this because they did this, and they did this, and they did this. And I'm sitting there going, fucking prove it that I did this shit. Check the tape. But the thing is who, because everybody knows I'm one of 6 people that got it. So the thing is when everybody's watching that, they're going, what did CJ do? CJ did something. He's one of 6 fucking people. Oh, CJ must have did this. Oh, CJ must have did this. Oh, CJ must have did this. Because nobody said, how come you sent one to CJ because he didn't do this? He should have been called out. When he's saying all these things, okay, that's fine. So-and-so did this, and so-and-so did this, and so-and-so did this. But Seth, CJ didn't do any of those things. So why did you exactly send one to CJ? And if he had his reasons, he would have said it. I'd like to know. Prove it to me. You know what I'm saying? Prove it to me. Because as far as I'm concerned, the shit that you wrote me was a fucking threat. And you wonder why TBI's calling your fucking ass, because everybody's calling you in as a fucking threat. Why do you think the police called your ass, bro? Because your shit is illegal. Just like JLR showed you guys. That right there in the state of Tennessee is a legal fucking threat. What he sent to everybody. Now, when you're looking at the list and what he said for his reasons, let's be honest. Yes, there was people out there doing each of these things that he said. I didn't do not one of them.
Yeah.
Why did nobody have the confidence to ask him about what the fucking reasons were when they know I didn't do any of those things either? And they know if they were in that position where Seth was on my shit saying that shit about so-and-so, don't you think that so-and-so would be like, CJ, can I at least come up on the panel to defend myself? CJ, can you at least stick up for me? Because you know I didn't do any of these things if I'm not able to come up on panel? Because if you're going to call shit out like you claim, well then call fucking shit out. Call it out. That's why I had to break it down a couple reasons, because it's like, yo, I'm going to take my time going through every freaking reason that you're given, Seth. I'm going through every freaking reason, and we're going to sit here and we're going to talk about it because the community knows what the fuck I do and what I don't. The community knows what I've said and what I haven't. So we did it together. And then I'm sitting here listening to the way that he's talking about these people and the names and the verbiage and the negative terms and all of these different things. And I'm going, why is nobody asking him about what reasons he had to send me one? I wasn't one of 50 people. I wasn't. Somebody said, well, maybe he just sent you a letter by mistake. One of 6 people? One of 6 people, and one of them is a mistake? Thank you, baby girl Ocean. Hope you do too. It's a joke. It wasn't a mistake. One of 6 is for a reason. It wasn't 50 like everybody was talking about. 6 people. There's not a mistake in sending it out to only 6 people. That's not a mistake. Somebody didn't accidentally put my fucking name on the letter and send me the letter. It's a mistake if somebody puts the address on the outside and then it's a blank letter to whoever it can be. No, when your freaking name is on the letter and you get the letter, it's not a mistake. He thinks he's a fucking bully. Please, I've stood next to this dude. Please. There ain't shit to be worried about, all right? There ain't shit to be worried about. Another 4 to 6? Why? It's a joke. I should call TBI. I really should. I'll do that when I get home. Fuck it. I wasn't even gonna, you know what I mean? Because to me, it's just like, dude, you're just fucking blowing fucking dandelions in the wind, man. You know? I wasn't even gonna, there's other people doing it. They get the point. They get the point. I'm just like, yo, whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever. But damn, the more that I sit here and I think about it, I should fucking call their ass up. I should call their ass up.
Power in numbers,
I should. Fuck it. Wasting money and time, damn straight. And you guys, and think about it, you guys. He sent me one. I never did the shit that he claims. And I was the only one driving 6 hours a fucking day, searching all day to go search. You go watch these other people searching. They spend 75% of their fucking time in their cars. What'd you see when I was out there searching for 2 months? As soon as I got to location, I'm out there searching. 5, 6, 7, 8 freaking hours. I'm not sitting in my damn car 75% of the time going to the same spots that I went to 3 weeks ago or last week or earlier that day just to make it look like I'm out there doing shit. These people, dude, just look at you log up the time, go to the people that are out there streaming the searches and log the fucking time of how much they're in their car compared to how much they're out there fucking walking around. Well, even if they're walking around in the same spot that they walked around in 2 hours before, still tally up the difference.
Exactly.
More than 75%. I'm being generous saying 75%. They spend more than 75% in their frickin' car. Anybody can go watch our shows and see what we do and what we were doing. And it's even more of a fucking disgusting joke from that motherfucker to send me that shit when I did all of that for his ass. Even after his fucking mom wanted to make shit up about me and fucking spread misinformation where I had to correct it 4 damn times because everybody believes her. And even after that, when I was disgusted at how I was being treated from her, even after that, and you can go watch, still able to come in my shows, and I was still saying, let me know wherever you want me to search because I'll go wherever you want me to go. Even after I was treated that way. And this is what the fuck I get in return? Bro, I'm not a motherfucker that you threaten. And this goes for anybody. I'm not somebody you threaten and you don't fucking follow through with your shit. Because when you threaten me, I expect your ass to follow through with it. Just be ready for the battle. Because as much as you want to think that you're going to get over on me, I've already done got over on your ass, and I'm just not using it yet until I need to. It's ridiculous.
It really is.
I was still out there searching, still out there doing whatever I could, and that is how I'm repaid. It makes me feel so good when we have Tom up there last night, when I'm going out there to these protests and going out there to these locations, and all of these people are saying, CJ, thank you so much. That's not what I'm asking for. But damn, when you're fucking putting in hard-ass work, it's nice for people to let you feel appreciated instead of the other. Disrespected is what it is. When it's obvious that a search crew is at your fucking vigil and your lazy ass can't walk 10 fucking steps to come out and say, hey guys, appreciate all the stuff that you're doing out there. Your lazy ass can't even walk 10 steps over to us, and we're all wearing search crew shit. It's obvious. I got mud up and down my fucking pants when I'm there. It's obvious we're working our ass off, going through woods and all this other shit, and you can't even walk the lazy motherfucking 10 steps. It ain't about receiving the thank yous. It's like, damn, if I was in that position and my child was missing and I saw the people that were out there fucking busting their ass, I'm taking the 10 lazy ass fucking steps over there to tell them how much I appreciate them. Because I already know that when I walk up there and tell those people that I appreciate them, you know what I just did to their motivation? You know what I just did to their energy? You know what I just did to their desire? I amplified the fuck out of their energy and their desire that they're giving towards what I'm asking people to help with. Because it's management 101. It's called, I don't need to do it, but I'm going to go do it. Number one, because they're doing what they're doing. And number two, I know if I go up there and tell them how much I appreciate it coming from the person that has the missing child, I know damn well that's probably going to give them a hell of a lot more motivation to go out there and search a hell of a lot more. Instead, you want to get on a fucking talk show and say, fuck everybody that's mad at me for teaming up. But fuck everybody when nobody even said shit. It's like, bro, what the fuck's going on? Is somebody pissing your Cheerios?
Sorry.
I answered my own question. What is that, Lalas? What did I answer?
Sorry, I'm just trying to see what people voted before I left. So,
What's up,
right.
411? Oh, you're good. It feels good when families and communities before this bullshit and families and communities that I'm spending time with after this bullshit, all of them are the same. It's nothing but appreciation and support. That's the only fucking place that we've been treated like this. And I'm one of 6. Wow. I'm one of 6. And the sad part is people that I thought who claimed to know me, should know me, couldn't even stick up for me.
Yeah.
That's the sad part about it is. And before that was deflecting their negative shit onto me like it was my fault when the person was talking shit about your ass and my ass for a month before I even said some shit. I didn't start getting hate until I started getting on this person's panel. It's facts, people. Check the tape. I wasn't getting attacked from these people until I was already on panel for a fucking month. And then I started getting lumped into it too. And then after a month of having shit talk about my brain cells and how I'm missing brain cells and all this other shit, like I'm some mentally challenged person because I'm hanging out on somebody else's fucking panel. So then I try and stick up for them. And then I start getting hate. And then a few nights ago, oh, well, CJ did this. CJ did this. DJ did this. And that's why you're getting the hate. Shit's twisted. Shit's twisted. Because I know if the situation was reversed, that person would have been expecting me to stand up for them in the same situation. Yeah. Listen, I give 150%. And when I get less than 100, you get fucking 0 from me. And as far as I'm concerned, I got less than 100 this last week.
Yeah.
It was already questionable to be less than 100 before it even got to that Seth interview. And after that, I really was shown. I got less than fucking 100. I'll still be cool, but you get 0%. Because I don't fuck with people that don't give me 125 back. And if anybody can sit there and say that I got 125 or even 100 back this last week when it comes to this shit, check the fucking tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I was. There was a contribution as well.
Yes, let me heart that.
From Rosie.
Rosie from Jersey, the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much for the contribution to the community. Huh?
It says, CJ, I joined your channel because you keep always neutral and are out there. Never got in their personal lives and keep it about.
That's right. Even when Grandmama came up and told me some shit to make the Proudfoots look bad, you could see I didn't ask no more questions after that. I went back to the search. I was talking about the search before she said that. After she said that, I'm talking about the damn search. You're exactly right. I didn't get into their personal shit, which is what she was wanting me to do, for me to promote her negative personal shit, so it didn't look like it was her. I'm not your fucking guinea pig, and I'm not some piece of shit that you can sit there and twist and manipulate. No. And the sad part is I was ready to go apologize to her ass that same night when I went to the vigil. I was going to go apologize to her even though I wasn't in the fucking wrong. And then after she couldn't even come up and tell me to my face, she had to tell somebody else to tell me. She couldn't even after she couldn't even come up to me and talk to me about it because I was going to apologize even though I wasn't in the wrong. That's 150. But then after the end and they got in their fucking car and drove off, it's like, okay, I ain't apologizing for shit because I wasn't wrong anyway.
Exactly. I'm glad you didn't.
I'm glad I didn't too. Because I do that. Sometimes I just apologize for shit that I didn't even do because it's about the long road, not the short road, you know? And sometimes I'll be like, you know what? It's better for the long term for me to just accept whatever it is and let's move on, you know? And that's what it was about. I knew I wasn't in the wrong. I knew I didn't do the things that she was claiming. But to me, it's like, you know what? It's the long run. It's about Sebastian. You know, I'll just apologize, even though I didn't do nothing wrong. I'll just apologize. Be the 150. No. What's up, Kathy? I like how that's spelled. That's cool. I've been watching you long enough to know that you don't do that crap. I thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Like, for real. Like, I'm just trying out there to do the fucking work, you know? Whether it's Hendersonville, Myrtle Beach, you know, frickin' Nashville, Idaho, whatever. I'm just trying to do the work. It already takes so much of my time having to travel and prep and go out on location and do all these other things. I don't have fucking time to sit and deal with bullshit. That's why, you know, I don't even have, like, when it comes to the shit that's going on with this case and the mudslinging that's being thrown all over the place, I don't even know 3/4 of the fucking mudslinging and what it really truly is about because I don't have that fucking time. The time that I got is to prepare and travel and do the work that needs done for these souls out here that need it. Because when I gotta take away any time to deal with dumb shit, that's time I gotta take away from the people that deserve it. That's what I do, hide and seek. You gotta know your worth, whether it's your job, your family, your friendship, your lover. Know your worth. Because how many people are on this planet? Look that up real quick if you can, Rosie. I'm curious. How many people are on planet Earth? I'd like to know this. I never known the number. I'm curious.
I think it's something like 7 billion.
7 billion?
7.9.
All right. So 8 billion. 8 billion people on planet Earth. I don't know the statistics. I'm sure there's more women than men, just slightly or whatever, right? It lands on tails 51% of the time, heads on 49. Okay. There's 4 billion people out there that have the opportunity to treat you right. 4 billion. Know your worth. 4 billion. The odds are in my favor, baby. The odds are in my favor. Why do I need to fuck with you if there's 4 billion other people out there that would love to treat me the way that I need to be treated? Right?
Okay, 4 billion are men and 3.95 billion are women.
3.95 billion are women. That's still pretty damn good odds, Rosie. 3.9 billion.
Yeah.
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 That's pretty damn good odds. Know your worth, people. Know your worth. Thank you for looking that up.
You're cutting out.
Here for me. Oh, I was just saying thank you for looking it up. Because now I can refer to there's 3.95 billion out there people for me that could treat me better,
Yeah.
right? Or could treat me the way I should be treated or need to be treated or whatever.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
3.95 billion. It's a beautiful day today now that I'm thinking about it, right? Damn. Wake up and go scream at the sun and say thank you, you know? Jeez. Oh, so what do we got for the Sebastian case in our little playlist thing for today, Rosie? What do we? Go ahead and pick one. We'll let you pick it. I think you want Sebastian, right? We're talking about Sebastian. We might as well. Well, we're talking about Seth and Grandmama.
Yes.
Grandmama. What's up, Dre? Thank you. Appreciate you. And thank you all. We hit 12K last night. After the show was over, we hit 12K. I want to say thank you all for your support, not only continued support for being a part of the community, but also for the new people. Let's see. Also for the new people that have just joined the family, I appreciate your support as well. The neighbor interview was interesting. What do we got? Let's pick something a little shorter before we get to that neighbor interview, because I do really want to watch that. And shout out JLR.
Evil Exists is usually shorter.
You know what? Let me go to. Hold on. Let me go to the playlist here. Let me see here. Let's see. Playlist. Today. Okay. Sort by newest added. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Let's listen to the Police Called Seth Rogers video from Evil Exists, and then let's check out another photo tip.
Okay.
And then we'll check out the Proudfoot or the neighbor. Yeah. I want to hear about this. Shout out Evil Exists, one of the only channels out there that has truly supported me, no matter what kind of bullshit's been flying around. So shout out Evil Exists. I appreciate you. I'm gonna be honest, I was getting a little sleepy before I got my blood flowing with that conversation, so I'm wide awake now. It's great. Thank you, Seth.
I said we know how to wake you up now, but I was on
Yeah.
mute, so I was just.
Thank you, Seth. Now, hopefully, somebody will ask him what the reasons were why he sent me one of 6 C and D.
Do I believe that Seth Rogers harmed or had something to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance? No, I don't think so. I believe the answers.
I forgot the channel link again. I'm doing it now. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Do I believe that Seth Rogers harmed or had something to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance? No, I don't think so. I believe the answers lie close to home, and that Katie holds the key to what happened that night. That's my opinion. I think the Proudfoots know more than they're saying. I was absolutely shocked the other day when Seth announced that he is a suspect, and that police called him after they heard about the cease and desist letters that he sent out. I will never understand those cease and desist letters. A parent of a missing child should want all the media attention they can get. I believe
Yep.
out, and some of the people that received it were really getting Sebastian's face and story out there. Some of these same people raised funds for Seth, went out searching for Sebastian, streamed from searches, etc. Why is Seth trying to get these people to stop talking and searching for his son, and then
Yes,
tells
sir.
them he's a suspect too? It sure doesn't look right when the parent of a missing child issues cease and desist letters. There are hundreds if not thousands of missing person cases that don't get media attention, and Seth needs the support to keep Sebastian's story out there. Regarding the fact that he said he's a suspect, I think everyone surrounding Sebastian is still a suspect because they don't know what happened to him. They continue to say that everything is still on the table. It still surprised me that Seth says he is suspect because he was far away at work, and I thought his alibi had been verified. This is the first time in this case that someone has called themselves a suspect.
That was weird, and that's why I said when I first got it, when I first got the C&D, that's why I said, if my worst enemy came to search for my missing child, I'd say, look, whatever took place in the past, we're squashing it, because the fact that you showed up to search for my missing child, I don't give a fuck what took place before that made you my worst enemy, because right now you're my damn friend. Damn straight, coming from a fucking parent of a missing child, and you're gonna sit there and say that so-and-so did this and this, and this is why I'm sending it out, and I didn't do none of that shit, bro. The fuck is wrong with these people? It's that hot dog tainted water making the fucking hot dog steaks smell like steak. Damn, Billy, that's a good steak. While they're giggling, laughing behind your fucking ass going, it's made out of hot dog. Fucking give me a break. That's the steak that they made cost 99 cents and the one that you bought was fucking $11, bro. And you thought it smelled good. You're welcome, Norma. This shit is, I'm tired of one. It had to be a mistake. See, the fuck it is. 1 of 6 ain't no damn mistake. It ain't a mistake when my name's on the fucking letter either. It's legit.
I mean,
and your ass threatened me.
Right?
Huh? What?
It was delivered to you.
Yep. I had to sign for it.
Okay.
I had to sign for it. It had my name on the outside and it had my name on the inside, and I had to fucking go sign for it just to get it. Came certified.
Right,
it was no accident.
I'm gonna play the photo one and then the neighbor.
Okay.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing, and there are no official updates from law enforcement. What happened to this child? The longer this case goes on, I feel the more unlikely it is for him to have walked out the door of the Proudfoot home and vanished. No one vanishes into thin air. Sebastian left without his shoes on, allegedly in the middle of the night, in an area where multiple houses have ring cameras. No sign of him at all. This photo has been going around, and many believed it could have been Sebastian. Some pointed out that it is strange that a mother would hold her teenage son's hand in public too. The photo was taken in the Madison area. It was sent to law enforcement, and Nick Beavers has an update for us. The boy's face has been cropped out because law enforcement says it's not Sebastian. Well, it's not Sebastian. I still think it is brilliant that people are still looking and keeping their eyes open well in public places. At this point, Sebastian could be anywhere. Up to now, there has not been a single verified site. There is no evidence apparently that he ever left the Proudfoot home. No camera footage, no eyewitnesses, nothing. That is absolutely bizarre, since the cameras caught him taking out the trash the night before. Even though it was dark and grainy, the cameras still caught a figure walking to the trash bins. So, why not Sebastian leaving the house in the middle of the night? Imagine a 15-year-old boy leaving home unprepared to run away, but not leaving a trace of evidence. It doesn't make sense. Authorities say there is still no evidence of foul play, although it's not been ruled out. It interests me how they didn't release the video of the last verified sighting of Sebastian leaving the roadhouse with his mother. Maybe because it's still an open investigation, and foul play is still on the table.
Okay, this is what's crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm loopy tired. Ah, shit. What did he just bring up before the last 20 seconds?
I thought it might still be, they might still suspect foul play, and he thinks it's weird that they haven't released the footage from the test.
No, it was before that. I'm sorry.
Should I
My
play it again?
mental's not this foggy normally, but it's just me being tired. Yeah, there was something right before that. Sorry. I was trying to wait until the end, and now I just forgot. Sorry.
Okay.
Damn it. Come on, brain.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing, and there are no official updates from law enforcement. What happened to this child? The longer this case goes on, I feel the more unlikely it is for him to have walked out the door of the Proudfoot home and vanished. No one vanishes into thin air. Sebastian left without his shoes on, allegedly in the middle of the night, in an area where multiple houses have Ring cameras. No sign of him at all. This photo has been going around.
Oh, okay. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, this is my question. How in the hell are these photos? Okay, if they're really being turned in as tips, okay? If they're truly being turned in as tips, why in the fuck are they out on social media?
Well,
why are they out on social media? Any of these photos. If they're being turned in as tips, to me, people just want attention.
yeah.
Because if you're really truly trying to send in a tip, why in the fuck are you going to make this picture public so then people could see the person that's standing next to who they think is Sebastian and who they think is Sebastian? Wouldn't you, if you're truly about the tip, why in the hell are you putting it out on social media?
Yeah.
Why is this photo being cropped because they've confirmed that it's not Sebastian and they want to protect the people involved? Well, then why in the hell is this even out there? It doesn't make sense. To me, I'm tired of people. It's just like the fucking the socks and shit. I found a pair of socks. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. You're searching, like, y'all, we were searching fucking that area in March. Do you know how much trash and garbage is around that area? You could find more than fucking socks. You can find more than pants that don't even match if you use your head because they got different stripes. There's so much shit. You could turn in fucking construction cones and say, I wonder if it's part of the...
Yeah.
Yo, what is it with these people just wanting fucking attention? This photo is another example, just like the other photo. I could tell when I looked at the second photo that was supposedly Sebastian, it wasn't even Sebastian. You could tell by looking at him.
Yeah, exactly.
The first one in North Carolina, Maybe. But these other ones that are coming out, oh, possible photo. Hey, this person found in this lake. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
So many people just want attention these days. Quit feeding these fucking people, man. Because they just want to end up on a fucking YouTube video or a TikTok video, or somebody go, oh my gosh, that's so awesome. That looks just like him. And you're like, are you a fucking misinfo sheep that runs into rocks?
Quite possibly.
I could tell that the pants weren't the fucking pants as soon as they said, oh my gosh, they found pants. Hey, let's look at them real quick. Let's see if they're legit. We looked them up. I was excited, thinking, damn, hopefully there's a sign, because I want this boy found too. But when you look at the damn stripes, and I'm an Adidas lover, I love Adidas clothing, and I'm looking at the pants, and I'm like, those ain't Adidas. There's a reason why they don't take your fucking tips seriously. You have people standing at fresh piles of dirt for 2 fucking days saying, I'm waiting for him to come by. I don't know why they ain't come by yet. And then the next day, because you don't want to tell your audience the fucking truth, the next day you go, I'm supposed to hold it close to the vest. Bro,
Okay.
they waited 2 or 3 fucking days in the first place. Do you think they're going to ask you to hold something close to the vest if they waited 3 days, if they even went out there? Gotta hold it close to the vest. Get the fuck out of here.
Close to the vest.
Right. No, it's called they didn't take your fucking tip seriously, because why are they going to come out to a fresh pile of fucking dirt when he's been missing for 2 fucking months? You think somebody's just going to go, hey, guess what? It's been 2 months, Billy. Let's go bury it on the side of the fucking highway. Get real. These people calling in this fake shit. You don't think they don't have other missing child cases? You don't think they have other things that they have to do when it's already been shown that they're understaffed? You think they got time to fuck with your damn dirt pile? And these people, they're sitting there, it's not about money, it's about Sebastian, but yet it's ching ching, ching ching, ching ching, Cash App, Venmo, super stickers, super chats. And it's like, man, I mean, hey, I'm not here to tell anybody how to spend their money, because I'm not wanting anybody to tell me how to spend my fucking money. So I don't sit there and fucking tell people, hey, it's a hot dog steak. They have to figure it out for themselves, because I'm not here to tell them how to spend their money. But damn, man. They got mad at me because I said 3 weeks ago that, I mean, this is coming from the dude that was searching the most. And I'm sitting there going, yo, we've done searched this and this and this, and this has been searched this many times, and this has been searched this many times. We need to think outside the box. We need to have some people going down I-40, down the different interstates. Because what's the other direction to look for other than the whole United States? The only other fucking road that seems suspicious. Because we done searched Hendersonville, everywhereville around that motherfucker. So if he did leave on foot, he probably would have been somewhere in that location if we were able to have permission, because there's a lot of spots that you can't have permission. Other than that, you need to look at I-40 and the other interstates that connect down to Mississippi, to Yogi Bear. After that, then open it up to the United States, because everybody's still searching for him on foot. everybody's still searching like he left on foot. And I tried telling people 3 weeks ago, we don't even know what fucking direction he walked out of the house if he walked. And you know, when I started going on my next leg of my search, because I had to take a few day break to rest up my toe that got injured while I was searching for Riley Strain, and then I was searching for Sebastian for a few weeks before I finally said, okay, dude, you need to take 3 days off, 4 days off so you can rest your damn toe before you lose the motherfucker. So I rest my toe. I go back to start another leg of my searches because we done searched everything that we could search. We're like, damn, all of us as a group are going, this is crazy. We've done all of this area and we still have no sign. So I'm going back through the neighborhood trying to figure out who I need to ask permission for to go search their woods, because to me, ever since I started helping search, I always thought the woods to the top left, the woods to the northwest of the house. So when I started my second leg, I came back, I was refreshed. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go around. I was doing all these searches for everybody else. Hey, CJ, go here. CJ, go here. CJ, check this out. Check this out. Go here, go here, go here. Now, when I was starting that second leg, it was my stuff, my notes that I collected over that first month and some, that I said, okay, this is where I think I need to go. I wasn't going to take requests. I'm going through the neighborhood, finding out whose permission I need to find out, because those woods is what I wanted to search from the beginning. And that was the same day that Mr. CP wanted to leave a fucking message on my video, the video that I was going around doing these things, saying, somebody told me that you are trespassing and you're going to trespass and you're going to do this and that, and you're not allowed to do that to any houses or yards in this neighborhood. And I'm going, what? Why wouldn't I go back to the last place he was seen so I could figure out what I'm going to be doing the next 2 weeks and where I need to go and what I need to do and who I need to ask and what I need to plan and what I need to coordinate. And that's when all the shit started going downhill, man. Because then you had Pascal talking about the shit and I was the only one searching, yet he's promoting Proudfoot, threatening my ass like I'm really going to do this shit. And then while I call in to tell him, dude, you need to know the real before it gets promoted so people ain't out there thinking that I'm doing this shit, because who do I need to work with? I need to work with the communities. So you're going to sit there and allow people in communities that don't know CJ, that might run into CJ, because one day CJ might go in their community to help one of their loved ones out, and they're already going to go, damn, this CJ, he trespasses and he don't ask permission and he don't do this, because somebody didn't want to, they were about the clicks and views, and they didn't want to fact check their shit to see if this person really did warrant this kind of threat. Instead, they went with the threat because it was a cool fucking topic and didn't fact check the shit to see if the person really had it warranted or not. So you're spreading misinformation by making it seem like we're about something that we're not. And he was sitting there going, well, don't you think that it's totally legit that the families would be upset that you're driving in their neighborhood? Fuck no. What parent would be upset when their child is missing and they go back to the last spot where the child was seen so they can come up with a new game plan for more searches? What fucking parent is going to be upset at somebody for driving by their house? There's other YouTubers that got out of their car. There's other YouTubers that were flying their fucking drones. There's other YouTubers that were getting screamed off of properties, getting out of their vehicles. All I did was drive by. And I could have been the only person that got video and photos of Katie interacting with Brink security at her house. I didn't even fucking do that. I drove by. I said, oh, damn, she's talking to a Brinks lady. I saw the clipboard and everything. They're standing in front of the front door. I drove by, and then I kept driving. I could have turned the fuck around. I could have parked on a legal part of the street, and I could have sat there and took video and photos for the clicks and fucking views. And I didn't even do that. Because you ain't been around for a while, Kevin. And we're talking about bullshit. Oh, you missed a lot. Trust me. Threats, misinformation, slander, C&D. You missed a lot.
A lot. Yes.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot. A lot too much to go through. Yeah, it's at least I didn't get one from Chris and Katie, did I? Ain't that the weird shit? I got one from Seth. Not Chris and Katie. Chris is the one that sent me the message on my video. Don't you think come on. If I was really about that shit, don't you think Chris and Katie would have sent me one if I was really about that shit? Damn.
Oh dear.
Oops, I dropped out for a second.
You're back.
Chris and Katie didn't even send me one. That says a lot, people. That says the shit that Seth did send me. Check the fucking tape, bro. Thank you, Jazz. Appreciate you. Well, the shit that's happened has been like the last 2.5 months, bro. I hope you ain't been in the hospital that long, man. Damn.
Oh no, hospital.
Yeah, it's like the last 2.5 months. That's why I can't do a summary. It's just
there's no recap for
right. How would you summarize it?
A lot. That's
Yeah.
what we said. A lot.
Allah. The T is silent. Allah. That's what it is. It's Allah. It's fucking a lot. You can't even finish it. It's a mouthful.
Right. Okay, so do you want to hear this James for Justice video with the neighbors?
JLR.
Shocking.
J for Justice did some short videos, but I think she just took clips of JLR's. So if you could do me a favor, yeah, if you can do me a favor and post his thing up there and then flip it on 1.25, please. Shout out JLR. Appreciate all you're doing too, bro. Appreciate you. And it's unfortunate that he got one too, because he didn't deserve one either. So I don't understand how me or him got one. He got one from the grandma. I got one from Seth. The two people, I don't understand how me or him got one. I really don't.
Yeah. All right, I just need to change it up because I prepared the wrong one.
No problem.
Hold up.
Well, hey, you got that smooth computer. Just have another tab open, click on history when you go to the video, and then you can click on the channel link while you're playing the video, too. You got that fiery hot computer.
Mm-hmm.
Just open up another tab, Rosie. Use it.
Okay.
Use it for your link posting.
I'm not used to this.
I know you're not. It's like, damn,
I can do what I want.
Did you get good sleep though? Because I know you were. Computer.
You're cutting out. Sorry.
Damn it. No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, I was asking if you got good sleep because I know you're excited about using the new computer that can do all these beautiful things now that your other one couldn't. So, you guys, before if you're new to the show, Rosie's computer before this one couldn't even screen share. You guys, it would shut down. Okay, so she's never been able to do the screen share and all this other stuff. So she's kind of like in a way, in like a half a way learning StreamYard and like a half a way. So being able to being able to go from one tab only, which meant that you were in the stream, to now being able to have 15 tabs open.
15.
Yeah, you could have 15 if you want. Yeah.
Hey, 15. Okay.
You should have saw my tabs last night when I was talking to Tom. I literally had like 21 tabs open. It was crazy. We were going through so much stuff. So yeah, fool around with it. You can do it. But that's what I usually do. If I'm gonna go play a video, I'll just either I'll click on it and then go to the channel, or if I'm just trying to play it, I'll just have another tab open, click on my history tab, and then I'll just click on that video and then post the
That's
channel
how you
that
do
way
that
too.
so quickly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have another tab open and start to play the video, then I click on my history button on the other tab. It brings me to the video we're watching. I go straight to the person's channel, copy the link, and post it. Boom. We're good.
I have to fix it because my history is off for some reason. Because it's not sure. Or maybe it's because it's not logged in. Okay. Just give me a moment.
Uh-oh. I got another let me 4, so another 8, I think. Another 8. Give her maybe a little longer.
Sorry, I have to log back into my YouTube to get to the history. I'm getting the hang of it. Just give me a day or two.
Oh, it's all good. No, you're all good. You do take your time. No rush. Good. We're just chatting. I'm looking at this construction over here, and I'm not crashing. It's a little slow, but we're not yellow.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't understand a word of that. It was Robot CJ,
Oh,
and I don't understand him. So okay.
Let's see here. Yeah, it's a. Sorry, Rosie. It's kind of choppy section right here.
It's okay. I'm gonna go and get the original video because the playlist only has the Jays for Justice version.
Oh, really? Okay. Sorry about that.
Hello, hello, hello. JLR Investigates, come on in, everyone. Continuous coverage of the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm going to bring in Miss Bobby, who is a neighbor of the Proudfoots. I'm going to bring her right in right now. We're going to talk to a neighbor of Christopher and Katie Proudfoot. So she pops in. There she is. Welcome aboard, Miss Bobby. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on JLR Investigates. A lot of people are in the chat because no one ever really heard from a neighbor, Miss Bobby.
Now you're gonna make me want to run. But yeah, well, I've kind of kept myself. We're all kind of hidden.
Yeah, I mean, you're active in the Sebastian groups. You do talk, you do share, you share a lot of insight. You've been there from day one, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know that I was in your group from day one. I was in another group not really even. Honestly, day one was such a trauma, just dramatic day that I don't even think the only thing I was in on day one was our neighborhood group, because that's where Katie had first commented about him being gone. So no, actually I wasn't in any Facebook groups day one. It was such a crazy moment. So probably.
Yeah, when you say Katie commented, what do you mean by that? She joined a neighborhood group?
Well, so I'm an admin of our private neighborhood group, and she created a post, I want to say around, 7:30 maybe-ish, 7:30 that morning, Monday morning, simply just saying, my son is missing. And kind of commented on a little bit about him. Like, I think she made the comment about how tall he was, and that he was autistic and he was missing. Please check your cameras. It was just like a 2-liner, just real quick, shooting it out there.
So like maybe like an hour and a half, hour something after she and Chris, that we found out that they called and reported Sebastian missing.
Correct. It was, yes, because I think that from what I understood, she called around 6:30 that morning, I think. Was it about 6:30, I think is?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it was. And I think from what another neighbor said, that she actually caught her SUV leaving the neighborhood right before that, or right after that. And so she did all that and then came back. And then I guess that's when she put it on the Facebook page. But I also remember what I thought was very odd was shortly before that, another neighbor. So if their house is here, if you're going up Stafford, a little bit farther up Stafford, was actually the first one to ask, hey, what's all going on in the neighborhood? Because my older son left to go to work that morning, approximately 8 o'clock. And there was already police all up and down Stafford, like just covering it. And they were already out walking around and stuff. And so I don't know, I guess she saw some of that traffic as she was leaving to go to work, and she posted first on the Facebook page. And then Katie, after that, is when she posted, and I went back to find that, and that previous neighbor deleted her post.
What about Katie's post?
I don't know. No, the original post, the first post.
Yeah.
It's no longer the neighbor, it's gone. She had to have deleted it, because you can't, if you're not the creator of the post, you can't delete someone else's post. They have to delete it. But when I went back a couple of weeks after everything happened and things kind of calmed down a little bit, I was talking to somebody else, and I was like, I remember, didn't such and such make the post first? And this is a neighbor down the street from me. And she said, yeah, I remember that. And I was like, I wonder what the time frame was different. And I went back to look, and it was gone. So the original neighbor that very first posted asking what was all the commotion going on. And I still wonder if that's why Katie posted that. But then Chris, it was like 2 or 3 neighbors after. So Katie posted her comment or her post, and then several people commented after. I didn't see anything. She was asking, like, everybody check their cameras. I didn't see anything. And then Chris posted underneath that and simply said something like, yeah, my son's missing. That was it.
Oh. So what, did it say like where the post was originating from, or was Chris around the neighborhood by then?
Okay, so I have twins, and when we first heard about everything, they jumped up and went running out of the house and went across the street down to where they live, and they walked over because they wanted to be a part of helping, look for him, and they went over there, and Chris was not there yet. So Seth was in the 8:30.
8:30, okay.
8:20-ish, yeah, because my oldest son had already left work. He left about 8. Then my twins, when I got the phone call from the neighbor very nearby them, that is a good friend of mine, about 8:15, 8:20 that morning, asking if I had heard what happened, and I had not yet, because I hadn't gotten going for the day yet. And then when my son texted me. I didn't answer, so he called my other boy's phone and asked them, "Hey, do y'all see what's going on?" And they came around my room and said, "Hey, Mom, did you hear what happened?" I was like, "Wait, what? What's going on? My phone's ringing. You guys are running in here. Like, what is happening here?" And my neighbor was on the phone calling me. And so as soon as I heard the neighbor tell me the story, what happened, they went running out the door and went over there to kind of help, with the search and stuff. And they said that they saw Seth and Katie in the front yard and of course they didn't know the names back then. They just knew, like, now that they've seen pictures, they go back and say, yeah, it was Seth and Katie and Kathy Bowersox and a bunch of other police, law enforcement and stuff like that. But Chris was not there yet.
Interesting.
Well,
Now,
he wasn't there then.
Now, where do you live relative to the Proudfoots?
I live at the very top of the hill on Kellen.
So the next street, the street that turns into Stafford.
The main street.
Main street coming in. So just basically what you're now going back to Katie, like what you know or what you heard. When was Katie driving around in her SUV? Like a time frame? Like when do you think she was driving around in her SUV looking for fashion, like she claims?
Right. So there's so many different things here because the neighbor that I actually spoke with, that I'm friends with, she's the one that has the camera on the corner of Stafford and Kellen. And I'm not going to mention her name, but she's the one that the camera footage got leaked without her knowledge and her permission that everybody has seen. But I've directly spoken with her. And then I also have directly spoken with a couple other neighbors that live very close to the Proudfoot's house. And the neighbor that I spoke with the very first time that morning, she said that when she was taking her kids to school, Katie was already back from looking. She had just got back from looking, and the kids have to be in school at 7:30. And so she normally leaves the house at 7 to take her kids to school. But Katie was already back and in the front yard, and all the cops and stuff were there. So she stopped for a minute to talk to her, took her to school. My neighbor that had the camera footage told me that her timeline is not working correctly, but when she puts it all together with the sunrise and then the bus coming through and all of that, she said it was approximately about 6 o'clock, 6:15, 6:20. It was right in between. Supposedly when she discovered him missing, supposedly she gets up, she runs around the house, she gets dressed, and she drives out of the neighborhood and that kind of thing and goes looking for him. But I know the neighbor if you're looking at the Proudfoot's house on the left, when she went running out of her house hysterical, the neighbor next to her was already out. Of course, everybody's getting up, getting ready for work, getting kids ready for school. Bus comes 6:45, 6:50-ish, 6:45, 6:50. It's been a long time since my kids have ridden the bus, so I have to really think about that one. But it's definitely before 7 because the kids have to be in school in class by 7:30. And we're the last picked up before he actually goes to school because we're right next to the school. So everybody was getting up and getting ready for work and everything. So she actually saw her out, and she asked her what was going on, and she told her, and so she actually walked around the house and was helping her look around the house. So she was already back from looking around 7.
Interesting. When she left to go look for Sebastian, I know that if you turn right going out of the Proudfoot, you go up the top of the hill, it's a cul-de-sac, or you go around and you can go up your street all the way at the back where the construction is. Did she, before she ventured out of the neighborhood, did she go up those roads, do you know of, to look?
Did she go up my road?
Your road or her road itself to the top of the cul-de-sac? Where
the only thing I was right. So the only thing I was told, of course, we nobody in my house was up or out yet, so I can't verify that because we weren't out yet. But the neighbor that told me that she saw her SUV drive across her driveway saw her leave.
Like
so
leave
that's right.
That's interesting. So you would think that maybe you stay in the neighborhood a little bit and go up and down your own streets. Looking around.
That was when she went to the school thinking that he had walked to the school on his own, which I don't know why. He's never done that before. So why would he do that? I mean, like, why would he just walk to school by himself? Plus he had no shoes on, supposedly. So like, why would he walk to school by himself? So, but that's what I was told, that she actually walked around her house outside, didn't find him. So she got in the car and drove to school.
Can you pause it real quick?
Around that now.
So
to me, let me roll up my window, sorry. And sorry if I'm choppy. To me, why wouldn't you go to the fucking school? Like, if I woke up and my child was missing and I had no idea where they went, I'm going to walk around the yard. I'm going to look around. I'm also going to go to the school. It's just like I say, before you open it up to the United States border, check I-40. It's the same thing. Before you open your search up to the whole frickin' neighborhood, city, you got to go check the school first. So I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I've seen cases where that's happened, where the parents have checked the school, especially if that's where the child was supposed to be.
I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know. I'm not always, I don't ask everybody to agree with me all the time. I don't think it's good. And I would think that there would probably be other people out there that are like, no, it's sus as hell. And I don't know. I don't think it's so sus. I would see if it was me, and I would look around the neighborhood first to see if I see any signs. And then then I'm going to go check the school. And then if there's nothing at the school, then I'm going to go back home and check the neighborhood that I didn't check.
Yeah, I think it depends on the child as well. Like, Yeah.
I mean, even if he never walked to school by himself, I don't care. I'm going to go check the school. And then I'm going to come back home and check the rest. First, yes, I'm going to check the house. I'm going to check the neighborhood. I'm going to walk up and down the backyards. Who cares if somebody gets mad? I'm looking for my kid. I don't know where he's at. I'm going to drive up around the neighborhood real quick. Literally, it's not that long to look around. Yeah, I would go check the school because who knows? Maybe he did wake up. Listen, he's never walked to school by himself before. Well, there's always a first time. You don't just get on a bike and know how to ride the damn thing. You gotta start somewhere. So just because he never did it before doesn't mean that he wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I think I would check the school. I don't think that sounds strange, but I mean, I don't know.
I have a question. It was real choppy for me right before I dropped out, and she was talking about where she lived according to the Proudfoots. Where did she live?
Do you want me to take it back a bit? Because I wasn't. It was cutting for me as well. It was getting like glitchy.
Was it? Do you guys know? Did you guys hear where she said she is, a neighbor, like Main Road to Stafford? Okay. So that's all she said? Main Road to Stafford? Or what did she exactly say? Because that can... Good morning, Sabrina. Is there more? Because like the Main Road to Stafford, that could be... She could literally be living on the corner there that had, that brick house. So if you're just turning on that main street that they're talking about, and then you turn left to go to Stafford, there's that house right on their corner, top of the hill. Oh, okay. So you're going down that main road, and then you're going up towards the top of the hill where you get to that intersection, and to the right is the construction area. So I'm gonna assume, so it's a decent, like, how many houses away do you guys think it is? If it's at the top of the hill, from Stafford continuing up that road, there's got to be 10 houses, I'm thinking. Yeah, Kelly, that's the road. So I would assume that they haven't had very much interaction with the Proudfoots, or did she say anything otherwise while it was skippy for me? Did she state if she has a relationship, what kind of relationship, or if she's had any kind of dealings with them in the past? Because I don't know why. This is why I said maybe I'm just the only one. Because to me, no interaction. Because to me, why would you, the, what do you call it? The frustration that she was displaying as she was talking about, and she went to the school. Like, he never left for school by himself ever. Number one, how do you know that if you're not friends and you've never had interaction? How do you know he's never left school by himself unless it's been reported from the family themselves? And number two, why are you so negative feeling about them going to check the school? Because to me, it sounds like something I would do. So what's the negative? What's the angle is where I'm coming from. I kind of feel, I don't know. I haven't seen this, and maybe you guys have. I'm kind of we ain't even that far into it, and I'm kind of getting the feeling that she's on one side and not the other, and I'm just not down with that shit. Like, it's about Sebastian. It's not about, your feelings about so and so or whoever. So that's why I'm wondering, like, okay, wait a minute, maybe there's an angle. I assume maybe she was a neighbor that was like behind them or kitty corner. She's up the street. No interaction before. Where's all this coming from? Right off the bat. What do you, what are you feeling, Rosie? Are you feeling that way, or do you think it's like something different? Because it may be, I just may be loopy tired and I'm just not having shit. I don't know.
I thought she sounded pretty irritated, but then I thought maybe it was because I sped it up that I can't.
That's.
But then if you heard it as well, then I don't know.
I mean, it is only 1.25.
Yeah.
How about we do this, Rosie? How about we go normal speed where she talks about that specific part, if that's okay?
Yeah.
And then we'll switch back to 1.25 after that, so we can hear exactly how she says it.
Okay, let me do that.
She has a friend on the same street as the Proudfoot, so it's probably the neighbor that's behind her, I'd imagine. So if you're going north on Kelly, I bet she lives on the left side.
I'm just muting it for a moment while I find the right.
Okay. Yeah, I bet she lives on the left side of that street if you're heading north. Almost guarantee it. What I got from the conversation is she is friends with a neighbor that knows them. Okay. I don't know, something smells funky, and I ain't even started cooking the steak. We just took it out of the package. That's not a good sign. Later on in the interview, she tells you how they were approached. Look at how I was approached. We'll get to it. How long is this thing? An hour? Secondhand information. Yeah, that's some of the worst. I mean, at least somebody's coming out and talking,
Relative to the Proudfoots.
I live at the very top of the hill on Kellen.
So the next street, the street that turns into Stafford.
Main Street.
Main Street coming in. So just basically what you're now going back to Katie.
Is this the right place that you were talking about? Before? Sorry, I can't remember now.
It was maybe like excuse me.
Yeah, a bit before.
Yeah, it was maybe like a minute and a half before where we were at. What's up, Hawkeye? I mean, it's hearsay. I just we'll see what because she also okay. So somebody said later on in the interview, she tells you how they were approached by Chris. Who's they? Her and her friend? The friend probably already has ill feelings towards them. And so then the other friend, this lady right here, comes to support because they know they're probably going to get confronted or something. We'll see. Or maybe they were out searching together. You saw how he treated me when I was out there searching. I got slapped with this is not a threat, but it is. It's a warning. Gossip Central, right? Criminal? That's it. Yeah. Right at the corner there, right at the top of the hill, right at the intersection. It's the Hollywood Hills section of the neighborhood, right? We look down on all y'all because we're way up here. Her and the son?
Sorry, it's just taking me a bit of time to find it, but
her son and girlfriend. Oh, so she wasn't with the neighbor. There's always two sides to a story, too. It'd be interesting to hear what their side was compared to her side and figure out exactly what took place.
okay, I think this is the right spot. Let me know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you doing that.
She said that when she was taking her kids to school, Katie was already back from looking. She had just got back from looking, and the kids have to be in school at 7:30. And so she normally leaves the house at 7 to take her kids to school. But Katie was already back and in the front yard, and all the clocks and stuff were there. So she stopped for a minute to talk to her, took her to school. My neighbor that had the camera footage told me that her timeline is not working correctly, but when she puts it all together with the sunrise and then the bus coming through and all of that, she said it was approximately about 6 o'clock, 6:15, 6:20. It was right in between supposedly when she discovered him missing. Supposedly she gets up, she runs around the house, she gets dressed, and she drives out of the neighborhood and that kind of thing and goes looking for him. But I know the neighbor next, if you're looking at the prophet's house on the left, when she went running out of her house hysterical, the neighbor next to her was already out. You know, of course, everybody's getting up, getting ready for work, getting kids ready for school. Bus comes 6:45, 6:50-ish. 6:45, 6:50. It's been a long time since my kids have ridden the bus, so I have to really think about that one. But it's definitely before 7 because the kids have to be in school in class by 7:30. And we're the last pick up before he actually goes to school because we're right next to the school. So, you know, everybody was getting up and getting ready for work and everything. So she actually saw her out, and she asked her what was going on, and she told her. And so she actually walked around the house and was helping her look around the house. So she was already back from looking around 7.
Interesting. When she left to go look for Sebastian.
Was that correct? I'm struggling to find the part where she's explaining about her going to the school. Sorry.
It's okay, because it was choppy as hell for me right there, and it was a bunch of garbage, like blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
So we're good. I had no idea. I was like, I hope she heard it, because I need to ask her what it said, because I didn't. There's no way else. Yeah.
Let me try and find it again. But what I can say is that in the normal speed, she's somebody who speaks quite quickly already.
Okay.
So she might sound short-tempered on the faster speed. She does sound. She talks quickly. Hold up.
We'll see. And it might be choppy. So just as a
Okay, this is going to take me a little while. I'm going to read the transcript on my phone, and then I'll get a timestamp. I cannot find. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just go ahead and let it play with the audio. Just go ahead and let it play with the audio, and we'll get to it.
With the normal speed. Should I just start?
Well, just no. Don't start it again.
Okay.
No. Well, it was only like a minute behind where we were last at.
Okay. All right.
So if you remember that, otherwise just play it at the 1.25, and when we come across it, then we'll pause it, rewind it. That way they don't have to.
Okay.
Just go ahead and listen to it. Good morning, Gigi.
Or you go around and you can go up your street all the way at the back where the construction is. Did she, before she ventured out of the neighborhood, did she go up those roads? Do you know of the look?
Did she go up my road?
Your road or her road itself to the top of the cul-de-sac? Where
the only thing I was right. So the only thing I was told, of course, we nobody in my house was up or out yet, so I can't verify that because we weren't out yet. But the neighbor that told me that she saw her SUV drive across her driveway saw her leave.
Like
so that's
okay. It's coming up.
Right.
It's coming up.
That's interesting. So you would think that maybe you stay in the neighborhood a little bit and go up and down your own streets. Looking around.
Well, that was when she went. That was when she went to the school.
Yeah, so just go back like 20 seconds and then normal speed.
But the neighbor that told me that she saw her SUV drive across her driveway saw her leave.
Like
so
leave out
that's right.
That's interesting. So you would think that maybe you stay in the neighborhood a little bit and go up and down your own streets. Looking around.
Well, that was when she went to the school, thinking that he had walked to the school on his own, which I don't know why He's never done that before. So why would he do that? I mean, like, why would he just walk to school by himself? Plus, he had no shoes on, supposedly. So, like,
I
why
don't
would he
know
walk to
why.
school by himself?
Yeah, that's attitude to me. That's attitude to me. I don't know why. And then she kind of further verifies what she's saying by the next couple comments. That's just me, though. She sounds. She's got a negative. I'm smelling something funky.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for checking. I wanted to make sure that it almost sounds to me a little more rude at normal speed than it did sped up. That's weird, right?
Yeah, I think I don't know. Now that you
Yeah, it's
mention
like
it, yeah, it does.
it made it worse going at regular speed because then you really hear the why. It's like, oh,
Well,
okay.
neighbor, I can't help you. I tried. It's worse.
It's worse. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes you take them hot dog steaks out of the package. You already know. You don't even have to cook it. This is what it's smelling like. All right. How long is this video anyway?
It is an hour and a half.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So, but that's what I was told.
Good
That
everybody.
she
Thank you.
actually walked around her house outside, didn't find him. So she got in her car and drove to the school.
And was back by 7. Around that time.
At least actually before that.
Yeah. The Sebastian, did he take the bus to school, or did Katie take him in her car?
From what the neighbors, of course I don't have kids that ride the bus anymore. But from what the neighbor nearby said, that he did ride the bus. Now, the neighbor on the corner that has a surveillance camera said that there is a special bus that comes for certain kids that have special needs and whatever. And she said, I don't think he gets on that bus. I think he gets on the other bus. So that was what I was told. I can't verify that, so I can't answer that appropriately.
Gotcha. So we're talking all law enforcement, all there, starting to descend onto the area, 8 a.m.-ish, right? 8 a.m.-ish.
Well, they were there before that. They were already there, and cars parked. By the time when my son went to work at 8, they were already there and already clumped up together and talking. They were already in the front yard talking to them. So they were.
So that's why when she came back from the school, she was outside talking to them in the yard. See, that was a problem a minute ago. She came right back from the school, and then she was talking to them out in the yard. Like it was, yeah, what are you going to do? You get back home, Ellie's there. What are you're going to say? Hold on, give me like 45 minutes, guys. I need to go look up these woods real quick. Man, it smells hot doggish. It really does.
I don't know exact. I mean, I would say probably it was even before. I mean, they were probably there. I'm trying to remember what she said when she got ready to leave. She never said anything. The neighbor that called me and told me about it never mentioned law enforcement being there. She just said that Katie was outside walking around, upset and everything. And she asked her, like, what's going on? But she didn't specify if there were law enforcement there. But they were already there and out of their cars and in the front yard at 8 o'clock. So they had to have been there before that.
Gotcha. Any idea when Seth got there?
No, but I do know that he was there by the time my kids went over there, like I said, which was about 8:30. He was already there. And I also know that his truck was there, like off and on the whole time.
Gotcha.
But I don't know what time exactly.
So what happens to just explain to everybody then, what did law enforcement do at that point, like throughout the morning? Once they all arrived there, did more and more law enforcement?
Wait a minute. She just said, hold on a minute. I'm sorry, Rosie.
I told my neighbor.
I'm sorry, Rosie. She said around 8:30, but then ended the sentence saying, I don't know what time he was there.
Yeah.
What the hell? Did I hear that right, or am I just tired?
No, I heard that, and then also she was talking about when her son. Hold on.
Oh my Lord. Okay.
He was there by the time my kids went over there, like I said, which was about 8:30, he was already there. And I also know that his truck was there, like off and on the whole time.
Gotcha.
But I don't know what time exactly.
So what
I don't know
happens-
what time exactly. Oh my Lord. I'm telling you guys, I'm smelling hot dog already. Jeez.
Yeah.
That shit was strong right out the package.
It's strong.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, Rosie, for asking you to pause
No,
it so
that's
much.
fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry, community, for asking to pause it so much.
We don't mind.
Oh my Lord. Okay. Oh my Lord.
Explain to everybody then, what did law enforcement do at that point, like throughout the morning? Once they all arrived there, did more and more law enforcement come, or was there certain?
I told my neighbor down the street, I said, I didn't even know we had these agencies. I mean, like I've never in my life ever seen such a response. It was overwhelming. It was like, it kind of freaked me out. Like, oh my God, I feel like I'm living in a real life, like drama crime scene. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The very first that came out was the sheriff's department, because we live in a county. So sheriff's department respond first because, you know, we're not part of the city. So they came out first and they literally walked all up and down and around and everything. And then they came door to door and asked everybody, you know, who all had cameras and whatnot. What did you see? What do you know? Whatever. And then it was, now, of course, I'm having to really go back in my head. It's been a little while. It was later on that afternoon, they brought some dogs in and they started walking around. They came around the houses and asked everybody to walk around their own property, look underneath stuff, in anything that's unlocked. So all of us up and down my street, everybody, my neighbors came out with me. She and I walked together, walked all up and down our yards, all across the street, up and through the cul-de-sac, down the street a little bit. There's a barbed wire fence behind us as of right now where the new construction is, so you can't get over that, but we could walk around it. And so we both walked up and around that, just looked everywhere that was kind of close by. And then I noticed that they had the drones up, and of course the news was short. That was Tuesday. The news came out and was flying the helicopter around. It was chaotic. It was absolutely chaotic.
Did you see Seth and Katie out there looking? No,
not in our neighborhood. Never.
Never seen them walk around.
No, they were in their yard out, but never left their property. No. And I know for a fact because so Monday my kids were out with law enforcement, because at that point it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody coming out and help. So at that point, my kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call him at one point in time and tell him, y'all need to come home and have lunch. I mean, this is crazy. I know you want to help, but you got to come home and eat. And so then they came home, they ate, and then they went back up there and they were out there with them all day Monday, all day Tuesday. And then, so Tuesday we had SWAT. That was the day we had the vigil. And it was interesting because we put out a post on the neighborhood group that we're having a vigil, and everybody's invited, but we want it to be just the neighborhood only, because we want it to be a private vigil just for our neighborhood and for the family. We were hoping if we made it more personal like that the family would come and they wouldn't be overwhelmed with all this. That was the other thing. Good God, the traffic. The second that it got out, we had tons of people just driving up and down the street, just looking and watching. I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do to help. We're flooded already with police. I don't know what outsiders coming in are going to do. I mean, it was chaotic as it was anyway. And now you got all these extra people coming out there. So it just got so chaotic. But so Tuesday night we planned the vigil, went down there, got in a big circle, introducing everybody. And there's neighbors. I don't want to get too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, we have I think 2, maybe 3 sets of neighbors that are in law enforcement. They're in different counties. One of them is actually a part of Hendersonville Police, and then the other 2 are from other counties. They came individual. As a matter of fact, the one that is part of Hendersonville has been in a neighborhood since almost the beginning. Know them very well, good people. And he was down there with a flashlight because we had so many people driving up and down and around and circling and going up and down and circling and coming back and forth. And we're just like, good grief. The Proudfoot sent, I don't know who it was, but they came down and we were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The Proudfoots?
Don't have a
aunt and uncle?
Proudfoots. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are, maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
Maybe
Katie
that's what it was.
Okay, can we
Chris and
pause?
Katie said they were their aunt and uncle.
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come.
Okay, can we pause? This is fucking nuts. Oh my god. She just said Chris and Katie showed up saying they were aunt and uncle, and then when he says, so you're saying Chris and Katie were saying, well, no, that wasn't them. What the fuck is it, woman? I told, as soon as I opened up the package, I smelled hot dog. And I'm gonna give you guys some knowledge about canines. Okay. When they have canines coming out there, they especially don't want family members out there that can throw off the scent. They're going to ask, and I'm not sticking up for anybody because this motherfucker sent me a damn warning on my shit about shit that I didn't even fucking do. But what I'm saying is the last thing that you need is anybody out there, anywhere, when canines are out there. You stay the hell back at a safe distance so it doesn't distract the pups. I don't see anything wrong because that's what the police would have asked you to do. Stay back. Don't throw dogs off. Let them do their work.
Yep.
But what is this? Chris and Katie said they were aunt and uncle, but it wasn't Chris and Katie. What is this?
I don't know.
To me, for anybody that, oh, I'm sorry, Rosie.
No. I was just saying that I mean, throughout the interview, JLR is also catching these things that you are. It's, yeah, I don't know.
I feel like he was sold a bill of fake goods, because this is what I feel. Anybody that knows small town America, and I'm going to use sports as an example. Anybody that knows small town America, what is their high school coach? How do they act to high school football and high school coach?
You're cutting out a little bit.
They act like they're playing in the NFL. Small town. Small town football coaches for high school treat and act like they're in Sorry about that, I was cutting out. I'm saying small town high school football coaches, just as an example. They act like they're in the NFL, and they treat the children like they're playing in the frickin' NFL. And it's ridiculous. In small town Americas is why I'm using this example. They blow shit out of proportion. They blow shit out of proportion. Oh, guess what? Billy Jim Bob was the cricket champion of 1962, and we put up a sign in our town because he was a cricket champion in 1962. We got to hold on to something. It's that small town blow shit out of proportion, and I bet you that's what he got, was a story that was blown out of fucking proportion, and he was like, hey, I want to have you on for an interview. Now she's on here and he's going, wait a minute. Now that I'm asking you the shit that you were telling me before, now I'm getting the truth because I'm asking you the questions about the shit you already done told me on the phone. Now you're telling me on the show. Now I can rebuttal and sit there instead of going, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that sounds interesting. Oh, that was them? Oh, okay. Because she's not going to say, no, that wasn't them when she's on the phone because she wants to get that interview. But when she's on the actual interview, oh, yeah, she's got to tell the truth at that point, because then she'll be called out really for her bullshit from all the neighbors. I hope, and let me know if you guys have seen this whole episode, I hope that this lady wasn't blowing a bunch of smoke up somebody's ass. I really do. Because that's a disservice.
Yeah. Kind of making me think of that interview with Enon Harsh with Neighbors. It's like, I don't know. You know how things change as well with time.
I guarantee you she probably said, yeah, Chris and Katie said they referred to themselves as aunt and uncle when we all stood out there. And he was like, what? Damn. Because I would have been too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But then when you're on the show and he's like, wait a minute. So you're telling me, well, no, that wasn't them. Seth got there at 8:30. A couple words later, I don't know. I don't know what time he got. I don't know what time it was. Is this the whole interview? Is this what it is, people? Is this the shit that he was probably told on the phone, and then he's asking for a rebuttal? And each time he gets to this, he's asking for, oh, okay, this, and then all of a sudden you find the truth. It's more like an episode of exposing this lady's bullshit. Sorry.
We were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The prophets?
Don't have a
aunt and uncle?
Prophets. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are, maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
Maybe
Katie
that's what it was.
Chris and Katie said they were their aunt and uncle?
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come. They sent family members, and when they introduced themselves as we're aunts and uncles. So I guess Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Why didn't Chris? Did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no prophets. They basically sent their own representatives, family members that claim they ran.
That's correct.
And hot dogs.
I got two questions back on the first day. When did you know that Chris?
No, you didn't have to pause it, Rosie. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. It smells like hot dog as soon as you open the package.
It does.
Did not, because I didn't know. I had never met them. They moved in and nobody knew them. Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them. And so
wait a minute. I thought somebody said that her son and his girlfriend met him. Wait a minute, what? Is that person still in chat? You still in chat? Whoever said that later on she says the interaction that took place when her son and his girlfriend met Chris and right? Are you still in chat?
Do some scrolling.
Because I saw somebody say that because I was like, what? It was right when we first started playing it.
I'll find it.
Oh, I never heard it before. I haven't heard it before. So are you She never met him. But that's the, she just said this is contradiction left and right. I'm telling you one thing and then it's another. I'm telling you the sun's blue and then I'm telling you it's yellow. Yeah, the sun's blue. Are you serious? The sun's blue? Well, no, not really. The sun's yellow. That's what we're hearing.
Apparently. Yes.
Yes, she does say that Chris confronts her son, and his girlfriend. But you've never met. Can we rewind it just for a second? I'm sorry for pausing it so much, Rosie. What's up, Samantha? I'm sorry for pausing it so much, but this is like contradiction every oh, hot dog steak as soon as you cut it open.
So I guess Sebastian's aunt and uncle?
Why didn't Chris? Did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no Profits. They basically sent their own representatives, family members that claim they ran.
That's correct. Yes.
I got two questions back on the first day. When do you know that Chris arrived home?
I did not, because I didn't know. I had never met them. They moved in and nobody knew them. Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them. And so
Nobody.
When did they move in? You know?
It's really bad because she's saying still. She can't even like go back and say, no, at the time I didn't know them. She's saying,
Oh my Lord. Nobody barely knows. Nobody. So then the friend that was talking to her about, I mean, oh my Lord. I hope this. I was hoping I was wrong after that first minute and a half we started watching. I was like, it smells like a hot dog as soon as we cut it open. Oh, I hope that this, she's got to be one of the neighbors that just comes up with some crazy ass bullshit near the neighbor that's like, that doesn't even make sense. You know, like, yeah, we got this and we did this and this and that, this and that. Then you sit there and you're thinking about it and you're like, that ain't even a good lie because that's obvious from the get-go. It's bullshit. It's like that. She's probably one of those neighbors that really is a fucking Karen that gets that gets mad at you because you don't cut your grass every 2 days.
Oh, yeah.
Like the nasty, they just want to complain about whatever and be the gossip queen of the block. You know, like the people on YouTube, they do the same shit.
It is the same, isn't it?
Yeah. We're all buildings and the search bar is the streets. You know, like we all live in the same city. Some of us are neighbors. Some of us are from across town. But it's the same shit.
Yeah.
People that just want to complain about whatever because they ain't happy. They're getting mad at you because you don't cut your grass every 2 days. You know what? Fuck you. I'll cut my grass every 4. You know? It don't grow that damn quick anyway. Come on. It don't. Like, you could wait a week and a half if you could really wait a week and a half. It's got to be a nosy neighbor, Gigi.
You'll get in trouble.
It's got to be. She's got to be the one that's complaining that your front right tire is losing air, and you might want to get that checked out. Okay, Nancy. All right, thank you. Hey, it's been a week and a half. Your tires. You might want to get that. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. You know, like that shit. That's what it is. I bet. Hey, neighbor who knows this neighbor, give me a call. 330-510-1110. Let's talk about this neighbor. Yeah. If you know him, shoot me a call, leave me a voicemail. We'll talk. For real. All right. Sorry for all the pausing, y'all. It's going to be a long show.
It's really okay. We don't mind.
I think, well, so apparently it was a year and a half ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they just stayed to themselves, and nobody really even knew them. I didn't even know that the original owners sold their house, and not because we don't, our neighborhood is just a real quiet neighborhood. Everybody kind of stays to themselves, except for, if you need something, or if a dog, a pet gets out, or if somebody goes on vacation, hey, will you watch my house, that kind of thing. But we don't really, unfortunately, I think everybody's just have busy lives and stuff, and we just don't know. I mean, like each neighbor knows the neighbor next to them. Like I know all the neighbors around me. And I know a lot of their original neighbors that were there from day one, but I don't know the ones that have moved in over the past 5 years. And I think with COVID, that kind of messed everything up too.
Gotcha. Somebody put in the chat, what time does the trash get picked up in the morning?
That is the biggest misconception. Here we go with the whole light thing, right? This is where we're going. So
one more thing first. The very first day, the dogs. You saw dogs out there.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Going a specific direction or area? Did you see them centered around a certain area, or did they pick up any scent?
Okay, so there was no scent that was picked up from their house to anywhere. However, and my kids were with the handler and the canine and actually watched. He followed them all through the construction zone. And one of my kids actually saw one of the dogs take the handler to one of the retention ponds. And not only did he go to the retention pond, he ran to it and jumped in it. And the handler had to go and get him and take him out of the water and then dry him off. And my son looked over at the handler and said, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like that before." He looked at me and said, "He's never done that before." And my son said, "Why did he just jump in that?" He said he was following a scent. And then the other
on that, did they go in the water? Did they take scuba divers or anything in there?
Supposedly, when I told Seth that when I met him at the most recent vigil, he said they drained the pond twice and nothing. But not only did I see that, but when on day 3, I think it was Wednesday, when National Guard came through and they had their dogs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were all up and down through the neighborhood. That's why whenever I said, the police aren't doing enough, I have some of my own personal thoughts about that, but I will tell you right now, we had we had the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, we had Hendersonville Police, we had state troopers, we had National Guard, we had drones, we had helicopters, we had canines, we had 2 sets of different canines, and the National Guard brought theirs. So we were flooded. Okay, so back to the whole dog.
Let's do the trash, because the trash is what everyone is like curious about. The time the trash picks up, and then in reference to the lights. We're going to talk about the 3:10 a.m. lights. Let's talk about the trash. What do you know?
So our trash gets picked up by J.E. McMurtry Disposal, has for many, many, many years. They used to, a few years back, they would pick up around 6:30-ish, but then the bus was coming through and it was making it hard for them to come through with the bus, and all the kids were out and it was just chaotic. So they switched it, and now they go down my street about 5:30, 5-ish, between 5:15-ish, 5:20, something like that, every Monday morning. That's going down my hill though. That's not when they come in and they're going around it. That's when they're coming back down. So yeah.
I mean, that's an extra, 20 minutes? How long does it take for the trash truck guy to go through the whole entire neighborhood?
And the other misconception is a lot of people are saying that they have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm and it does it for them. So that was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it in. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you can hear the arm doing all that. So by the time they collect the trash coming up the street though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus comes, or
Absolutely.
You said buses. Where's trash go?
Oh, it gets dumped in either Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they'll temporarily dump it to Gallatin. And then once, I guess, Nashville gets finished, whatever, then they'll transport to Nashville. The big misconception was that the neighborhood behind us, they get picked up by a different company on Tuesdays. So that's a whole different thing.
Is that construction development you're talking about?
Well, that was the dumpster that everybody was asking about. How is it possible that, whatever, that the dog hit over there as well? The second dog that was out walking hit also by the trash dumpster. And the trash dumpster owner found that out when law enforcement told him that we got a hit by the dumpster. The owner of the dumpster called them back and said, okay, we dumped our trash on this certain day, Tuesday, whatever, on that certain day in Kentucky. So you guys need to go and get a warrant, obviously. And he gave them permission to go search the Kentucky dumpster or landfill. So that's why they went to Kentucky. And then I was told that they also checked Gallatin and Nashville as well.
That night, Katie claims, the night of the 25th, that Sebastian takes the trash out after they arrived home from going out to dinner. Go ahead.
There's no specific footage of that. The neighbor that has the Ring door camera that saw that, she said to me,
Oh, I was just saying she don't even know. She don't even know about the trash. She don't even know about the fucking trash.
I mean, I was reading Lala's comment. Geez, I have no idea where our trash goes, and I was just thinking, like, yeah.
She don't even fucking know. She don't even fucking know. I'm sorry. And I'm gonna say this right now because I don't want anybody to twist this shit. This ain't towards JLR. This is towards that fucking lady right there. This is towards that lady, okay? Shout out JLR, appreciate you, bro. This lady is a motherfucking hot dog steak. Return that shit. Recall.
Food poisoning.
Get your money back.
On the phone that the only thing you can see is a silhouette. She said you cannot see a physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage, so nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that? I always want to know what time she arrived home. Do you know?
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see. She saw about 6 or so, I think is what she said, ish, because they went to dinner at Texas and then supposedly came home, and then her car came in the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out, after that. But they don't know who it was because you can't tell.
So no evidence. Any neighbor, including yourself, or because you all talk, the neighbors talked to everybody and said there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I mean, no, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street facing the entrance somewhere around 3:30 or so. And then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera, 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never, ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you in the email their rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works.
No track. You don't believe that those 3:10 a.m. lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that there are 2 different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car backed up on Helen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour.
She just said the neighbor, right? The neighbor that has the footage is the neighbor that she's been talking about the whole time.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they? She's talking about the neighbor that, if you go to the beginning of this interview, she said her neighbor's timestamp doesn't work right. So she had no idea what time they left somewhere between, I don't know. She said 46, 45. On her footage.
Cutting out.
Oh, the connection.
Sorry.
Can you hear now? Hello?
Still can't hear you. Still not. Sorry. Yeah, I think maybe it is either changing towers or getting in the mountains. Can you guys hear me? Sounds like telling someone's story. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is a lot of, reporting what other people have said. A lot of apparently. You hear me? Good. Thank you, Fuzzball. I wonder if I should continue playing the video or if we should wait for CJ. Let me give him a minute. There he is.
Hello?
Hello.
Sorry, all that distracted me. I can't remember what she just said. Sorry, I'm just tired.
I'm getting tired. Let me take it
But
back a look.
when it comes to who she's talking about, and I'll just say this first before we go back to what she's saying. She's talking about the neighbor in the beginning of this interview, okay? She talked about the neighbor not knowing what time Katie left. Somewhere between 6:40 and 6:45 because she didn't know what time it was because the timestamp's messed up. What timestamp is messed up on what video? Remember the one that's stuck at 3 a.m.?
Right.
So she's blowing this out of proportion because in the beginning of this interview, she told you the timestamp's wrong. But now she's using the wrong timestamp to make 3 a.m. look like it's some big conspiracy. So when we rewind it, listen to what she's saying. It's the same person that has the messed up timestamp where she said it's a messed up timestamp. So why are you going off the timestamp of the messed off timestamp when you're talking and responding to JLR? Why wouldn't you say the timestamp is messed up? It wasn't really 3:10 a.m. Instead, she embellishes and blows it out of proportion.
Exactly.
On the neighbor's camera, 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yard that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking actual him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street facing the entrance, somewhere around 3:30 or so, and then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera. 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never, ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you in the email their rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works.
No track. You don't believe that those 3:10 a.m. lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that there are 2 different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour and 42 something, like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from 2 different directions in between the yards. They do whatever they're doing around the car. The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. Backs up Kellen and leaves. And then 2 or so hours later, as the sun is just beginning to come up, you can see the trash truck. And she said, but the trash truck goes past her driveway. She said, you can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down. And then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up. And then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back. And then you can see all the police come in. She said, it's very obvious. So I asked her why the police are saying that that's trash truck. And she said, I don't know. I'm baffled because I tell you right now, there are 2 different circumstances and that you can tell there are 2 different time frames.
Wow. Because we've heard from Seth Rogers, and Seth is adamant that he was told or he's seen.
That's because LE has told him that.
What's up with that?
Because LE has told him that. Law enforcement has told him that.
Why?
That's the question I asked. When I called, I got I think all of us are just super frustrated as this continues to go on, that we don't understand what's happened. We don't know what's happened. We've all been involved in trying to find him day one. We've spread it. We've shared it on social media. A lot of us were out with law enforcement the first week or so, looking for him and stuff. I mean, this shook us up to the core. It flipped our neighborhood upside down and just shook us up. I mean, nobody left their house for 2 weeks. Even the families who walk their dogs every single day, we didn't see them for 2 weeks.
Why?
So,
why?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We had no idea what happened. I mean, when you have a 15-year-old kid that just vanishes in thin air, nobody wants to leave. We're scared. And then, of course, you see Chris, getting upset through all these YouTube videos. And if you know your neighbor is that upset and threatening people and saying the things he's saying, you're not going to go be a part of that. You're going to stay in your little cocoon and stay away from them. And I mean, lock your doors and be by yourself.
Gossip from a distance.
Protect yourself and just
What
stay
you're
away from
doing.
it.
Gossip from a distance.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, she claims to know a lot.
Right, but then answers that she doesn't know shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of want to know what she was going to say when she stopped herself saying she called and then kind of redirected it to they're just frustrated. Like, who did she?
Well, see, the thing is like when she's out there talking in the street intersection, she ain't got to worry about, fibbing a little here and there. But when she's on YouTube and she knows all the neighbors are watching and she knows that the neighbors will call her out on her fucking bullshit, she's got to correct herself. So she's stuck in the middle between wanting to embellish and tell the stories she tells to the people that are out planting flowers and shit on Saturday. Now she's like, oh shit, I'm on a major platform. I got to make sure that it wasn't Chris. It wasn't Chris and Katie that referred to themselves as Unc and Aunt. No, it wasn't them. Even though I just told you it was. Yeah, that kind of crap.
Never seen Sebastian Rogers in the neighborhood or walking around or anything prior to that day. Nothing.
From what I understand from neighbors that live right close to him, the only time they ever saw him come out was when he was playing with the dogs. The dogs would get out, and he'd be out there for a little while, but nobody ever really knew him.
Nobody knew any of them.
He never came out to play with neighborhood kids. You never saw him out riding his bike. I mean, now I'll tell you this. I mean, we have neighbors that go out, like I said, and walk their dogs every single day, sometimes even twice a day. You have kids that will go out and play basketball. We have a basketball goal in one of the cul-de-sacs. Kids will come up and play basketball in the basketball goal. They'll walk, ride their bike. We have a one kid that has a four-wheeler and a dirt bike, and he rides around, that kind of thing. Didn't even know Sebastian existed. Never played with anybody.
No friends, nothing.
Never had any friends over their house.
How long was, because I heard that Seth was there for a few days staying with the Proudfoots. Did you hear that?
I did. Well, I saw his, well, I didn't know he was staying in their house, but I saw his truck there every single day when I heard that he had stayed in their house for 3 days, I was shocked. I didn't realize he had actually stayed in the house and then they said 3 days. I'm like, well, that's odd because his truck was parked on the curb of the street for about a week. But I didn't know he was actually there because he was out searching. Like, he was actually at the command center for the first week every day, all day long. Seth was.
Not Chris and Katie. Chris and Katie?
Oh, no. They never left their house.
Never
I'm aware of.
With any flyers, go to door, to speak with neighbors, ask them if they've seen anything, nothing.
No.
Wow.
Nope.
That's so Miss Bobby. So do you...
Go
ahead.
I was just going to say, the only thing that they even put on Facebook was that one post.
Which eventually got deleted.
Theirs didn't. The original neighbor that was asking, hey, what's all the commotion on Stafford? That person deleted their post.
Gotcha.
Katie's is still up there.
Were the Bauer socks around at all during that week? Yeah, I know you said that they were there that morning. Did they look around? Did they look around?
No, we never saw anybody. None of them ever looked in our neighborhood where I'm at.
Oh, we gotta pause this, Rosie. Oh my Lord. JLR was the one getting threatened by the Bauer Sox all the time. What do you mean, lady? He just asked. Oh my gosh. He says, man, this is so confusing. This is so confusing. And then he asks her a question, knowing damn well we're all over that fucking. You're
cutting out.
Real quick. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh, I was in a freaking tunnel. I'm sorry.
Do you want to say that again? We didn't.
Did you guys? I said, JLR says, I'm confused, and then ask her a question he knows the answer to. He goes, did you ever see the Bauer Sox there? He knows more than anybody because he was threatened more than anybody from the Bauer Sox. And he's like, nope, nobody. Or she's like, nope, nobody. Mm-hmm. He's got to be smelling the hot dog steak right now because, oh my Lord, he was the one getting threatened by him the most. We got threatened a little bit, not too much, just a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
But their vehicle and shit, chasing after.
Yeah, I remember. CJ, can you hear me? Are you still there? Reception. Sorry, everyone. I'm sure
Caroline.
CJ right back. Okay, I'm gonna carry on playing the video and then just while we wait.
Their post.
Gotcha.
Katie's is still up there.
Were the Bauer Sox around at all during that week? Yeah, I know you said that they were there that morning. Did they look around? Did they look around?
No, we never saw anybody. None of them ever looked in our neighborhood where I'm at. I never seen any of them walking around at all, period, ever. Seth, Chris, Katie, Bauer Sox, none of them ever. I never even met them. I had one encounter with Chris one night, And after, I mean, no, never saw him, never met him, nothing.
The Chris and
Are you back, CJ? That's the part you were talking about. I just played it again while you were out of reception.
Yeah, I'm going through the mountains right now, so it's in and out. I apologize about that. It should only be like this for another 45 minutes or so.
No problem.
What is Ernie saying? That yeah, we talked about Mr. Randall last night, man. We talked about. I'm telling you guys, if you guys missed last night's show, you're gonna want to go check it out. I'm just saying, check out the conversation we had with Tom last night. It's a hell of a show, jam-packed 7 hours, and we got more coming tonight. He's going to be coming on again tonight. If everything works out schedule-wise and I get home at a decent time as well, which I should be. So we should be back tonight talking more. I'm telling you, you're not going to want to miss it. Yeah, he's all tied in with Wayne, Ernie. He's been tied in with Wayne for a long time. Yeah, check out the combo from last night. It was crazy.
Counter, you mind sharing? I think we talked about this offline a little bit.
Yes, okay, so I'll kind of share a little bit of that. This was the, gosh, what day was it? Thursday, I think it was. I think it was Thursday, that Thursday night. Now, mind you, our neighborhood is on pins and needles. Don't know what happened to this kid. Don't understand. Law enforcement's, coming up and around. We've got every department that I didn't even know existed. Like I said, I didn't know, we had a SWAT team. I didn't know we had, drone footage. I didn't know we had any of this stuff. I mean, we're, a small county. I had no idea. Not a small county, but like we're away from like the big crowd, the city. Never had any issues. So I didn't even know that any of this stuff existed. So we were all kind of on pins and needles. And so anything weird, let me go back a little bit and say, the night before this is the reason why this happened. The night before this, I had went to work that night, I think. I did something. I wasn't home for some reason. My son was on our back deck. Now, our back deck faces the construction, the back of the construction. And so he was on the back deck talking to somebody, and he looks out and he says, well, that's really weird. And she said, what? And he said, look at the light out there. And there was a flashlight. It was kind of a dim flashlight, but you could see it because it's pitch black dark. And he said, why is there a flashlight over there? It was one single flashlight, and it was like walking in the back, kind of over in the back of the woods area. And it like walked around, stopped, walked around a little bit, stopped, and then just disappeared in the back of the woods. And so he called me and he's like, what do I do? And I said, you need to call law enforcement. Like, call the number. We had a flyer, had, those flyers. And I was like, you need to call the TBI and tell them and figure out what to do with that. He did. And nothing. No phone call back. No, nothing. Just, okay, thanks for the letter. I'm like, okay, that's awfully weird. I mean, you would think that they would come check that out or call you back and ask you.
Yeah, follow-ups.
Wait
nothing.
a minute.
No, they didn't even call him back to ask him, like, exactly where are you? What did you see? Nothing. Nobody ever followed up or nothing.
Am I confused? That's the first time I've ever heard that the flashlight eyewitness saw a single flashlight walk around for a little bit and then head to the woods and disappear. Those are the same freaking woods I've been wanting to. Those are the same woods that she's talking about, that I'm talking about, that I made a map of in the beginning of the search. I've never heard anybody say that there was an eyewitness account of somebody seeing a single flashlight walking around a couple times towards the woods and disappear. Has anybody else?
I'll let you know if anyone says so in chat.
I mean, maybe I'm just brain farting, but I never heard that.
I haven't heard it either. I'm not very as familiar with the cases, you guys, anymore. Samantha says no.
Wow.
Just now hearing this. Busby says
yeah,
nope.
I'm not having I'm not having a brain fart then.
Mm-mm. You're not.
And she said, wow.
I'll take it back a little bit.
I want to talk to the neighbor that knows this fucking neighbor for real. I want to talk to the neighbor that knows this neighbor. This is crazy. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because in my mind I'm like, wait a minute, I ain't never heard that before. I just wanted to make sure.
GBI and tell them and figure out what to do with that. He did, and nothing. No phone call back. No nothing. Nothing. Just okay. Thanks. Instruction. And so he was on the back deck talking to somebody, and he looks out and he says, "Well, that's really weird." And she said, "What?" And he said, "Look at the lights out there." And there was a flashlight. It was kind of a dim flashlight, but you could see it because it's pitch black dark. And he said, "Why is there a flashlight over there?" It was one single flashlight, and it was like walking in the back, kind of over in the back of the woods area, and it like walked around, stopped, walked around a little bit, stopped, and then just disappeared in the back of the woods. And so he called me, and he's like, "What do I do?" And I said, "You need to call law enforcement. Like, call the number. We had a flyer, had one of those flyers, and I was like, you need to call the GBI and tell them and figure out what to do with that." He did, and nothing. No phone call back. No nothing. Nothing. Just okay. Thanks for the letter. I'm like, okay, that's awfully weird. I mean, you would think that they would come check that out or call you back and ask you.
Yeah, follow-ups.
Nothing. No, they didn't even call him back to ask him like exactly where are you? You know, what did you see? Nothing. Nobody ever followed up or nothing. And so he was like, "That's really weird." And I was like, "Yeah, that is weird. I mean, with a missing kid, you would think they would be coming flying up here to figure out who that was." So it was the following night. So now, of course, we're all like, you know, even more in pins and needles. Like, is people just going to just start walking around a neighborhood in the middle of the night like they were pitch black dark in the night? And so he was coming home. We were all at home and still looking around and talking to neighbors and figuring out like what the heck is going on. And he comes home and walks in the door and is like, "Mom, I don't know what to do." And I'm like, "Now what?" And he said, there's two people, a real tall, skinny guy and a real small, it looks like a girl maybe, that is walking up our street. Now, we do have families that will come out and walk their dogs at night before they go to bed, but they had no dog with them, no nothing. And the strangest part about this was this guy was wearing dark, black, wide, like ski goggles. You've been in my neighborhood. It is, you can't see your hand in front of your face. It is so dark at night. It was 9 o'clock at night. Why is somebody walking with these big black goggles? How can they even see? Well, with everything going on, I'm thinking, okay, that's very suspicious. I gotta check on that. Yes, I could have called law enforcement, and that's what was said. You should have called law enforcement. However, I didn't want to call law enforcement on my own neighbor. If it was
Can you do me a favor? I don't want to miss this, but I do need to fill up and go inside real quick. Is it okay if there's something else that you can play until I'm back? Whatever it might be. Is that cool? I don't want to miss this because I want to make sure I hear everything that this lady's saying just to hear it correctly and get the full picture of it. I'll only be like 7 minutes or something.
Okay, I'll just write down the timestamp.
I appreciate it. I'll be right back.
Sorry, guys, I'm just quickly getting something else. Something else to watch.
We start tonight with continuing coverage on the death of Micah Miller, the estranged wife of John Paul Miller, former pastor at the Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach. This week, the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, they released a timeline of what happened the day Micah died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound at the Lumber River State Park. Now, tonight, the man who reported hearing Micah crying and the sound of a gunshot at that state park is sharing how his character is now under attack. He says it's destroying his life, and he wants the baseless attacks that he's seeing on social media to stop. He talked with ABC 15's Tanya Brown. She joins us now live from the Robeson County Sheriff's Office in Lumberton.
Andrew, the fisherman says he never thought fully cooperating with the police investigation and telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth would lead to him being unfairly targeted on social media. I met 55-year-old Johnny Jacobs today at an undisclosed location in Robeson County. He didn't want me to show his face because he's concerned for his safety after being bashed and targeted on social media.
It's like putting my life in danger with some of the things that's been said.
Jacobs tells me he'd been fishing for several hours on April 27th at the Lumber River State Park when he heard a faint cry. He says 2 or 3 minutes later,
I need to ask you guys this. Does anyone else think it's weird that he doesn't want his face there, but his name and age is fine? Like, isn't that kind of more information? I'm not sure. I don't know. I thought that was weird. Let me know.
he heard a gunshot.
I said, oh my God, don't tell me, because the crying had stopped. I said, don't tell me something's happened. Don't tell me something. I was getting ready to get out of there. Another 3 people came into the lake on a boat, and I plainly asked them, I said, did y'all hear that gunshot? They said yes.
Jacob says he couldn't see anything because of all the trees blocking his view.
This here's the park, of course. This is where I put my boat in at.
He showed me a map on his phone of the Lumber River State Park to better show his location on the river that day.
You see how thick the woods are? That's why I couldn't see nothing. So right along in here is where I found Micah's belongings at.
He says he found Micah's backpack, glasses, and cell phone on the bank and gave them all to deputies on scene. He says he didn't know Micah and has no reason to lie to police. Johnny Jacobs wants the unfair targeting against him to end.
I want this to stop as far as me. I don't want to make this all about me because I'm still thinking about Micah. I'm trying to respect her family, and I got total respect for them, and I am so sorry for what they're going through. I never thought my day would turn out like that.
The Robeson County medical examiner has also been bashed on social media for how he ruled Micah's death as a suicide. Now, the North Carolina State Medical Examiner's Office, I reached out to them today to get information on if an autopsy was done on Micah's body, and I am still waiting to learn that answer. Live in Lumberton, Tanya Brown, ABC 15 News.
Tanya, thank you. Now, today we also learned that the Solid Rock Church reported receiving, quote, harassing messages on social media in the days following Micah Miller's death. Now, the report was filed last Wednesday by a female pastor there, and police noted the messages were vague, but mentioned canceling the church for its, quote, lies. Myrtle Beach police concluded at the time no harassment had occurred. We reached out to the church for comment about this. No one is answering.
The video you're about to see.
We start tonight with continuing coverage on
Yes, I don't know what you guys think about that. I don't know. I thought it was really weird for him to be like sort of free with his name and age, and then he doesn't want his face on there. Did anybody else think that was weird? Yeah. Yeah, Lois, that's true. Sorry about that, Tiffany. I didn't see the message or the comment that you're referring to, if it was further up. Definitely didn't mean to ignore you. Just missed the comment. Yeah, Kid Kitty, a lot of people are. It is suspicious. I don't know. I didn't even know that about the returning in another car. Is that from like a news article or something? Definitely missed that. I'd like to know. Where did you hear that? Thank you. I'll look that up. I'm going to start the comment. So, returned in a different car. How soon after? Returned in a car. Okay. A truck.
All right, I'm back.
Hey.
It is toasty.
Looks like a nice day though.
Oh, it's beautiful. I had my hoodie and my sweatpants on, and then I came back into the car, and I was like, dang, gotta change.
Yeah.
It's getting toasty out now. It is a beautiful day. Sunny as hell.
You can see the sky is pretty.
Oh, damn, I got a chip in my windshield.
From that stuff that was flying around?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, there's a chip in it now. Damn.
Mm.
Right in the view of the camera. All right. Thank you, guys. I should be good for a while now.
Okay, just while I'm getting that that comment back to display, I forgot to tell you about a contribution from a while ago, like an hour ago. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Let me just put it there. It's typically unique. It's $1.99, and it says congrats on the 12K. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, Typically Unique, for the $1.99. Go sub to Typically Unique. Just type it in. Or if Ahmad can drop the link in chat, just type in Typically Unique. You'll see the icon. Great show. They cover Idaho 4, too.
I'm sorry about the delay on that.
Oh, you're good. Okay. Appreciate you, Typically. You and your hubby. We're going to have them on an Idaho 4 show coming up here soon.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, they're great people.
Was a neighbor out walking around. I didn't want to be rude and call law enforcement on my neighbor. So I told my son, I said, you know what, let's go. He's got a Jeep that's got a bunch of lights on it. And I said, let's drive down there and turn your lights on and see if you can see somebody out there walking. I said, I'll call law enforcement and let them know what we're seeing, and then we'll just turn around and go back home. I wasn't going to follow them. I just wanted to see if I could find them. So we're driving down my road. We turn up Stafford because we couldn't find them. Like, well, maybe they went up Stafford. We went up Stafford. Now my son's Jeep is loud. And so I didn't even think about it. I was more focused on who this person was. So he drives up Stafford and he says to me, hey, while we're up here, where's Sebastian's house? And I'm like, oh, we just passed it. So he turns around and goes back down, and we're going slowly because I was trying to point out Sebastian's house. And so I pointed it out. And he's like, oh, okay. And so we drive back around and we're driving back down to the other side of the neighborhood, another cul-de-sac. And he said, wait a minute. Didn't you say that this other neighbor has a Ring camera? And I said, yes. And she's the one that saw the silhouette in the window and the lights in the house go on and off and whatever. She's like, but that doesn't make any sense, because if that house is located here, how can she have seen over here? And I'm like, okay, go back up the street and I'll show you. So we went back up the street to show him where that house was versus this and all the whole thing. And as we were coming back up, we kind of stopped. Now, this is my neighborhood. I'm not a suspicious person. This is my neighborhood. I should be able to do whatever I want to, right? So I stop, or he stops a little bit. I'm pointing that house out, and we drive out, and I said, Sean, I said, honey, we got to go home. And he's like, why? And I said, because somebody's standing at their front door. He was like, oh crap. And I did not, God honest truth, I never meant to upset anybody. It was truly just me trying to figure out what's going on. Never meant to upset anybody. Turn around, Stafford, I'm coming back down, and Chris is, now mind you, I have never met this man, never seen him before. I wouldn't even know who he is. Matter of fact, I thought he was law enforcement. Stands in the middle of the street and puts his hand out and stops, just like this. And I was like, oh my gosh, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. And I'm thinking it's law enforcement. I'm like, oh crap, we're about to get in trouble because they're going to think that we're looking for this kid or something. So right on the window, and he comes around and he stands there just like this. He's like, what are you doing out here? And I'm like, holy crap. I said, I'm so sorry. We were looking for, and I told him what happened and told him the whole story. And he was like, why wouldn't you just call law enforcement? I said, because I don't want to call law enforcement on a neighbor if they're out walking around. That's kind of rude. And he's like, well, you have no business driving around here, and started telling me in a very intimidating, very strong voice, I guess you would say, big tough, he's a big guy, kind of thing. That my son is missing, and they've got police all around here looking. I said, yeah, no kidding. I know, I'm aware. I've been talking to him. Trust me, I know, I get it. And then he said, there's a police, the heat sensor mobile unit things, what I'm talking about, that can detect heat sensor and stuff. Well, they had one of those up in the top, hoping that if he came home, it would alert law enforcement that there was somebody walking around, which I don't get that, because you've got families that are walking dogs anyway. So I was like, I'm so sorry. I kept apologizing to him, and he got really upset and, kind of said some things, and I was trying to calm him down, and I apologized. And my son's girlfriend was in the back, and she thought that if she rolled the window down and said, I am such and such, and I go to your son's school, that he would calm down. Even though I said, hey, I'm your neighbor. I live up there. Everything's fine. I'm sorry I didn't mean to bother you. I thought even me telling him I was his neighbor would calm him down. It's like he just glossed right over that. He didn't care. So she says, I'm such and such, and I go to school with your son. And he stops mid-sentence to me and said, oh, and got stopped, looked at her and said, your name? And she said, yes, sir. Like, how do you know? She only gave him her first name, and he said the whole thing. And she was like, how do you know my name? And I was like, what the crap? I looked at my son. I said, we need to go. We just need to go. We just need to go. And I'm like, I'm going to call the police, because this is getting, I don't know. I don't understand. I wish you could have, I can't describe his body language, was just very,
it wasn't like, well, for that people were out there looking for his son or thing. He was more like trying to stop.
Get off my street. Get off my street. Get out of here. Get off my street. Go.
Didn't she say earlier that nobody knew he existed?
Yep. No, nobody knew he existed. Nobody even really met him. Yep.
Oh, so maybe she knew she went to the same school as him afterwards? Like, she heard about it afterwards?
Rosie, this... It's a Rubik's Cube at this point.
Okay.
Okay. It's a Rubik's Cube here. That's what she is. There we go. We graduated from hot dog steak to Rubik's Cube.
Congratulations. Okay.
Go home, leave me alone, get away from us. But he told her, so you're the girl that runs this Facebook group and this, that, and the other. I'm going to demand you take that off. You get your phone. And he said, where are your parents? And she said, at my house. And he said, well, I'm going to find out where you live and I'm going to come knock on their door and we're going to have a conversation. And she said, okay, good luck with that. And I was like, you know what? Look, we don't want to, cause any issues and whatever. I try to give him grace. Don't know the man from nowhere. And I just kept saying, he's upset. His son's missing. He's really upset. He's very defensive. Maybe that's just all that what it was. Now that I've seen some of his YouTube videos and I'm like, yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know the back end of those details. I know we talked before offline a little bit. And you said, kind of like a confrontation kind of deal. It confronted you guys, but I didn't know those like back end details that you shared. Somebody in the chat, Smiley's World, was asking, prior to the February 26th, right, when Chris arrived home, did any neighbors or anyone that you heard, whether you see it, but you said you never knew him prior, did anyone ever say anything about him being around the house on the 25th, the 24th, or seen in the neighborhood or anywhere in the area prior to the
No, nobody's ever really mentioned him. The only person that's ever said anything about him coming home, like I said, nobody really ever paid attention, I don't think, because even the neighbor that lives close by that I'm friends with, I asked her, like, did you ever see? She said, I never really paid attention because, like, he would come and go and they never were out really, and they had this camper and the camper would leave and then it would come back. And then, he never came outside. And it's odd because Chris kept saying that he would go outside and play and, all that kind of stuff. And she's like, I don't remember ever seeing him really outside playing. Like, there's no playground. They don't have a playground outside. They don't have a trampoline outside. Like, if you looked at their yard, you wouldn't even know there's no bike. There's no, like, scooters. There's no basketballs. You wouldn't even know they have kids. There's nothing in their yard to play with. He's never outside. Like, he didn't go outside and play catch with his dad. Nothing.
Interesting. Now, as you said, pitch black in the neighborhood. Do you buy it where they're claiming that this kid walked out the front door and kind of bad neighborhood?
No, because everybody around the camera.
Would a kid go out at night and walk around out there at night alone?
I don't think so. I mean, unless their parents didn't. Now, we did have a ding dong ditch happen a couple years ago, but no. I mean, I've never experienced kids just randomly walking around the neighborhood. That's the thing about our neighborhood is it's so quiet. Like at night, literally, like in the summertime when my kids were younger.
She just don't know. But she's gonna try and make it sound good.
What is a ding dong ditch exactly?
Huh?
The
door ditch. Oh, the dog ditch. It's probably somebody ringing the doorbell and running off.
Oh, okay.
You think Sebastian's doing that? Why would she even mention that? He asked her a straight up question. She could have just said no. But instead, we're getting filled up with all the neighborhood stories.
Yeah.
Sorry, my car shut off for me for something. My kids were younger. They would go outside and play like flashlight tag and stuff like that. And I'd have to get on to them like, okay, 10 o'clock, y'all need to be done because everybody's got to go to bed and whatever. Nobody ever gets, like, you don't ever just see random kids walking around by themselves. I don't buy that at all. And I know that neighbors that are right around them said that there was nothing on their cameras.
Nothing. So no evidence whatsoever for that morning, 26, and not even the 25th, the night of the 25th. Wow. Do you think law enforcement?
He just vanished. He literally just vanished.
What's your theory? What do you think? What do you think happened? What's your theory? Based off you being a neighbor, based off you speaking to other neighbors, you're very close to the area. You've seen law enforcement over there. What do you think happened?
I have to be very careful with that one.
Yeah, she doesn't want to tell you what she's telling the neighbors.
I know there were some family just issues. Like there were some.
Yeah, that's the first time she's been like, I don't want to.
Yeah, because that before she even was going to answer that question, I'm like, she ain't going to be honest with this answer because she knows what she's been telling the neighbors the whole time, and she don't want to say anything different than what she's been telling the neighbors, so she don't want to say shit. Because they're two different stories.
Personal stuff going on within the family between Katie and Chris.
Sorry, CJ. I think there was a delay. I didn't know you were still speaking. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying there's two stories. One that she knows is what makes sense, and the other one is what she's been telling the neighbors the whole time. So she can't be honest with that answer.
Yeah.
Seth told us, that he was supposed to get full custody. One minute he says that Katie was okay with it. The next minute I'm hearing that Katie was not okay with it. I don't know their personal story. I know that neighbors are close by them heard fighting within their family outside, verbal things that were said outside. So I don't know that it was, I think there were some struggles within the family. I mean, every family has issues. I get that, but I don't know families typically would get into that kind of a dispute outside. I mean, if I was going to have a conflict of interest between my kids and I, or my husband and I, we would be inside. I wouldn't be outside making that known. And apparently there were some situations where things were heard that weren't good.
Bobby, when did those fights occur? Do you know?
Over the past, I guess since they've been there periodically. It wasn't like a one-time thing. There were other, times where things were said and that kind of thing. I don't live close enough to them to have heard that. I mean, they would have to have screamed at each other for me to have heard that. I didn't hear it, but I know that neighbors around them have reported hearing things that were said outside, and it wasn't like a one-time thing.
Any cops ever get called?
Well, I mean, CPS was called multiple times, and I know teachers personally that still work at Beach that were told things and they had to report it. I mean, when a teacher is told, counselors and teachers are told things, they by law have to report it. And I know that absolutely. And I know that, kids can be over exaggerating. I know that, especially teenagers, that kind of thing. I think for me, I think my kids would be respectful enough with us that if something happened, I don't think they would go and say like, my mom is mean to me. Like they know that's not true, and they would get in trouble for lying. So for him to make up that things that he was saying, I can't imagine him making certain things that were set up enough for CPS to be called on them. And I know they were called multiple times.
Multiple times. So when you say multiple, how many times?
I have no idea. I'm not privy to that information.
Has any neighbors or anybody tell you that they've seen the CPS at their house? Like,
I don't know. They have not actually used the words "I've seen them at the house," but they've told me that there have been people that have visited an official. Like, I don't know. Like, the car that comes is not going to have CPS.
Oh my Lord!
I mean, it may have a government official like license plate or something like that, and they're not going to have they're going to have a badge on them as they go to the front door.
A bunch of fucking gossipers. That's what they are. It's a bunch of fucking gossip.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know, but it's. Did you see that weird car show up today? Way down the street. I wonder who it was. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I was wondering why Jay for Justice made a few clips of this, and I didn't get to check them out. I can't wait to check out the Jay for Justice clips after we're done watching this episode, because I want to see what the hell Jay for Justice has got to say on this shit. Shout out Jay for Justice.
Is going to see that kind of thing. So I don't know, like neighbors haven't said like I have seen this happen because they were really paying attention. I don't think it was one of those things where I don't think neighbors after this has happened, some of the neighbors are going back and saying, wait a minute, I remember this and I do remember that and I do remember this, and oh wow, this is like all connected. But when it happens over a year period of time and it's just random, but then nothing really ever comes of it, you just kind of try to stay in your own lane and mind your own business, because you're not hearing, like, I don't know that neighbors heard screaming or like
stay in your lane and mind your own business.
The things that were being said outside were loud enough to make neighbors call. I don't think it was that kind of like, if a neighbor next to me, I heard a kid
coming back to nobody knew he existed.
Yeah, and we should just stay in our lane and mind our own business. What if it was Aunt Sally that came by to drop off a birthday card? Oh my gosh, I wonder if it's CPS.
Right.
But it was Aunt Sally dropping a birthday card off. My Lord, I'm glad I don't live on that fucking street. I can't imagine the fucking dumb shit people have to deal with in that neighborhood with fucking neighbors like this. You know, we were talking about fences the other day, Rosie.
Yeah, we were.
Right?
Yeah.
This is a neighbor where you have that fucking fence 10 feet high. Okay? Just saying.
So there are some circumstances where you get fenced.
That would be a circumstance where you get a 10-foot fucking high fence. Yes.
That is funny.
Sad but true. It is, man. Fuck this neighbor. Like I said, if there's a neighbor out there that knows this neighbor, please call me. We got to talk.
Screaming, help me, don't, whatever, I would be calling the police. Like, okay, I'm going to go inside. I'm going to call the police and be anonymous. It wasn't that kind of a thing. It was things that were said and arguments between them that made neighbors think, gosh,
But when you say that, are we talking Chris and Katie, or is Seth in the picture too? Is it like, were there arguments with Seth there?
I don't think Seth was ever there long enough. I think he was there long enough to pick Sebastian up for his weekend, or they would meet somewhere for his weekend or something like that. I don't think that Seth was ever there. I think it was mostly the one neighbor told me that she heard.
Wow.
And I'm not going to go into a lot of whole big detail because I don't want to get
She's
into their whole
spy-hawking.
personal life. It's not my place.
She don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. But she's got a whole bunch of, yeah, but I don't know. I just seen him like pick him up, da 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 da. That's some spy hawking shit.
It is.
I'm starting. Did she say she was married?
She's only spoken about kids.
Okay. Well, I'm just starting to wonder if she's like the first lady of the neighborhood, the self-appointed first lady. You know who those are.
Yeah.
The self-appointed first ladies where I've been around here the longest and I tell everybody what I want them to do because I'm the fucking first lady. Just like you got the mayor, which is her husband, because he can tell you what's up to code and what's not. This shit's crazy, man. This is that small town shit, yo. Blow it out of proportion. But it's a whole bunch of, I don't know for sure. We don't know them. I don't know. I never saw. But I heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did actually say earlier that the people who've been there from the beginning know each other. And I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, that kind of attitude of I've lived in this neighborhood so long kind of thing, as opposed to the new people.
It's under development.
Yeah.
It's under development right now. They're continuing to build on to the neighborhood. So there was probably just a few houses. They probably moved in and, self-appointed. Because really, those self-appointed, they try and do their shit around the neighborhood, but really everybody just hates your ass. They just tolerate you, they just tolerate you. They go inside and they're like, man, this lady's nuts. She needs some fucking help. You get laughed at. You're made a mockery. This is crazy.
But a neighbor had told me that there were things that were said between like Chris and Katie would get into an argument, like in the driveway. And then Sebastian might come outside and Chris would raise his voice at him, either get inside or what are you doing out here, or make comments to him like that. And like I said, it wasn't like, I'm going to kill you or I'm going to beat your butt. It wasn't like such a horrible thing to make a neighbor call 911. It was just a very abrasive enough to, now that he's missing, they go back and think, oh,
So that's kind of like, that was the kind of what you were saying when the neighbors kind of put these pieces together after the fact.
Right. It's one of those things that you go back and look and think, oh, okay, so maybe there was something to that. I just didn't realize it.
Have you ever heard anything about the mattress in the garage?
have, and I have not been able to confirm that. I did hear that, and the neighbor next to them, when the garage door would come up for her to leave, they saw a mattress in the garage. And well, I mean, Chris admitted that there was a mattress in there. Now he said it was for his daughter, so maybe, but why is it still in there? I don't know. No idea.
Yeah, they said on Nancy Grace that they got a new bed set after Sebastian missing. But then people are also that punishment. Did you? And I'm
That's
talking
about too.
Punishment aspect about Sebastian sleeping in the garage for punishment. Have you heard that?
I did hear that, but I can't confirm it because I have not talked to the neighbors that live next to them that were the ones that said that. I don't know for a fact they said that. But my thing is, and again, I'm not trying to put anything blame on them at all because I don't.
That just shows you her method of getting her information. Yeah. Tactics.
I know. We need a fucking championship belt for smelling hot dog steaks. We do.
Yeah.
The steak all-stars. That's what we are.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Know them, don't know anything about their personal story, have no idea. I can't confirm any of this, but I just know that I'm surprised that the mattress has been in the garage that long. I mean, if the mattress is for your child, wouldn't it have been put away or put in the, I mean, why is it still in the garage and not in the child's bedroom? And two, the daughter, Faith, I don't ever remember her being there. Like, if she was there, I mean, maybe one summer. I mean, I'm just surprised that she would have a brand new mattress if she's not there very much. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she didn't even have a mattress, and that's the first one.
You spoke earlier about a silhouette and a light inside. Talk a little bit about that. People were asking that in the chat. What's that all about?
I don't even know what to say about that.
I can't. I'm just laughing. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, all I can do is fucking laugh my ass off right now. This is just. No, it's on 1.25, JC. Oh shit! I just missed my turn.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that sucks. It's on 1.25. The GPS made it look like I was supposed to turn right, but the road didn't split, even though it split on GPS. So I don't know what that was about.
Okay, so if I go back to day one and kind of rehash a little bit, try to make this as short as possible, the neighbor close by that saw Katie out front on the way to taking her kids to school, she was the one that called me. Friends, I'm good friends with her. She's the one that actually called me and told me what was going on. And said that I said, well, what happened? And she said, well, I went and asked Katie what happened, and she said, and this is where the story gets totally misconstrued. I don't know. Again, third party, I'm hearing this from another third party source. So, I've got to trust this lady. She's a good friend of mine. There's no reason why she would lie. But she said, Katie, they had got home from Texas Roadhouse, took the trash out, so on and so forth. Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen, I guess, getting, whatever done. And from her house, she's close enough to where she can see from the Ring camera, like the lights inside, because it's dark. So, I mean, if you have lights on, you can see it. And so she said that she could see the lights in the house around 10 or so. Then Katie told her that Sebastian was in her room. She was in the kitchen. She said, you need to go to bed. And he said, okay. And she goes in the living room and does whatever, watches TV. She says she was studying. I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. She was in the living room for whatever reason. And she told my neighbor that she fell asleep. And
say that again. You broke up. Say it again. You broke up.
This punk, and she yelled across the house and said, Sebastian. And he said, yes, mom. And she said, are you okay? He said, yes, I'm fine. I'm good. Go to bed. And she said, okay. So she gets up, and my neighbor said, you can actually see his light go off, her walking across the house, her light go off, and then a silhouette come up to the window for a minute. And then everything just goes black.
What time was that again? Because you cut out.
I'm sorry. I know my son was calling me. Okay. So she woke up around 11:30 is what she told my neighbor, that she woke up about 11:30, and apparently he was still up. But I find it odd because my thought is, and again, none of my business. I just think, okay, Put
None
yourself
of
in
my
that
business.
position. If I have a child who's got special needs and I hear a thump, I'm going to walk into my child. No, let me put it this way. My kids are all very healthy and normal. I'm very blessed to have very healthy kids. But if it's 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night and my kid has to be up at 6 the next morning, I'm going to be in their room yelling at them and taking their electronics away and telling them, go to bed now. That I would be walking in my kid's room. Even where my kids are now, healthy and average children, whatever, no problems. If I heard a thunk, I'm probably still going to go in their room and ask, like, what in the world was that? I wouldn't just stay, but hey, maybe she trusts him. Maybe she thought it was no big deal. I don't know, whatever. But that's what she told my neighbor. And then she goes to bed.
11:30 though. That information is not really out there. We keep hearing 10 p.m. kind of deal. Put him to bed. Hear the thump. Are you okay? Good night. 10 p.m.
Right.
But this is what she told a neighbor.
That's right. That's right. And when I asked my neighbor, so she told me this Monday. And then when the sheriff's office came by our house to do the same door knocking thing and walking around and whatever, I asked the sheriff, I said, let me ask you a question. And he's like, what's that? And I said, I know early on investigation, they actually were talking to us. Like day 1 and 2, they were talking to us. So they were giving us information. They were telling us kind of what they were going to do and whatever. And then after about a week of it, they just shut down and never would talk again. The day that the TBI came in, that was it. No more discussion. It's shut down. We're not talking about it. You're just going to have to be in the dark. So, but this day 2, when the sheriff got there, haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know why state troopers would be there. The state troopers came in. Actually, they came into my driveway because they were all muddy, and so he and my son were rinsing his shoes off. And I looked at him and I said, "Let me ask you a question." And I said, if you'd fallen asleep in a living room and your kid walks out the front door, wouldn't you have heard that? And he was like, not only would I have heard that, but I would have jumped up with my gun in my hand to figure out who's coming in my house.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing is, like, she falls asleep on the couch and her kid just walks out the door. But then when I asked my neighbor about that again, called her the next day, I'm like, okay, explain this to me. This is what you said. I don't understand that. And she said, oh, well, she woke up and then heard the thump and that kind of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, it goes with all that in the evening time. At the same time, like you said, no evidence that any neighbors or anyone seen that he actually returned home that day. And then we also have those lights. It's just a mystery in a sense, because those mysteries. Someone asked him, go ahead.
I'm just going to say those were not trash trucks.
I concur. But why did authorities say it doesn't have any evidentiary value?
I asked that when I called the lead detective, and I flat out told him that I know the neighbor. I've seen the video footage from the very beginning before it was edited. She told me with her own mouth, looking at it herself, there are 2 separate occasions, car, then truck. Why is that? We've had it. He argued with me and told me that he had it broken down. The Secret Service looked at it and they confirmed that in fact it was a trash truck. And I said, I'm telling you, it was not. He said, well, I'm not going to say argue with you. I was like, okay.
Wow. Somebody said in the chat, any video footage of Katie searching for Sebastian that morning? Like, do they have any, since you have a neighbor that has a Ring camera, did any cameras pick up Katie actually out there searching that morning before?
If she, oh, you mean before all the police got there?
Yeah.
So the neighbor that was leaving to go take her well, actually the neighbor's camera did pick up her walking around her house.
Really? So she walked around her house?
Yeah, because in the neighbor, if you're looking to her house, the neighbor to the left of them, that the wife came out and was actually looking. There's like a little like a wood door underneath the house. What do you call that underneath the house? The crawl space. They actually opened that door and were looking in the crawl space together. And so they were looking. But as far as outside of the neighborhood, I've never seen them, and they've never not that I'm aware of. I mean, I asked my kids, and my kids said they'd never seen her, never seen him. They did see Seth was out there a couple of times with everybody. He was at the command post. I have a good friend that was there in the command post, and she confirmed that he was at the command post. But I asked her, I said, did you see Katie or Chris or the Bowers Hawks? And she said, no, never saw any of them. But then again, she said, but I mean, law enforcement did ask them to stay home in case he came home or called. So there's that.
Do you think law enforcement exhausted the whole area? Like, do you think they did a thorough search of the entire neighborhood and the streets along Long Hollow Pike and in the school? Do you think they?
Oh, yeah. I definitely. I mean, I watched it with my own eyes. They were deep in. They were climbing in the trenches and looking in the sewage areas. And then they had dogs everywhere. They had drones everywhere. The question is, what are they doing with whatever evidence they collected, and what are they doing with the surveillance cameras? Because what I'm told that neighbors saw, they're denying.
They're denying.
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
Exactly. I don't know. That was what I asked. I have no idea.
See,
I don't understand.
See, what I find interesting, Miss Bobby,
Oh
is,
my God.
you know, I was up there, what, a week and a half later, and then we were searching, and on that federal property, and there was a dog hit, and law enforcement didn't even go out there to look.
Are you okay, CJ?
I will be in however many minutes left this video is.
Or I will tell you. Hold on.
This is too much. This is, I don't know, whatever. Not my business. I don't care. Not my business. I don't know, whatever.
You will be okay in half an hour.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All right. I'll
Okay.
shut up. I'll shut up.
At all. It's as if they didn't even care that there could be. I would think that they would. Look, it seems like they've already made up their mind or have a conclusion of what happened to Sebastian.
That is exactly how I have felt since the first week, literally the first week, within and a lot of people would get on Facebook and, like, you know, belittle our neighborhood and yell at us like, why aren't you guys out looking? And why don't you guys have signs? And why don't you have, if I was in that neighborhood, I would flood it with green. And yeah, but you haven't been violated, and you were a part of this where you had hundreds of cars a day driving up and down and taking videos and pictures of your house and stopping and asking you questions, and the news reporters being out front of your house. And you don't understand where we are, and we just want to just have some peace and some privacy. We are looking, we're out there, we're asking questions, we're talking to each other, we're on social media, we handing out flyers, whatever. We're just not. Why do we need a sign when we're in the neighborhood? I mean, we live here, for heaven's sakes. Why do we need a sign? I mean, we know what's going on. If you drive through here, this neighborhood belongs to him. Why do we need a sign to say, look for him? But anyway, I feel like from the very beginning, it was a massive search effort. But I just don't understand what they did with, if they found anything, what they did with it. Why are they trying to act like the footage, did they find anything on the footage? From what I'm being told from my neighbors that saw stuff on the footage, and I asked them and they want to deny it, they want to argue with me. Why are they? And then when the TBI came and actually walked into my house, sitting in my living room couch and interviewed me, and I told them what I had heard and whatever. And then after that, he gave me his card and said, oh, and I promise you, I had 12 people every day for about 3 weeks from random places. I'm talking Canada, I'm talking UK, I'm talking Hawaii, Puerto Rico. They were trying to get into our private group. Why do you need to be in our private group? Why do you need to be in our neighborhood group?
Gotcha.
Just wanting to know stuff? I don't know. But I mean, we had just they were coming out of the woodworks trying to get a piece of the information. But they just.
Rosie, don't pause it. Just let that baby keep flying, okay? Just let it keep flying. Even if you hear me say something and I say, hey, pause it, please. No, don't even. Just let it play, okay? Just let that shit play.
I will ignore you.
Oh my gosh. I love you guys. It's for you.
We appreciate it.
It's for you.
Shut down. And every time I would send the TBI agent, I sent him the story about what happened to my son and I, and said I had it on, video, whatever. And I said, do you want to see this? And, he didn't even respond to me. He didn't even respond and say, I will let you know, hold on to that. Nothing. I didn't even get a response from him.
Weird.
I called.
It seems as if they already know something and everything else in their mind is irrelevant. It's weird.
That's how I felt. That's how I feel. I can't prove it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's how I feel. And that's what a lot of us feel like. I mean, a lot of us feel like, I had 4 or 5 of my neighbors come over to my house one day, and we sat in my house and talking about all this and kind of sharing stories and stuff.
I
of
bet
what
you
they
did.
feel, and we all feel like something is going on.
I bet you did.
Something isn't right.
Miss Bobby,
It's not my business.
somebody in the chat asked if when you had that neighborhood vigil for Sebastian, were the prophets invited?
Oh yeah, it was all over our Facebook page.
So they knew.
Absolutely. Well, if they were and we had planned it a week before, so it's not like it was last minute, throw it together. It was, a matter of fact, one of the neighbors that helped me organize it, she actually had posted it on her profile, like just on her as a posting, and just said, I'd love to have a vigil. Let me know if anybody is doing one. And I messaged her and said, hey, why don't we do this in our neighborhood? That way the family can come as well, and it can just be our private neighbors. And she's like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. So I put it on the Facebook page as a post. I tagged her in it, and I said, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is where we're going to be. And then several people posted asking what time. We kind of kept going back and forth about what day, what time, and whatever. So did we go to their door and knock on their door and personally invite them? No, but we didn't do that with anybody. And we had a big group show up.
And they would have, they knew it. One was existing. Instead, you said they brought 2 representatives, family members.
That's the other thing is that's the other thing is, for a fact they knew because they sent the family.
Yeah. What did the family say? Like the people that you said that came, uncle and aunt, right? Uncle and aunt, they said?
Yes.
What did they say anything? Did they talk? They
didn't really talk much. They just kind of stood there and listened to us, introduce ourselves. And we went around the circles, quite a big circle. We went around the circle and everybody, said their prayer and whatever. And then afterwards, we just kind of said, hey, do you guys need anything? And we said, do you need food? Can we set up a food train for you? Or, is there, do you need anything? And they both said, oh, we've got a lot of support. We're good. We're fine. Don't worry about us. We're good. We got plenty of support.
Does somebody asked in the chat, does the Proudfoots have security? Did the neighbor, did you guys know if they had, because Katie worked at Brinks, right? Or Brinks security system?
That was the very first thing I asked my neighbor when she told me that Sebastian is on the spectrum. And I said, hold on a minute. Doesn't she work for Brinks? And she said, yes. And I said, she has a special needs child. She works for Brinks. Does she not have security or locks or some kind of like a safety, something to keep him from coming out? And she said, not that I'm aware of. Now, the people before them, I do not believe they had security. They were elderly couple, so I don't even know if they cared. But apparently they didn't, because then Brinks came afterwards and installed. And I know that for a fact because she called me and said, well, they're getting security now. And I think Chris said that was because they felt like they were being threatened and all that kind of stuff, which I can't prove or deny, whatever. That's up to them. That's their business. But from what I understand,
that's their business.
So
I don't know for sure.
Very, very interesting. Has the Proudfoots been back at their home? Like, are they there?
She has been. I think she went back to work because she's been home and her van comes and goes. I think Chris came in one weekend. I don't know, but I've kind of just stopped. Like I would drive by once every, like maybe once a week just to see, if they were there, because they were there. And it was just like, and Katie's right. I heard her say that they were trying to leave to kind of give us a break because we were getting overwhelmed. We were all getting very upset and very overwhelmed with all the traffic and stuff. And, I do appreciate her saying it for recognizing that. However, I was really shocked because I felt like that if my kid was missing, I don't want to say I would handle it differently because I don't ever want to be put in that situation, and I don't want to make karma come after me. But I can't imagine leaving my house if my child was missing.
Yeah, no, I mean she was being called out by that. I mean, she's claiming that she can't wait for him to come into the door, Bubba, but I'm not her.
I'm not her, and I can't. I'm not going to say that she did the wrong thing because I have no business saying that. I'm just surprised. I do appreciate the fact that she did recognize that we were getting overwhelmed with traffic and whatnot. So I do appreciate that. But and we were. But I would just think that maybe Chris goes back to work and she stays there just in case. But everybody handles things differently, and if that's what she felt like she needed to do, then who am I to judge that?
But they haven't, since this incident happened. They really don't come out at all, interact with anybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've seen them interact with a neighbor very close to them a couple of times, be out talking to one of the neighbors, but I have not seen them out talking to anybody else.
There's rumors there's rumors that they might be moving. You know anything about that? Have you heard? Is there?
I've heard that so many times, and there's no confirmation of that.
Interesting.
I've asked other. We have a couple of realtors in our neighborhood, and I've asked them, and they've not. It's like I have not heard any confirmation of that.
Has one more thing, has the detectives or authorities ever go back to their house, like in certain time, like maybe like a week or 2 weeks after Sebastian went missing? Have they ever returned to the home?
Oh yeah, they came back. What was it, week 2 or 3? They came back and basically started it all over again. Started the searching all over again, and they also reenacted the whole scene. And they started at like 10 o'clock Sunday night ish, was it something like that? Sunday night, going into the early the next morning to see if they could kind of like retrace each one of the steps and everything that happened.
Type of deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting, but nothing seems like got their evidence and got something out of that possibly.
If they did, they're not telling us.
They're not. How's the neighborhood now?
I think it's getting better. I mean, I'm noticing a lot of neighbors are getting out more and walking dogs again and talking. And I think people think that we're all like huddled together talking about everything that's going on. And it's not like that at all. I think we're all just trying to stay out of it, trying to give them their space and kind of stay away from everything. And we just don't, I know for me, I don't want to get into their personal business. I just don't want to be that neighbor that's all like super nosy and thinks that she knows everything, because I don't know what happened. I don't understand. This kid did not just vanish. He just didn't vanish.
But does any neighbors think it was a kidnapping, or like think their children are in danger?
So that was the very first thing I asked on Wednesday when TBI came and sat down with me and talked to me. And I looked at her, I said, I get that you guys are being super quiet about this because it is still an investigation. However, if this kid was kidnapped, don't you think you might want to tell us so that we can kind of lock our kids up and, you know, be safe or whatever? And she, instead of her, and I guess this is, you know, again, part of the investigation, she said, well, you should always do that.
That's interesting. Yeah, they have a responsibility. I mean, if they're, one of their theories is Sebastian got kidnapped, and they never said Sebastian was kidnapped.
But there was there were no cars that came up their street and then left up their street and left. The only car that was ever seen was the one that was on Kellen, that parked on the corner of Stafford and Kellen for about 3 or 5 minutes, where the flashlights came towards it, backed up and left. And then the trash truck, and then Katie's SUV, and then the police, or then the school bus, and then the police. So there was no other car that ever drove up Stafford.
Was it a car that the lights went to? Or like an SUV or a car? Like what type of vehicle was it?
I don't know. I don't remember. It just the words that where I was told was unidentified car. I don't know if it was an SUV or a car or what. That was just what I was told. It was an unidentified car. And that was another thing, is when I asked the lead detective, I said, you know, this car that was on Kellen, he was like, yeah, we already figured that out. That was an Uber. And I was like, no, the Uber was a neighbor on Devon that ordered an Uber about 5:30 to go to the airport. I know that. But the car sitting on, why would a car sit on Kellen if they were going up the street to get the customer to leave? I mean, you don't sit there.
Coincidentally, at the same time, lights are flashing around the time.
Well, at that same time, the trash truck would have been through there. So
Yeah.
like, you wouldn't have gotten that confused. Why would a car be sitting on our road like around 3:30, 4 o'clock Monday morning? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, one thing I say, and it's the truth, the law enforcement is not obligated to tell the public the truth.
That's true.
We have to tell law enforcement the truth if we're being interrogated or questioned or whatnot, in a sense, because you could be, you know, charged with lying. But they're not under any legal obligation. I mean, morally, you would think they would tell the truth, but they don't legally have to. They can lie to the public, and they do. So maybe they're keeping things close to the vest.
I was just really surprised how I felt like he got a little bit defensive with me when I mentioned that I was a neighbor and talking to the neighbors about their surveillance. Because my thought is this, you know, if you were to ask an officer a direct question, if he can't discuss it, instead of arguing with me, the response should have been, I can't confirm or deny that. I can't discuss that. We're still in investigation. Instead of him flat out lying about, or, you know, like defending it and arguing with me, why didn't he just say, well, that's still part of the investigation, I can't comment on that? And I would have simply said, okay, you're right, I understand.
Yeah,
But he
absolutely.
didn't.
Integrity of the investigation, no comment.
That's what I would have done. I mean, that's usually what they do. Why argue with me and try to convince me otherwise? It's like he was trying to convince me. Leave that alone. Stop talking about it. That's not part of this.
Got you, Bobby. Is there anything else you would like to add that I didn't ask, or anything that you want to put out there that the public should know that we forgot?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we pretty much covered everything. I just know that, you know, we want this resolved as badly as anybody does. I would love just for this to be over and him to come home. But I really just wish people would, you know, around social media just got really nasty and ugly and started attacking us. One of our neighbors, I will say this, one of the neighbors that live close by, they got the whole rumor about Katie having an affair with a neighbor. What started that?
Interesting. So that's not true. I saw that circulate.
Where in the world? Not only that, but one of the neighbors, precious, sweet family. I know them personally. They are a great family. They got so attacked by this rumor that their kids started being bullied at school, saying that your parents are the ones that were swingers, started being called swingers. They started getting phone calls from people all over the country claiming that they were swingers.
Yeah, that rumor
so bad.
Not true at all about
Not
Katie
that I know.
neighbor. Yeah,
Not that I'm aware of.
And so that neighbor was getting harassed then, huh?
Bad. It was really bad. People just get so, I mean, I know that they want answers. I know everybody just really wants answers. I mean, heavens, we want answers. You know, we're living in the middle of this. We want answers. We want all this to go away. We want the truth to be found. You know, we want this to just be solved and be done with. But making things up and, you know, coming to your own conclusion because you don't have an answer is not helping us at all. It's not helping the family. And I'm not here by any means to defend Chris and Katie by any means. I don't know them. I don't know anything about them to defend them. I'm just saying that making up stuff is only hurting our neighborhood, because now you've got people who are harassing us and neighbors, wanting information and that kind of thing, and driving her all around. Now that the driving through the neighborhood has calmed down immensely, so that's good.
That would be driving like just regular, like YouTubers, curiosity seekers, just crime tours. Sometimes there's crime tours out
Well,
there.
I mean, there were at the beginning, there were a lot of, YouTubers that were coming through the neighborhood, and they would stop and get out of their car and walk up and down the street, videoing, taking pictures and whatever. And it was like a huge invasion of privacy. There's nothing we can do about it because it's a public street. I get that, but have some respect. And then just local people, I guess, feeling like the police weren't doing enough, so they were going to go out themselves and drive, and they would just drive up and around and just drive around over, like up and down around the hill and that kind of thing.
That pretty much calmed down.
Yes, that's almost stopped. But we had two neighbors that were trying to sell their house, and neither one of them can sell it.
Oh, really?
Nope. They both took them off the market because they were getting too many.
So 2 people tried to sell their home after this incident happened, and they can't sell it.
One family actually had their house on the market before this happened, and then when this happened, their realtor just told them to take it off the market because they were getting more phone calls just being nosy than they were legitimately asking about the house.
Oh, wow.
And then the other neighbor on the other cul-de-sac actually put their house on the market right afterwards and ended up taking it off.
See, these are things people don't know about. It's interesting, because it might be devaluing the neighborhood, or people might like, hey, I don't want to move to a neighborhood where a child went missing and is still missing. It has a lot of affects people, than not just the Proudfoots and Seth Rogers, but the whole neighborhood in general. It causes some bad things to happen with everyone. And man, I'm sorry that's happened.
I don't think anybody is going to be able to go anywhere until this is resolved, because I don't know anybody that would want to move into all this. Why would you want to move into a neighborhood where a kid just vanishes?
Exactly, because there's the type of neighborhood where you want to have a family, build your dreams, career, raise your children, and
safely and securely.
Yeah,
she's stupid.
And
she just lowered the property value of her house. I'm sorry. No, you weren't supposed to pause it. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, it's another 10 seconds. I gotta wait.
I'm sorry.
No, she's stupid. She just dropped the value of her fucking house with that comment. There went $8,000 right there. You stupid. You stupid. Yes, keep going. Oh, I can't stand this.
Right,
Are we there yet?
Those are beautiful. I mean, I would love to have a dream house like that. Like it's nice, and just can't imagine. Like just a neighborhood that's never seen probably any crime ever. There's no crime in the neighborhood, right?
We had one incident many, many years ago that was resolved in one day, over and done with, and never had anything else. I mean, this is the kind of neighborhood that, like I said, I mean, my twins were born in that house, and when they were little, I didn't let them go out by themselves, but I would feel comfortable with them going outside in the yard, as long as it was like, just don't get in the street, because we live on the main road, and you'd have the big trucks and you have the school bus and that kind of thing coming through. And I'll just say, stay in the yard. But I didn't have to worry about somebody coming up and grabbing them. I just never felt that. I never feared that. I mean, I knew my neighbors, my family all lived in the neighborhood with me. I mean, my parents lived there. My brother and sister used to live there. We all lived there together, and my kids would walk in between the yards to her house, and her kids would walk in between the yard to my house. My kids would go up the corner and play basketball with the neighbor kids, and they would all ride bikes around, and you just never worried about anybody coming in and doing anything.
But now people are kind of worried.
I don't ever. I mean, I'm not seeing kids out playing like they used to be.
Sad, because kids need to get out a little bit and enjoy the fresh air and the great outdoors. The outdoors in their yard and stuff. It's just so sad. Hopefully, this young man gets found, and your neighborhood could get back to normal, a sense of normalcy. I know everyone is a little bit on edge still, pins and needles, but really appreciate you coming on and providing insight. Everyone is very grateful. People in the chat have some questions for Bobby, just leave in the chat, and I'll talk to you offline, and maybe you can answer some of the questions. But I really appreciate you coming on, and we really never really heard from a neighbor really coming on the record speaking about it. And sorry you had to go through this, man. And I
think we all just were trying to be quiet.
I met your children when I was out there. You got
I bet you are.
Sons out there telling
you lying ass motherfucker.
I told them they're in there watching.
I'm not going to say their names, but I know their names. But just tell them, they're cool. You raised them very, very well, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. They're actually up there watching the game, and I said, I got to go to my car and sit in the car a minute. Go talk to JLR. Oh my gosh, you're going to be on JLR. I was like, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. She's like, yeah.
Thank you. We're praying for Sebastian. Stay safe.
Yes.
Coming on. We'll talk soon.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You whatever. Damn well her sons were they were watching YouTube, watching their mom, and damn well when they know the video was going to end, both sons were going to come down there and mom was going to give them both a high fucking five, do a fist pump and crack a Coca-Cola.
That whole thing, yeah.
Yep. You know it. She's giving high fives, fist bumps, and cracking a Coca-Cola. Ridiculous. Yeah, they probably, can you autograph my shirt, Mom? My gosh. Then they're going to hang it up and put it on the fucking wall, you know, because it's big time over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell no. Can we watch the J for Justice videos, please? I can't wait.
Yes, hold on.
That's the only time I can tolerate her voice anymore is from somebody else. I can't imagine what J for Justice is going to say, because if we were already picking up on the hot dog steak before we even cooked it, I'm sure she is too. I got to hear what other people are saying about this. Is there people out there that really found value in that lady? Is there anybody out there that found value in it? I'm just wondering, like, if there's other people that were watching this and they were like, oh my gosh, this shit's crazy, everybody. I'm just curious about it, because I gotta know. I gotta know. I'm not gonna say anything about, damn, the Mega Millions, somebody won it. Oh, that sucks. I ain't gonna say nothing, because I don't fucking care. It's not my business. I don't care. I don't know. I'm not gonna say nothing, but I'm just curious, because this shit is hilarious. It's going to say we can watch it again. Oh, hell no, I ain't watching. No, we'll watch J for Justice, because I can't wait to see what she says. My gosh, I am full of bug bites, you guys. That's another thing about that area out there where Micah was found. Like, I have so many bug bites on my arms, you guys. It looks like I have a rash. That's how many bug bites I have. How in the hell did they not see bug bites all over her skin? She would have got bit. We were getting bit standing in the parking lot. Sorry, I'm just looking at my arm and I'm like, damn. It's just...
Was it the kind of bites that you feel it there, or was it like later at home?
No, like when you get in the shower. Like when you get in the shower and then you get out of the shower and then you hit the fresh air, then you feel all the bug bites. And like right now, they're not red. They're just, you can tell they're bites. They're not red, but you can see there's like bumps all over my fucking arms from these bugs.
I'm definitely not an expert, but there might not have been time for her immune system to.
You think? Well, yeah, but Rosie, she had to walk to get there. We got bit up just walking there. So she would have had bites walking there. For sure. I mean, I have a shit ton, you guys. I didn't even realize it until the sun was hitting my arm in a certain direction. I'm like, damn, do I got a rash? No, it's the bug bites. I don't know what kind of bugs they were, but my arms, some of my arm has red, but some of it don't. Some of the bumps are red and some of them aren't. Man, I need to get some kind of medicated lotion or something. Shit, this is crazy.
Yeah, make sure you get antihistamine or something.
I don't even know. Is that how you fix this shit? I don't know. I never had bug bites like this before. Never in my life. What do I need to get?
So like an
Benadryl?
I don't know what that word means, but if it's an yeah.
I don't. What's that antihistamine? Is that Benadryl? Okay, Benadryl. Damn, this shit's crazy. Okay, thank you, you guys. I've never had bug bites like this before in my life.
All right, we gotta watch some J for Justice. I don't know. She might have more videos too, Rosie. You could probably just go to her channel instead. I just saved one or two, but I bet you she has a bunch.
Okay, I'll start with the one you saved, and then I'll.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Is this telling me to exit or what? This is freaking ridiculous. No, it's not. It looks like it is, but it's not. Okay. That's where I get messed up at, because it looks like it's going to split, but then I got to scoot it ahead, and it shows me the reel. Oh, excuse me. Pick a Raiden bug rip. I never heard of that. So they're pick. Is that Picaridin? That's a bug. Picaridin. They're like gnats. They're like little gnats that just kept flying all over you.
Oh.
Even when I was walking, I had to like shake my head just to shake them off my lips and my ears.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty gross. I mean, as soon as we started walking down them steps, you could feel the moist must. Just a swampy, like, thick nastiness.
Yeah, that sounds
No
terrible.
seams. I thought that was a joke. That's really what they're called, is no seams. I thought it was a joke. They're really called no seams.
Really? I've never heard of such a thing.
I mean, you can see them. Like, yeah, they're tiny,
So then,
but you can see them.
maybe it depends on your eyesight. I don't know.
They are real. Yeah, like these things just tore the shit out of my arms.
Sorry.
Man, this
Okay, let me put this video on. I think I did everything right.
just looks like I have a rash all over my arms. So.
Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello. Is this thing working? Hello. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host today. Welcome to my channel. We have a special guest that's going to be joining us very soon here. But I wanted to hop on really quick
Rosie.
before Dimitri joins us. Dimitri is a real lawyer.
That's not it. That's a different one.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, all right, hold on.
They're going to be like little video clips.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Whoa, there's a gold disco ball. What city is this? Lexington? There's a gold disco ball on one of these buildings. What does the gold disco ball on top of a building mean? Wait, I don't know if I'm in. It's a gold disco ball. What the hell is that? It's like a tower or something. I don't know what city I'm in. Never heard of her. SOC. Never heard of her. Are you going to turn or what, man? University of Knoxville? Is it Knoxville? What is the disco ball? The gold disco ball? Yeah, it is Knoxville. It says Knox News on it. Man, Mega Millions was huge.
Okay, I think I did that all correctly. Okay. Let me know if this is the right thing.
Tuesday
Okay.
we had SWAT. That
Yeah.
was the day we had the vigil, and it was interesting because we put out a post on the neighborhood group that we're having a vigil, and everybody's invited, but we want it to be just the neighborhood only because we want it to be a private vigil just for our neighborhood and for the family. We were hoping to be a little more personal like that the family would come with all this. That was the other thing. Good God, the traffic. The second that it got out, we had tons of people just driving up and down the street, just looking and watching. I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do to help. We're flooded already with police. I don't know what outsiders coming in are going to do. I mean, it was chaotic as it was anyway, and now you got all these extra people coming out there, so it just got so chaotic. But so Tuesday night we planned the vigil, went down there, got in a big circle, introducing everybody, and there's neighbors. I don't want to get too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, we have I think 2, maybe 3 sets of neighbors that are in law enforcement. They're in different counties. One of them is actually a part of Hendersonville Police, and then the other 2 are from other counties. They came to the vigil. And matter of fact, the one that is part of Hendersonville has been in a neighborhood since almost the beginning. Know them very well, good people. And he was down there with a flashlight because we had so many people driving up and down and around and circling and going up and down and circling and coming back and forth. And we're just like, good grief. The Proudfoots sent, I don't know who it was, but they came down and we were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The Proudfoots?
Don't have a
aunt and uncle?
Proudfoots. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are, maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
Maybe
Katie
that's what
said,
it was.
Chris and Katie said they were their aunt and uncle?
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come. They sent family members, and when they introduced themselves as we're aunts and uncles. So I guess Sebastian's aunt and uncle?
Why didn't did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no Proudfoots. They basically sent their own representatives, family members that claim they ran.
That's correct. Yes. Tuesday we.
Okay, I'll get the next one.
Oh, you didn't say nothing?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Oh, I thought she commented on it.
dog.
And through the trash, because the trash is what everyone is like curious about. The time the trash picks up, and then in reference to the lights, we're going to talk about the 3 a.m., 3:10 a.m. lights. Let's talk about the trash. What do you know?
So our trash gets picked up by J.E. McMurtry Disposal, has for many, many, many years. They used to, a few years back, they would pick up around 6:30-ish, but then the bus was coming through and it was making it hard for them to come through with the bus, and all the kids were out and it was just chaotic. So they switched it, and now they go down my street about 5:30, 5-ish, between 5:15-ish, 5:20, something like that, every Monday morning. That's going down my hill, though. That's not when they come in and they're going around it. That's when they're coming back down. So, yeah.
I mean, that's an extra, 20 minutes? How long does it take for the trash truck guy to go through the whole entire neighborhood?
And the other misconception is a lot of people are saying that they have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm, and it does it for them. So that was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you hear the arm doing all that. So by the time they collect the trash coming up the street, though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus comes, or
Absolutely.
You said buses. Where's trash go?
Oh, it gets dumped in either Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they'll temporarily dump it to Gallatin. And then once, I guess, Nashville gets whatever, then they'll transport to Nashville. The big misconception was that the neighborhood behind us, they get picked up by a different company on Tuesdays. So that's a whole different thing.
Is that construction development you're talking about?
Well, that was the dumpster that everybody was asking about. How is it possible that, that the dog hit over there as well? The second dog that was out walking hit also by the trash dumpster. And the trash dumpster owner found that out when law enforcement told him that we got a hit by the dumpster. The owner of the dumpster called them back and said, okay, we dumped our trash on this certain day, Tuesday, whatever, on that certain day in Kentucky. So you guys need to go and get a warrant, obviously. And he gave them permission to go search the Kentucky dumpster or landfill. So that's why they went to Kentucky. And then I was told that they also checked Gallatin and Nashville as well.
That night, Katie claims, the night of the 25th, that Sebastian takes the trash out after they arrived home from going out to dinner. Go ahead.
There's no specific footage of that. The neighbor that has the Ring door camera that saw that, she said to me on the phone that the only thing you can see is a silhouette. She said you cannot see a physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage. So nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that? I always want to know what time she arrived home. Do you know?
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see. She saw about 6 or so, I think is what she said, ish, because they went to dinner at Texas and then supposedly came home, and then her car came into the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out, after that. But they don't know who it was because you can't tell.
So no evidence. Any neighbor, including yourself, or because you all talk, the neighbors talked to everybody and said there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I mean, no, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking actual of him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on.
Sorry, CJ. I just wanted to. I didn't change the speed on this. Is that okay? Because it's great to
That's
justice.
fine. We don't even have to finish it. I thought there was commentary with it. I didn't know it was just clips of the of the stream or whatever. I thought there was commentary to it.
Okay.
No, it's fine. You can play it normal speed.
All right. I have to go somewhere for like half an hour. Will you be okay with chat for a little bit, and then I'll be back?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. See everyone soon. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Just chit chat for a little bit. It's getting toasty. I don't know. This whole I'm about, I don't know, another half an hour just got added onto my time limit, and I'm not sure why. So I'm sure I'll find out here shortly why it added 32 minutes to my trip. So I'm looking at 6 hours, a little over halfway. I'll have to get Benadryl tomorrow because I'm gonna go home, get me a shower, get ready for a show, have a show tonight, get me a ton of sleep. Get me a ton of sleep after that. If you guys missed last night's show, definitely want to check it out. Micah Miller's ex-father-in-law joined us last night. We had a 7-hour conversation, and we're going to be having another 2. We got a lot of stuff to get into together. Yeah, criminal, I'm just going to be going straight home. I'll go to the store tomorrow. I probably won't even have enough energy. I got to bring all my shit in and go up and down all these stairs. Oh, and then I know I'm just going to want to sit there, but I got to get up, get the shower. I'll probably have about an hour, a little over an hour to bring everything in, unpack, get the shower, and then set everything up for the show tonight. So I got to try and do all that in an hour, a little over an hour. Be running around like crazy, but I don't want to start the live too late. No, I'm not home yet. I still got like 6 hours. A little over halfway. It's starting to get toasty as hell. I'm going to try and go live around 7:30 Eastern. Go live for a few hours. Yeah, I like to drive at nighttime, but I knew I wasn't going to get any sleep before I had to take off, so I was like, I'll just take off now. We'll just go ahead and hit the road. I got the car ready if I need to take a nap. Which I still might, but Gonna try and keep going as far as I can. That sucks. It added 30 more minutes on. 32. I definitely for sure would have pulled over for a nap. If I was getting home when it said I was originally going to get home, but it's quite a bit. Added on that. So. Nope. Probably not. If not, I could just do a late show. Oh yeah, I'm already going to be getting one when I get back home. I was going to do one before I left, but I'm still good. I'll be hitting the mile marker once I get back. Checked it last night. Nice and clean oil. Even though we got 4,900 miles on it. The last one. That's a cool little camper. Electric parking brakes? Damn. How do you even bleed those things? What trial's that, criminal? The Karen Reed trial? Trump Superstore? Huh. Sure. Why? What happened? Do y'all think she did it? Do you think guilty or innocent? I don't know much about it. But do you guys think guilty or innocent? 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 What didn't happen? Flip their videos. What? Oh, man. Stretch. Oh. The videos were flipped. What? I don't understand. What's that mean? Videos were flipped. The video evidence was mirrored? What? Why would they mirror it? That's odd. Huh. That's crazy. Oh, shoot. Oh. People magically appear? Oh, man, my legs. That's crazy. Hit over 13 minutes of what tape? CC tape? Dang. So what? It made it look like she was guilty mirroring the tape or something? What's the tape supposedly show? Her running over him, or she should have seen him? Wow, that's crazy. When are they expecting the trial to be over? probably will have to pull over for a little bit. Coming up here in a little bit. Just get a little bit of a nap. Exhausted. Used a AWP window brick. I don't know. What size? Typically. No. I think it's just about that time. No, I'm good. Because I still got like another 6 hours, so I'll just pull over and take a nap for a little bit. Wake up, hit the road. If I come to a rest area, though.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, that was a quick half hour.
Yeah, that was quicker than I thought.
Oh.
Yeah.
Once a rest area comes up, I think I'm going to pull over and take a nap for like an hour or something.
Are you continuing the live until then? Get another video?
Yeah. Might as well until I run into a rest area.
Yeah, okay. Let me look around. Or does chat want to pick a topic? Or do you want to go through some of your interview from yesterday?
How long did it not have my camera? It's showing me that the camera's turned off.
Oh, was it not supposed to be? Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was showing the road. Ooh. It's hot out. Oh. Rough there. Yeah, I think it's like 93 again or something. There's supposed to be showers this morning, but I never saw them. Except for like 5.
Okay, how about Law and Crime's latest developments in the Idaho case?
Yeah, that sounds good.
It's 25 minutes, so that's probably...
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like yesterday, running my AC at full blast, and it don't even feel like I'm using the AC. It's just a muggy mess. I probably won't even be able to get a nap, but I just want to lay down for a little bit. Maybe like an hour. Ouch, I just ripped that out of my beard. Ouch. Thank you, Fuzz. The fact that Wayne Randall or Wayne Rogers or what the hell, Wayne Miller, that Wayne Miller and Charles Randall have been linked together ever since way back in the day.
The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence.
Brian Kohberger, the accused quadruple killer. He may not be going on trial just yet, but that doesn't mean there haven't been some interesting updates as of late. That's what we're going to get into. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey, everybody, this is a Law and Crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is actually helping users file for compensation due to Google users' privacy issues surrounding Google Incognito. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/sidebar. With a lot of the other stories that we've been covering here on Sidebar, we haven't had a chance to talk about Brian Kohberger in a minute. And there have been some very interesting developments in this case that we want to talk about. So that's what we're going to get into, the top 5 updates over the past several weeks or so in the Brian Kohberger case to get you caught up to speed. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the former Washington State University grad student who was arrested and charged for a horrific quadruple murder that occurred on the night of November 13th, 2022. This is when 4 University of Idaho students were brutally stabbed to death in an off-campus rental home in Moscow, Idaho. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Kohberger was arrested 6 weeks after the killings. Police tied him to the murders through cell phone data, surveillance footage, and of course, DNA. Prosecutors saying the DNA on a knife sheath left behind at the crime scene is a statistical match to Brian Kohberger. We're going to get into that a little bit more. But now let's talk about some developments as of late. And I'm going to start with a recent update. So the defense has been arguing that the prosecution hasn't provided them what they need for trial. They claim that the prosecution hasn't turned over to them all of this evidence like video footage and cell phone records. And we know that during the normal course of trial, there is discovery. In fact, in Idaho, the Idaho Rules of Criminal Procedure, Rule 16A, says that the prosecuting attorney must disclose to the defendant or defendant's counsel any material or information in the prosecuting attorney's possession or control, or the latter comes into the prosecuting attorney's possession or control that tends to negate the guilt of the accused. 16B adds to that by saying if the defendant makes a written request, the prosecutor has to turn over other evidence and material like reports, tests, documents, recordings, witnesses. There was a hearing. And during this hearing, Ann Taylor, counsel for Brian Kohberger, tried to explain to the court how much of a problem this is.
I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mowry had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic.
And at one point, to criticize the prosecution's discovery efforts, she said, quote, "Discovery is being given to us like we're living in a snow globe." Now, in fact, the defense, they called a couple of witnesses to illustrate that point as well. And I want to highlight one in particular, Cy Ray. This is a name you're going to want to remember. He's a very important defense witness that the defense plans to call regarding cell phone evidence. I'm going to get to him more in a little bit, but just listen to what Mr. Ray had to say about the evidence that the defense does not have access to.
I would expect significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
And he went on to say, quote, "It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause with these very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it." And he also went on to say that what he has seen so far has been exculpatory for the defense, meaning tending to show Kohberger's not guilty. Quote, "Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of the data I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything that is missing is absolutely in benefit of the defense right now. There are other reports that are missing that I can't tell you are benefiting of Mr. Kohberger or the state." And there was this back and forth between the prosecution and the defense on all this. And the prosecution, to highlight their point that they're doing the best they can, they even talked about how much they have turned over already.
To date, we've given 15,691 bait-stamped pages of discovery. So for a little context, this is about a 2-inch binder. It would be about 39 of these. We've given 13,758 bait-stamped photographs. That's about 34 of those binders of photographs. We've given 911 AV dumps. Those are digital files. In addition to a massive hard drive, about 50 terabytes full of discovery. And that includes audio, video from about 285 interviews, 15,000 video clips from approximately 79 businesses, 8,000 video clips from approximately 10 residences, 417 files containing call detail records, multiple terabytes of records for 11 computer devices, 17 cell phones, multiple social media accounts, and 4 tower dumps.
Wow. And by the way, I cut that off. There's more that they described that was turned over, but clearly no wonder that this trial is taking forever and this whole pretrial process is taking a long time. Think about how much they got to go through. Also, by the way, big theme for the prosecution is we turned over a lot. And look, the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, they haven't turned over to us what the defense is looking for. There's only so much we can do. We can't give over what we don't have. So as the judge sorts all that out, this now leads me to take a step back and talk to you about another major update in this case, the alibi. So for a long time, I would argue since Kohberger's arrest, we had wondered what would be his alibi. Where was he really during these killings, right? Now, we heard rumblings about what it might be, but it was more fully articulated back in April when Kohberger's defense team, they were given a deadline to submit an alibi defense. That's a requirement under Idaho law, and they filed just in time. So what's the alibi? Well, in their filing, it reads, quote, Mr. Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022. As an avid runner and hiker, he explored many areas of the Palouse, Of note, he explored Wawawe Park in July of 2022, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Mr. Kohberger's phone, showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wawawe Park. Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Cy Ray, CSLI expert. Cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency curricula vitae is attached to show that Brian Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022. That Brian Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east of the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Now, let me just quickly put into context why this is important. So in the probable cause affidavit from law enforcement, it states that on the night of the murders at 2:42 a.m., they say Kohberger's phone is connecting to a tower that covers his apartment in Pullman, Washington. 5 minutes later, the data shows that he leaves the residence and travels south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Hyundai Elantra that was caught on surveillance tapes, the car they say he was driving. Then the phone stops responding to the network, and prosecutors say he shut off the phone purposely to avoid detection. Doesn't come back on the network until 4:48 a.m., 2 hours later, after when prosecutors say the killings happened, and then it hits the towers covering the area to a highway south of Moscow, Idaho. And then between 4:50 a.m. and 5:25 a.m., the phone hits a tower showing the phone is traveling towards Uniontown, Idaho, back to Pullman, Washington. 5:30 a.m., it hits the area providing coverage for his residence, and that is consistent with the phone being back at his residence, consistent with the movement of the Hyundai Elantra. When we cover stories like this about people who are either accused or convicted of committing crimes against people out of nowhere, people that you least expect, you got to ask yourself, how well do you know the people in your life? Do you know all you should really know? Well, that's why I want to talk to you about our incredible sponsor and partner who may be able to help you out here. This is Truthfinder. So Truthfinder is a service that can provide actual safety for you guys. And I say that because Truthfinder is one of the largest public records search services in the United States. Their whole goal is to help people like you learn about the people in their lives. And here's how it works. You go on their website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. And within minutes and a paid subscription purchase, you can access unlimited reports that can include information like phone numbers, location history, criminal and traffic records, including possible arrests, criminal convictions. Now, look, Truthfinder, I'll be honest with you, we have been partnering with them for a while now here at Long Crime, and we actually use it to research some of the cases that we've been covering for you. But just generally speaking, Truthfinder can help provide peace of mind when you do these unlimited public record searches. Also, you know what's really useful? From within the report, you can search an address, like your home address, to see registered sex offenders that may live in that area too. That's the point. Unless you use Truthfinder, you may never know the reality about the people around you. And Truthfinder can be used to look up information about all different kinds of people you meet on social media, new potential dates, people you're buying or selling to online, the parents of your child's friend. Look, you can never be too careful. And right now, here's the kicker. You can get 50% off of your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LC sidebar. So, while the defense is suggesting that the prosecution's theory of travel is off, I got to tell you, I'm not sure at this point if they're going to either agree or disagree that Brian Kohberger's phone was not connecting to the network during that key point in time. Are they saying when the phone was connecting, we believe it was in a different location than the prosecution is alleging? Okay. But what about when the killings were happening, right? That time period when prosecutors say that the phone was off. Are you saying we can really show where the phone was, that it wasn't turned off, not just before or after the phone isn't connected to the network, but during that critical time of the murders, we'll tell you where the phone was. A little hard to say at this point. What we do know is that Cy Ray, who we heard from earlier, big witness for the defense, 20-year law enforcement veteran, worked over 1,000 death investigations, expert witness, testified in over 100 cases, including regarding cell phone analysis. So we're going to see. It seems also, I think the alibi is also trying to explain what he did before, or allegedly did before November 13th, 2022. Maybe they're trying to say, he was out and about, he was doing nothing bad, nothing nefarious, because remember, during the probable cause affidavit, it was revealed that Kohberger's phone GPS pinged at or near that house on King Road, the crime scene, at least 12 times before November 13th. Police say every one of those pings, except for one, happened late at night or in the early morning. And by the way, the cell phone data is consistent with the movement of the Hyundai Elantra. But it's interesting because prosecutors came out and said, we aren't arguing that he was stalking the victims beforehand. So it'll be interesting how all of this is argued at an ultimate trial. I will tell you that the car was spotted on several cameras passing the King Road home 4 times between 3:29 a.m. and 4:04 a.m. on the night of the killings, and then speeding away 16 minutes later. That's what the prosecutors are alleging. Then prosecutors say that car, they have it on tape, leaving the Washington State University campus at 2:44 a.m. They capture it heading towards Moscow. 5:25 a.m., the camera shows returning back to Washington State University. And by the way, later on in the afternoon, they track the phone to Albertson's grocery store, and they see Kohberger exit the white Hyundai Elantra. So they're matching him to the car. And not only that, after the killings, a Washington State University officer spotted a white Hyundai Elantra in the parking lot of an apartment complex near campus. The car came back, registered to Brian Kohberger. So Kohberger and his father, they drove that 2015 white Hyundai Elantra from Washington to Pennsylvania in the weeks before his arrest. Kohberger, as you might recall, was pulled over by law enforcement twice on that trip for speeding and tailgating. Now let's talk about an update on DNA. So as I mentioned, this is a crucial piece of evidence in this case. Authorities took the DNA from the button snap of the knife sheath that was left at the crime scene, and they used genetic genealogy. They used a private lab to create a genetic genealogical profile. The FBI ran it through genetic genealogy websites, building a family tree, and eventually they compared it to DNA from trash that was recovered from Brian Kohberger's family home. They concluded that there was a high probability that the DNA from the knife sheath is from the biological father. And so when they arrested Brian Kohberger, eventually they do a cheek swap of him, and they found the DNA on the sheath is a statistical match to Brian Kohberger. Prosecutors said in their filing, quote, the STR profile is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the defendant, is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. Meaning the profile that scientists developed is more likely to be Brian Kohberger than someone random. Now, defense attorneys have been fighting back. More specifically, law enforcement's use, or IGG, investigative genetic genealogy. They have been saying that this has improperly led law enforcement to Brian Kohberger. And the defense wants to understand exactly how Brian Kohberger was targeted. The hope is that they could say this was all improperly used to target him, to name him as a suspect. Their argument would be that this is unconstitutional, that it violates the Fourth Amendment against search and seizures without probable cause. Prosecutors have said that IGG was not used to obtain any warrants in this case, that this was a tool that was used, but it was not the end-all be-all to arrest Brian Kohberger. This was more based on good old-fashioned police work. But this is where it's interesting. So reporting indicates that the defense has 2 witnesses that they had wanted to testify in a pretrial hearing, and it seems possibly they want them to testify in an upcoming trial. Leah Larkin and Bicca Barlow. So our research indicates that Leah Larkin, PhD, is a genealogist who has criticized IGG in the past. In a filing from last year, she talked about genetic genealogy, how it's been wrong in the past, how law enforcement improperly utilized these services, especially when she claims that certain sites like 23andMe prohibit IgG. She says genetic genealogy is not perfect. In one of the filings, she's quoted as saying, any given centimorgan amount can represent more than one possible relationship. Micah Barlow is an attorney and forensic consultant who specializes in forensics, DNA, criminal cases, including STR-based DNA testing, mitochondrial DNA testing, and YSTR-based testing. So as of a recent hearing, there has been a battle of having defense experts, presumably Barlow and Larkin, review IgG materials and unseal certain portions of this. And earlier this year, the judge did order the prosecution to turn over some of these IgG materials to the defense. Makes sense because they want to attack this. Arguably, again, one of the strongest, most direct pieces of evidence against Brian Kohberger. So that will be an ongoing battle. Now I want to focus on another update in the case, the victims' families. So as you can imagine, as all of this legal maneuvering is going on, this can't be easy for the families. In a recent statement from the Gonsalves family, it reads, quote, "This case is turning into a hamster wheel of motions, hearings, and delayed decisions. Can we all just agree that this case needs to move forward and the judge needs to start setting hard deadlines in this case?" It goes on, "Not every motion needs a hearing. Not every decision needs to take a month to decide. Discovery, discovery, discovery. You have what we want. No, I don't. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Let's have a new hearing. Hit repeat. This banter has been going on for 17 months. Then once you get a hearing, you have a hearing about the decision that was made at that hearing before the last hearing, and there needs to be another hearing." I know our statement sounds as if we're incredibly frustrated, and we are. We understand the justice system, and we want a fair trial for the defendant, but turning the case into a delay game serves no one's interest other than the defense. Once again, thank you all for your kindness and prayers for our family. Now, that is completely understandable, especially since there's a possibility this trial may not happen till spring or summer 2025, almost 3 years after the killings. His family deserves finality. I get it. It's completely understandable. Now, as they mentioned, and I'll highlight this from a legal point of view, it is important that a defendant's rights are protected and that they are given every opportunity to present a defense, because for the families who believe Kohberger is the killer, the last thing they would want is for him to be convicted and then the conviction overturned on appeal because some mistake was made during the pretrial process. That would prolong this. That would prolong the pain. Also, what must be incredibly frustrating for the family, and I'll tell you, the public and the media too, was the decision to close hearings in this case. That's another update, because listen to this back and forth between the defense, the prosecution, and then Judge John Judge on all this.
Both contemplate balancing this public right to an open hearing versus the interests such as privacy, safety, and the right to a public trial or to a fair trial. In deciding whether or not to file the motion to close the hearing, the state weighed those interests and ultimately came down that the need to protect the privacy and the sensitive information and ultimately protect the state and defendant's right to a fair trial outweighs the right to an open hearing.
For the court to allow the prosecutor to say, we need to keep this all private for a fair trial, really ignores the public nature of this case. It really ignores the fact that Brian has been essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent. And he has an absolute Sixth Amendment right to have his hearings in public.
All right. Well, I kind of mentioned this a moment ago. I just feel like we need to get into the details, okay, of all these issues before I open it up. So I'm going to close that hearing. Now, that doesn't mean that after we sort out all of those issues and I have more understanding of why you aren't getting what you want or what you asked for, or whether or not there is something that you've asked for that doesn't exist, or that some of the materials are holding with the FBI, and that we need to get that. I mean, those are all really complicated processes. And I would feel much more comfortable when, again, I'm trying to protect a fair public trial and not have a maybe not intentional unfair hearing, okay, that goes out to the public. I think that's the balance for me. That I want to see what all the issues are, the arguments from both sides, so that I can make a more informed decision.
So yes, hearings have been closed in this case. There is a gag order in place that makes understanding what is really going on a bit difficult. The judge is going to have to try to streamline discovery in this case to keep things ongoing. And then, of course, there's the idea of when this trial will actually happen and where it is going to be held. Our final update, June 27th, the judge is seemingly going to decide whether to move this trial to a different venue. Prosecution says the trial should happen here, should be heard by this community. Defense has argued that Brian Kohberger cannot get a fair trial here. They have been supporting that with phone surveys of potential jurors, which, by the way, created its own headache. The prosecution said that these surveys were problematic because potential jurors were being asked very specific things about the case. Kohberger's arrest, the car, the DNA, the knife sheath. And they were saying that this is potentially tainting a jury pool, that this is prejudicing them. The judge said, look, these surveys can continue as long as the questions stick with things that are in the public record, which a lot of this already is. You just can't violate his gag order. So those are some recent updates. We are going to do our best to continue following what happens next, including where this trial is going to happen. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
That's if the trial ever happens. We don't know. We think it will. But the more that I see what the hell's going on with that, the more it looks like it's not going to go to trial.
Yeah, it is looking that way.
It is. It's looking crazy. We'll be doing probably an Idaho 4 show middle end of the week, probably during the daytime. So we'll have one of those coming up.
Yeah.
And we'll get into some specific episodes. I ended up finding a rest area.
Okay.
So I'm going to hop off here, get to this rest area, and give me like an hour nap or something. And then I'll get back on the road. Just a little short nap. But it was cool. Thank you for hanging out. Definitely helped my morning go quick and helped me stay awake as I'm driving. I actually got a lot farther than I thought I would before the next rest area was like a good ways away. So it's like, yeah, let's just get a little nap now. So
it's a good idea.
Got to use the screen share today. It was awesome.
Thank you for teaching me.
Yeah. I need to do like a little StreamYard thing so I can save the video and send it to other people, because there's always people asking me about it, so I should do that sometime too. But.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I will be back later tonight. And we'll be talking to Tom again. If you missed last night's episode, I'm telling you, go watch it right now. And then by the time you're done watching it, I'll be going live for the next one. So thank you so much. I'm going to rest real quick. I'm going to get me a little hour nap and get it all set up and then get back on the road and get back home. So thank you all. Appreciate you. We'll see you tonight. Thanks for hanging out this morning. Thank you, Rosie, for everything you do.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
Yes, and have a peaceful and positive day. We'll see you tonight. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
Bye, everyone.